Chapter 698. In the future, Li Wangyu liked to watch all kinds of high IQ crime movies, and the Mission Impossible series was his favorite movie. He remembered that in Mission Impossible 4, there was such a plot. After Tom and his assistant sneaked into the Kremlin, they used a 3D projection screen to create a full image, thereby creating an empty corridor to cover their actions behind the screen. Li Wangyu had thought of this, so he deliberately proposed to keep the circular ventilation window on the mountain wall, so that the guards outside the side hall could observe the gold situation in the side hall at any time. Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Feng Xianling, and Du Ruhui were all puzzled by Li Wangyu's idea. In their minds, if those aristocratic families could observe the gold situation through the window at any time, how could the cavalry department secretly transport the gold away without being discovered? However, Li Wangyu merely smiled and did not reply. He merely said that he would take care of this matter. While everyone was still in doubt, Li Wangyu secretly took a picture of the scene at the window with his mobile phone. Then, he returned to Dingzhou village and used the 3D imaging mode to draw on the black curtain with gold powder. He drew a curtain that was enough to deceive the eyes. After all, there was no glass in the Tang Dynasty, so when the door was closed, the side hall was naturally dark. Even during the day, through the window on the gable wall, only the faint gold could be seen. When Li Wangyu taught the cavalry department how to use the curtain to block the view in front of the window, Pai Lupi and the other bosses were shocked by such a strange visual deception. Cheng Yaojin opened his eyes wide and looked carefully for a long time, but he couldn't see any flaws. He couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Son of a bitch, you are really amazing. How did you come up with such a method? I have looked at this canvas for a long time, and I can't see that it is fake." Pai Lupi shook his head. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. "I didn't expect that my eyes could deceive me." Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui were equally shocked. Who would have thought that the pile of gold in front of them was just a piece of canvas? But since Pai Lupi and the others couldn't see through it, the other troops naturally couldn't see through it either. After the men of the 100 Cavalry Department entered the side hall through the tunnel, they immediately used a wooden frame to place the curtain that Li Wangyu had drawn in front of the window on the mountain wall, blocking the view of the aristocratic family troops. Due to the narrow window and the darkness in the side chamber, the curtain Li Wangyu painted perfectly fooled everyone's eyes. Even though the gold stored in the side hall had been emptied, the aristocratic family troops guarding outside the main hall still believed that the gold was still in the side hall and did not suspect anything. The leaders of the troops from the aristocratic families could not figure out until they died. Before the fire, they had clearly seen with their own eyes how the gold that filled the side hall had disappeared without a trace after the fire. As for the two burnt corpses in the Great Strength Hall, of course, they were not Monk Wenzai and Lin Dainyu, but the two corpses that the 100 Cavalry Department had found. On that day, Monk Wenzai and Lin Dainyu, in front of the aristocratic family troops, entered the Great Strength Hall and poured the prepared kerosene on the two corpses. Then, they lit the match and started the fire. As for the two of them, they naturally hid in the secret room under the Great Strength Hall where the gold was stored. In the era where there was no DNA testing, no one would suspect that the righteous monk and his disciple Lin Yang were still alive. The Great Strength Hall and the side hall had already been arranged by the 100 Cavalry Department to ignite the fire. As the fire started, it naturally ignited the side hall. The fire burned all the traces in the side hall, as well as the curtain that was placed by the window, leaving no trace of evidence. 1,000,000 taels of gold mysteriously disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. As the saying goes, it's dark under the lamp. Even if Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the other masters of aristocratic families racked their brains, they could not imagine that the gold had already been moved to the Great Strength Hall that was also burned in front of them. What was more, they could not imagine that the monk and his disciple, who were already dead in their eyes, were still alive now. The gold hidden under the Great Strength Hall of the Xinghua Temple was naturally secretly taken out by the 100 Cavalry Department and sent back to the Taiji Palace and the other mansions. This time, Li Wangyu and his companions had cheated the aristocratic families quite miserably without risking anything. The 600,000 taels of gold from the aristocratic families made Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu a windfall. Each family got more than 100,000 taels of gold. Although Li Wangyu was not short of money now, how could he not accept the gold that was given to him for free? As for the so-called gold mine in the Xinghua Temple, it had not yet been discovered to be fake, because several major temples in Chang'an City were now arguing with the 5 surnames, 7 Wangs, and Li Wangyu. Monk Wenzai's claim that he had sent letters to the major temples in Chang'an City to inform them of the gold mine was naturally false. It was just an excuse to fool Zhang Yuanshou and his companions. However, after the fire in the Xinghua temple, the letters signed by the Orthodox were sent to the major temples in Chong and city and to the abbots. They learned that the Xinghua temple had a gold mine, and now the temple was burned down and the original Orthodox abbot had died. How could the abbots of these major temples sit still? They all rushed to the Xinghua temple and asked to take over the property of the Xinghua temple. Wang Renyu and his companions were naturally unwilling. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, even if the gold was lost, as long as the gold mine was in their hands, they could still make up for the loss in the future. Therefore, they held the documents signed with the Orthodox monks and refused to give up the gold mine. However, the abbots of the major temples insisted that since the gold loaned to the Orthodox was lost under the watch of the aristocratic families, the document should not be valid anymore. Unless the aristocratic families took out another 1,000,000 taels of gold, the gold mine should be handed over to the major temples in Chong and city according to the letter written by the Orthodox monks. Since the two sides argued, Pai Lupi naturally did not say anything and pretended not to know anything. Therefore, the case went from Chong and city to the censorate, which gave Wei Zhang a headache. On one side, there were the 5 surnames, 7 Wangs, Lu Guogong, Zhang Guogong, Lai Guogong, and even the sage behind them. On the other side, there were several major temples with countless believers. Both sides had their own opinions, but they were all reasonable. Wei Zhang wanted Pai Lupi to make a holy judgment, but Pai Lupi kicked the ball back to him. The reason was very reasonable. This matter involved himself. As the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, he naturally could not become a topic of ridicule. Therefore, the case was put on hold again. No one cared about the Xinghua temple for the time being, and the gold mine could not be mined. Several years later, the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs finally reached an agreement with the major temples in Chong and city. They would mine the gold mine together and share the profits equally. Finally, the Xinghua temple gold mine, which had been put on hold for a long time, could be started. Naturally, there was nothing in the Bull*T gold mine except stones. It was not until then that Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and others who had retired long ago realized that they had been cheated by the monks. Zhang Yuanshou was so angry that he spat blood on the spot and fell seriously ill. But these were the stories for later. At this time in the Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He forced all the heads of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs to retire. Although there were still hundreds of officials from aristocratic families in the imperial court, Pai Lupi even felt lighter without the 7 heads as their backbone and their constraints in the imperial court. In the Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi pretended to comfort the heads of the 7 aristocratic families and praised them for their contributions to the imperial court. At this time, Li Wangyu was seeing them off outside Chong and city. Chapter 699. At a pavilion 10 miles north of Chong-en. As the saying went, there was a pavilion 10 miles away and a pavilion 5 miles away. The pavilion was a place for travelers to rest and also a place for the Tangs to bid farewell to their friends and relatives. Today, Li Wangyu was here to bid farewell to the Chotzi merchant Bai Mohu, the monk Wenzai who was preparing to go west to catch up with Master Xuanzang, and his disciple Lin Dainyu. Bai Macho's injuries from being tortured by the gangsters that day had already recovered. His throat that had been burnt by the medicine, after Sun Simiao's treatment, although he could now speak, he could only speak in a low and hoarse voice. Li Wangyu bowed to Bai Mohu and said, "Lao Bai, you were almost imprisoned because of me and suffered such a serious injury. It's all my fault. Please accept my bow as an apology." Bai Mohu quickly bowed back and replied with a hoarse voice, "Please don't say that again, I don't deserve it. How can I blame you? It's all because of those bad guys. On the contrary, I should thank you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see the light of day again." Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Let's stop bowing here and there. Lao Bai, when you return to Chang'an next spring, I'll invite you to drink again." Bai Mohu smiled and pointed at the wine sacks hanging on the hunchback. "Count Hu, the wine you gave me is enough to make me drunk." On his return journey, he did not bring any goods except for the sorghum wine on the backs of more than 100 camels. Li Wangyu gave him thousands of pounds of Shadaozi wine. Bai Mohu would be able to earn a lot when he returned to Chotzi this time. It was comparable to his business income from several trips to Chong-en. "Haha, it's nothing." Li Wangyu laughed. After the two chatted for a while, Li Wangyu looked at the monk Wenzai and said, "Master, this journey to the west to seek scriptures will be difficult. Please be careful." Monk Wenzai and his disciple Lin Daniu were going west to India. Li Wangyu wanted to persuade them to give up, but he could not say it. He didn't have a good impression of Buddhism. The temples of the Tang dynasty didn't produce anything and only relied on worshippers. The monks did not pay taxes, nor did they submit to the corvée. Instead, they owned countless temple properties and drove a large number of good people to work for the temple. They even set up a fragrant kitchen with a high interest rate. Buddhist temples were as beautiful as palaces and extremely luxurious. From Li Wangyu's point of view, it was no wonder that Emperor Wuzong of Tang would order the annihilation of Buddhism 100 years later. These monks were too greedy and naturally had a way to die. Therefore, Li Wangyu felt that there was no point in going to India to obtain the scriptures. Even if Xuanzang spent 14 years to retrieve the scriptures from India, what could he change? Moreover, since he had not seen this monk's name in the history books, it was obvious that his journey to the west this time did not bode well. Even though Li Wangyu had obtained the document for him to exit, it didn't have much use. Following by Macho's caravan, they could only reach Chotzi, and there was still a long journey of tens of thousands of miles. Although Li Wangyu did not like Buddhism, he admired Monk Wenzai quite a bit. This monk who knew how to cheat was definitely an extraordinary person. This time, Monk Wenzai was able to pull down the 7 family heads of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Li Wangyu's suggestion to give him a large amount of gold and let him cultivate in the Tang dynasty was rejected by Monk Wenzai. Following Xuanzang's footsteps to the west was Wenzai's unwavering belief. Regarding this, Li Wangyu could not persuade him. He could only wish this monk a safe journey in his heart. Amitba, thank you, County Count Hu. Monk Wenzai smiled and returned the greeting. Li Wangyu gestured to Niu Wu beside him and gave him a package. Master, here's 100 taels of gold for your travel expenses. Please do not refuse. Monk Wenzai still shook his head and refused with a smile. To be able to travel with Benefactor Bai's caravan to Chotzi has already saved poor Monk a lot of energy. Also, the document sent by County Count Hu made poor Monk very grateful. How could he dare to ask for more? County Count Hu, please take back the gold. This poor monk has a bowl of food and a ladle of wine. Li Wangyu persuaded again and again, but this stubborn monk still refused to accept the gold. He could only give up. In that case, please take care. I look forward to meeting you again in Chang'an. Monk Wenzai said, Amitba. County Count Hu, please take care. Poor monk is leaving. Everyone stepped onto the hunchback lying on the ground. Bai Mohu whistled and the camel stood up. It slowly moved along the official road to the west. In the sound of the camel bell, Bai Mohu waved goodbye to Li Wangyu. Looking at the figures of the people slowly disappearing, a melancholy feeling came to his heart without any reason. Li Wangyu suddenly thought of a song and opened his mouth to sing loudly. Outside the pavilion by the ancient road, the fragrant grass reaches the sky. This was Li Shutong's farewell. It was sad and feminine. All banquets must come to an end. After parting here, no one knew when they would meet again. Although the tune of Li Wangyu's farewell was very strange in the ears of the Tangs, the meaning of farewell and yearning in the song was obvious. The horizon of the sky, the corner of the earth, half of my friends are gone. In the song, Monk Wenzai turned around slightly. On the hunchback, he bowed to Li Wangyu with one hand. After the farewell was sung, the camel team gradually disappeared on the official road. Li Wangyu sighed deeply and calmed down. He called Niu Wu and the team behind him to return to Chang'an. Monk Wenzai's insistence on going west made Li Wangyu sigh with emotion. Limited time and endless dust. Let fate take its course. When they passed by the East Market, Li Wangyu remembered that Kong Ingda's restaurant was not far from here. He happened to want to drink, so he led Niu Wu and the others directly to the Kong family's restaurant. After getting off the horse in front of the restaurant, the doctor recognized Li Wangyu at a glance. He hurried to greet him and led him to the VIP room on the 3rd floor to take a seat. Li Wangyu asked the doctor to prepare food and wine for him. In the VIP room, except for Niu Wu who stayed to accompany him, Li Wangyu sent the rest of the team to drink and eat by themselves. He did not need to care about him. He planned to get drunk today. He did not know where his melancholy came from. Speaking of which, whether it was by Mohu or Monk Wenzai, he did not have a deep relationship with them. But looking at the camel team leaving today, he thought that Monk Wenzai and Lin Daniu might not return. He felt uncomfortable and only wanted to drink. The doctor of the restaurant quickly delivered food and wine. Li Wangyu also summoned a female singer to play the zither and sing for them to liven things up. He and Niu Wu sat facing each other by the window. They listened to the singer's soft and gentle melody and drank to their heart's content. After a few cups of wine, the alcohol kicked in and made him forget about the sadness brought about by the farewell at the pavilion. Thinking about how he and his beautiful superior not only swindled a huge amount of gold from the hands of the 5 families and 7 nobles, but also vented the anger in his heart. He cleaned up the heads of the 7 aristocratic families and chased them out of the imperial court. Li Wangyu felt very proud and carefree. Thinking of this, he could not help but look towards the northwest and toast to Monk Wen Zai. At this moment, he heard the doctor of the restaurant invite a guest to sit in the VIP room next door. Soon, the voices of the few people talking could be heard. The VIP room of the restaurant was only separated by a screen. Naturally, it was not soundproof. Even if he and Niu Wu did not want to hear the conversation next door, they could still hear it very clearly. Li Wangyu had just picked up a cup of wine and poured it into his mouth. When he heard the conversation in the VIP room next door, he almost spat out all the wine in his mouth. Chapter 700. In the private room next door was a group of scholars. After instructing the restaurant's doctor to bring them food and wine, they began to talk loudly. Brothers, speaking of the restaurant where we're drinking today, there's an interesting story. Do you know about it? Haha, Brother Fan, it's not like you don't know. We're all students participating in the spring examination. How would we know about the interesting stories of the restaurants in Chang'an City? Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us, what's so interesting about this restaurant? The owner of this restaurant is an interesting person. During the Lantern Festival, he didn't receive any guests. Instead, he hung countless riddles in front of the restaurant. Anyone who guessed the riddles correctly could enter and drink for free. There's such a good thing? Then the owner of this restaurant is indeed interesting. Brother Fan, you're from Chang'an. Did you enter this restaurant to drink for free during the Lantern Festival? The voice in the private room next door paused for a moment. Then, the Confucian scholar's voice was heard. Brother Shangguan, if you don't mention this, we'll still be good friends. When Li Wangyu heard this, he almost spat out the wine in his mouth. Could it be that the man next door also transmigrated from the future? Why did these words sound so familiar? Why do you say this, Brother Fan? We've all seen Brother Fan's essays and poems. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll definitely pass the spring examination. Could it be that with Brother Fan's great talent, you can't guess the riddles? Someone asked, puzzled. The man sighed and helplessly replied, if it were just ordinary riddles, of course I could. But when I wandered into this restaurant, the owner of the restaurant removed the riddles and replaced them with 10 questions, which he posted in front of the door. These 10 questions, let alone me, no one in Chang'an City could answer during the Lantern Festival. Naturally, I couldn't drink this free wine. His words immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. What kind of questions could baffle all the Confucian scholars of Chang'an City? There's such a thing? Does Brother Fan still remember the 10 questions? Why don't you tell us about it? Someone was unconvinced and asked. Of course I remember. You can all try. If you can answer them, I'll treat you to a banquet today. Listen carefully. The first question is a question. There is a word that everyone who sees it will mistake. Type that word. The second question is, in a year, which month has 28 days? The third question. There was no sound in the room next door. Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud. It was interesting that his sudden change of mind to make things difficult for Li Gang and Yu Shernan had attracted such resentment from the scholars of Chang'an. What kind of damned questions are these? Brother Fan, who is the owner of this restaurant? Why would they come up with such a difficult question? Some people couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. After hearing the answer, they couldn't help but be speechless. It was quite a while before they asked indignantly. I don't know who the owner of this restaurant is, but I do know who came up with these questions. Oh? Brother Fan, quickly tell me, who is so despicable? When the owner of the restaurant set the questions that day, he had already written that these difficult riddles were all written by the county earl who founded the country. Brothers, what do you think? Do you have any ideas? What? County earl? Li Zio? No wonder. It was written by the little immortal poet. That makes sense. Haha, how can I compare to the little immortal poet's great talent? Li Wangyu was stunned by this person's words. Little immortal poet? Is he talking about me? Since when did I have the title of little immortal poet? But immortal poet is immortal poet. Why add the word little? Li Wangyu shook his head, feeling a little smug. He raised his head and drank another cup of wine. Haha, I can copy the title of little immortal poet just by copying poems. But I wonder how the immortal poet Li Tai Bai will live in the future? This guy's skin is getting thicker and thicker. Not only is he not ashamed, but he is also somewhat proud. A voice came from the room next door. Brothers, you may not know, but in Chang'an, no one calls Li Zio little immortal poet. Behind his back, they all call him Bai's County Earl. Haha. Li Wangyu heard this and could not help but raise his eyebrows. He pricked up his ears and wanted to hear why he was called Bai's County Earl. Brother Fan, are you trying to reconcile? What do you mean by Bai's? Haha, Bai's is an ancient mythical beast. It knows astronomy, geography, and trifles. After being tortured by his 10 questions, the students in Chang'an were both impressed and annoyed. They wanted to scold him, but they did not know how to do so. They did not know whether to laugh or cry, so they simply called him Bai's County Earl. Haha, so it is. It is very vivid. Interesting, interesting. Interesting, your sister. You are the mythical beast. You are not a human. Li Wangyu ridiculed in his heart, but he shook his head helplessly. It seems that the brain teasers really made these scholars of the Tang Dynasty uncomfortable. Even Niu Wu, who was beside him, looked like he was trying to hold back his laughter. Li Wangyu looked at him and rolled his eyes. In the room next door, a group of Confucian scholars was still talking about him. Brother Fan, I wonder what poems the little immortal poet has written recently? Of course there are. Have you heard of Li Zio's 2 poems about the Lantern Festival? I have not heard of them. Brother Fan, please recite them for us. The voices in the room next door naturally reached the ears of the singer, who was playing the zither for Li Wangyu. As a woman, she naturally loved Li Wangyu's 2 poems about the Lantern Festival. Hearing this, the singer did not wait for Li Wangyu's order. She immediately plucked the strings of the pipa in her arms and began to sing Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve. As soon as the song started, no one in the room next door spoke. They all began to listen to the singer's voice. Looking for her thousands of times, suddenly looking back, she is in the waning light. The song was sung 3 times before she stopped. Suddenly, there was a burst of applause in the room next door. This is the little immortal poet's new work? Amazing, truly amazing. It really makes people unable to stop loving it. The little immortal poet really is the little immortal poet. Qu'est-ce with this poem about the Lantern Festival, how can we write poems during the Lantern Festival in the future? That is indeed the case. Since the Bai's County Count wrote this poem about the Lantern Festival, from now on, who would dare to write a poem about the Lantern Festival? Wouldn't that be like displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert? Immediately, someone gently knocked on the partition screen and said, "Sorry to disturb you. Could you please ask the singer to sing the other poem as well?" The singer raised her eyes to look at Li Wangyu. Seeing him nod, she plucked the strings again and began to sing Xianxia, New Year's Eve. Last year on the Lantern Festival, the lights of the flower market were bright as day. The moon was high above the willow branches, and people made an appointment at dusk. The room was silent again. Everyone listened attentively, afraid of missing a word. Since they were all students participating in the spring examination, their knowledge was naturally quite good. After listening to the 2 poems about the Lantern Festival, the room was abnormally quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a long time, Li Wangyu heard a sigh coming from the other room. The Lantern Festival's poetry will be finished from now on. The sentence, "The moon was high above the willow branches, and people made an appointment at dusk," made people's hearts yearn. The little immortal poet really lives up to her name. In the field of poetry, Li Zio should be called teacher. Since ancient times, the word teacher was extraordinary. It meant that the one who reached the top was the teacher. The scholar was the elder, so he was called teacher. Li Wangyu was 17 years old. For these scholars to be willing to call him teacher, one could see his current position in their hearts. Chapter 701. When Niu Wu heard the words from the room next door, he could not help but wink at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu pretended to be calm, putting on a straight face and coughing lightly. He looked like he did not care, but he was actually feeling really good inside. Naturally, he felt really good hearing someone praise him in secret, but he still put on an act. Niu Wu knew his Longjuan's temperament, so he just grinned and did not expose him. On the other hand, the songstress looked at the master and servant pair weirdly. The Confucians next door were praising County Earl Hu. So what was the meaning of their expressions? Another voice came from the room next door. I heard that the imperial court is preparing to attack the Turks again? Do you know about this? When Li Wangyu heard this, he frowned. He did know about this matter. In the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi ordered Minister of War Li Jing as the general manager and Zhang Gongjin as the deputy general manager to attack the Turks. It was also in this battle that Pai Lupi finally took revenge for the humiliation of being forced by Jelly Khan to sign the Wei River Alliance, destroying the Turks in one fell swoop. However, Li Wangyu did not know about this matter from Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, or Li Jing. He only knew about it from history books. How did these Confucians know about such a secret of the imperial court? It had only been 3 months, and the matter of attacking the Turks had already caused such an uproar? We do not know about this matter, so how did Brother Shangguan know? Brother Zhu, have you forgotten that Brother Lu and I are both from Hunan? When the two of us left for Chang'an, the Zhatsong House of Hunan had already started to recruit soldiers and was preparing to move to Longyu. As such, I believe that they are going to attack the grassland. When Li Wangyu heard this, he understood why this Confucian scholar could guess this matter. This Confucian scholar surnamed Shangguan was smart to be able to guess that the imperial court was going to attack the Turks. During the early Tang Dynasty, the soldiers were farmers who cultivated the land. They trained during the farm breaks and joined the army during wartime. Since they were going to use soldiers against the Turks, the imperial army in Chang'an was clearly not enough, so they had to recruit soldiers from the various prefectures. Due to the current traffic situation in the Tang Dynasty, it would take up to a year to prepare for the deployment of troops. Therefore, it was normal for Hebei province to begin recruiting troops after receiving the order. Naturally, such a large-scale conscription of prefectural soldiers could not be hidden from the world. In ancient times, it was a joke to try to keep it a secret before a large-scale war. Li Wangyu knew that he had thought wrongly before, so he was too lazy to pay attention to it and continued to drink his wine with Niu Wu. The few Confucian scholars next door were discussing the matter of the imperial court dispatching troops to the grasslands, and the topic of conversation eventually came back to Li Wangyu. Speaking of the imperial court sending troops to the grasslands, I think of the poem, Leaving the Fortress by the Little Immortal Poet. Speaking of which, it is quite strange. As far as I know, the Little Immortal Poet is only 17 years old this year. He has never been to the border and has no experience in the army. How could he write such a vigorous poem? Could it be that there are people in this world who are born with knowledge? Brother Lu, you're getting carried away. What kind of person is the Little Immortal Poem? How can he be mentioned in the same breath as others? He is the imperial tutor. Brother Lu, throughout history, has there been anyone like the Little Immortal Poet, who is only 16 years old and can be the imperial tutor of the crown prince? Haha, Brother Shangguan is right. It's my fault. With the Little Immortal Poet's poem, Leaving the Fortress, it is like 2 poems of the Spring Lantern Festival. How can the later generations write it? It is difficult to surpass such a classic work. That's true. The Little Immortal Poet is not giving the later generations a chance to write poems. Haha, come, everyone, let's drink to the Little Immortal Poet's Leaving the Fortress and to this masterpiece of a frontier poem. Frontier poems were the favorite subject of the Tang Dynasty poets. Before the Tang Dynasty, there were no more than 200 frontier poems collected. In the Tang Dynasty, there were more than 2,000 frontier poems collected in the Complete Tang Dynasty Poems alone. It could be seen that the Tang Dynasty people loved frontier poems. Of course, the poem that Li Wangyu had plagiarized from Wang Chongling's Leaving the Fortress was indeed a representative work of frontier fortress poetry. It could be said to be one of the 7 masterpieces of the Tang Dynasty. It was normal for the Confucian scholars to give it such a high evaluation. There was a burst of noisy drinking in the room next door. When Li Wangyu heard it, he couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Li Wangyu was already drunk. His brain was dizzy from the stimulation of alcohol. When he heard those Confucian scholars say that there were no classics in frontier poems, he couldn't help but want to show off. He didn't care whether he would scare others or not. He picked up his chopsticks, knocked on the bowl and plate, and loudly recited. The yellow river far away among the white clouds, a lonely city of 10,000 mountains. When these 2 lines of the poem came out, the room next door, which was noisy just now, suddenly became quiet again. These 2 lines describe the magnificent scenery of the frontier fortress in the northwest. From the rolling waves of the yellow river to the lonely city on the frontier, it created a sense of desolation and loneliness. The several Confucian scholars looked at each other, the hands holding the wine cups stiffening. A lonely city connected the frontier fortress with the sorrow of separation. This poem was very wonderful. They couldn't help but all perk up their ears, ready to listen to the next line. Why should the Chong flute blame the willows? The spring breeze does not cross the jade gate. The nostalgia of the frontier soldiers seemed to spread out. The magnificence and desolation of the frontier fortress, the sorrow and heroism of the soldiers who couldn't return home. Wang Zhihuan's masterpiece, another classic frontier fortress poem of the Tang Dynasty, had been plagiarized by the shameless Li Wangyu. And those Confucian scholars didn't know how to react. Awkward, really awkward. This was simply a slap in the face. Just a moment ago, everyone was praising the little immortal poet's frontier poem, saying that it was the masterpiece of the world. But in the next room, someone immediately recited a poem that was on par with her? Everyone even doubted if they had heard wrongly. But that songstress's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she immediately plucked the strings of her zither again, opening her mouth to sing the poem Li Wangyu recited, Leaving the Frontier. After the songstress finished singing, Li Wangyu still hadn't had his fill. He recited another poem. Grape wine in a luminous cup, the lute immediately urges me to drink. Lying drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from a campaign? The clouds of the Qinghai Mountains, the lonely city looks at the Jade Gate. The yellow sand wears the golden armor after 100 battles. Lu Lan won't return until it's broken. Today, he was sending off monk Wen Zai, so he was originally feeling melancholy. Now that he had drunk a few cups of wine, under the stimulation of alcohol, he didn't care and recited several wonderful frontier poems. Li Wangyu felt good. The songstress was stunned. All the Confucian scholars were stunned. Separated by a screen, everyone could only hear the sound, but not see the person. At this moment, besides shock, there were only 10,000 alpacas galloping through their hearts. Damn it, when did frontier poems become a specialty in this field? And they were sold wholesale? They had only praised the little immortal poet's frontier poem, and now they were fighting? Moreover, every single one of them was actually so magnificent and full of ambition. All the Confucian scholars were sluggish for a long time. After carefully pondering over these frontier poems, they had to admit that these poems were on par with the little immortal poet's Leaving the Frontier. Brothers, come, let's drink. I hope that all of you can pass this year's spring examination. Yes, let's drink. Haha, the taste of today's wine is really good. In the room, the Confucian scholars were stunned for a long time before someone interrupted. Everyone closed their mouths and didn't talk about the poem anymore. They greeted each other and drank, erasing the awkwardness from just now. Chapter 702. In the past, when they heard Li Wangyu's poems, they would come to meet the poet and make friends with him. But today, when they were flattering the goddess of poetry, they were directly slapped in the face by the unknown guy in the next room. Under such embarrassment, how could they have the nerve to make friends with him? Therefore, they could only persuade each other to drink and pretend that they didn't hear the poem. Of course, in everyone's hearts, these few poems were firmly engraved in their minds. They planned to find someone to ask who these few poems were later. Brothers, by the way, you should know about the gold theft case in Xinghua Temple, which has caused a stir in Chang'an City recently, right? What do you think? The Confucian scholars simply changed the topic and talked about the hottest thing in Chang'an City recently. This extremely bizarre case naturally attracted the gossips of everyone in Chang'an City and incessantly discussed it. Even though they were Confucian scholars who came to Chang'an City to attend the imperial examination in spring, they also knew about it. Of course I know. Tut, this case is really strange. It's a million tales of gold. I was born in an official's family, but I have never seen so much gold. Haha, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. I haven't even seen 10,000 taels of gold, let alone 1,000,000 taels of gold. Haha, none of us have seen it either. The strange thing is that so much gold disappeared just like that. To tell you the truth, I don't quite believe that it was those aristocratic families who were greedy. If they were really greedy, why didn't they run away? Why did they stay in Xinghua Temple? Brother Shangguan, you're right, but it's also strange. I heard from the people in the Ministry of Justice that those troops were very sure that before the side hall where the gold was stored caught fire, they saw with their own eyes that the gold was in the side hall. If so, I'm afraid that only immortals could transport the gold away. Haha, Brother Lu, don't joke. Do immortals need to steal gold? Immortals can turn stone into gold by themselves, right? Haha, you're right. I was wrong. However, in this gold theft case in Xinghua Temple, not only the gold of the 5 families and 7 kings was lost, but also the gold of the sage, Duke Lu, Duke Zhang, and Duke Lai were also lost. Even the goddess of poetry lost 80,000 taels of gold. It's really a heavy loss. Tisk. TSK. Speaking of which, I admire the little immortal poet the most. You are indeed worthy of being the Bays County Earl. It was said that when the little immortal poet was chased out of the clan by the Li clan of Hu County, she led an old servant and started from scratch. In less than a year, she had earned Noda's family business and was also conferred a title by the saint. She was really amazing. Although I lost 80,000 taels of gold this time, in my opinion, it is nothing. Little immortal poem will definitely be able to earn it back. The group of Confucian scholars also nodded repeatedly. They admired Li Wangyu to the core. Not only was his literary talent outstanding, but in terms of poetry, no one in the world could surpass him. Moreover, his ability to earn money was comparable to Xianxia, Tao Shang, Zhu Gong, and Fan Li. It could not help but be envious. Li Wangyu was already drunk at the moment. When he heard this, he actually found an excuse to interrupt and said, "Haha, it's just some useless things. It's not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning." When his words fell into the ears of the group of Confucian scholars, they became even more displeased. They felt that the people in the cubicle were not tactful at all. "We are talking, how can this person be so impolite?" The group of Confucian scholars were all students participating in this year's spring examination. They were not from Chang'an, so they naturally did not want to cause trouble. Although they were unhappy, they did not argue with him and pretended not to hear him. "Brothers, you don't know that the Li clan of Hu County is regretting it to the point that his intestines are turning green. Little immortal poet, such a godly figure, was actually chased out of the clan by them. They really have eyes but can't see. Now in Chang'an, who doesn't laugh at them? Bah, serves them right. This kind of clan is unworthy of being a member of the Li Tang clan. The saint should have chased them out of the clan." When Li Wangyu heard this, he almost couldn't help but applaud the Confucian scholars in the cubicle. Sure enough, the eyes of the crowd were as bright as snow. If it weren't for the fact that the Li clan of Hu County was very well behaved and that they were still relatives, Li Wangyu would have already made trouble for the Li clan of Hu County. However, if he ruined his own reputation in order to deal with the Li clan of Hu County, that would not be good. Therefore, Li Wangyu restrained himself and did not seek trouble with the elders of the Tao Tai clan. At this time, when he heard the Confucian scholars curse the Li clan of Hu County, he naturally felt happy. He interjected, "Well said. Well said." The group of Confucian scholars in the elegant room were stunned. None of them understood what was going on with the guest next door. In the Tang Dynasty, it was rare to see someone respond like this. Some of the Confucian scholars felt that it was inappropriate for them to impudently talk about the imperial clan, not to mention that there was a shameless eavesdropping person in the cubicle. Therefore, they did not respond and directly changed the topic to this year's spring examination. "Brothers, do you all know? The imperial court has already announced that the rules for this year's spring examination are different from previous years. It is said that the examination papers will be copied and sealed?" "That's right, it is indeed so. It is said that the changes in the spring examination were also the idea of the immortal poet. This plan is very clever. In this way, why do we need to care about the examinees who have submitted their papers? Speaking of this, I feel very carefree in my heart and should drink a toast. With this sealing of the papers, we don't need to worry about cheating in the spring examination. We brothers have studied hard for many years and can also display our talents. Haha, we should drink a cup to victory." Speaking of which, The person I admire the most right now is none other than the immortal poet. Not to mention his poems and essays. Just the immortal poet's engraving printing technique is a blessing for us scholars. Brother Shangguan is right. What I admire even more is the water wheel and four-wheeled carriage that the immortal poet created. This is something that will benefit the country and the people for thousands of years. If I can learn from the immortal poet and benefit the people, then my years of study will not be in vain. If I can become the immortal poet's disciple, I would rather not take this year's spring examination. Brother Lu's words are exactly what I want to say. After the scholar surnamed Lu and Shangguan said these words, the crowd of Confucian scholars burst into laughter. Haha, Brother Lu and Brother Shangguan don't joke like this. Why don't you see who the immortal poet's disciples are? Not to mention the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu. Even Junior Supervisor Yen and Imperial Censor Ma, one is a 4th-rank Imperial Censor and the other is a 6th-rank Imperial Censor. It is not easy for Brother Lu and Brother Shangguan to become the immortal poet's disciple. Passing the spring examination is easy, but becoming the immortal poet's disciple is too difficult. Brother Lu and Brother Shangguan, do you still have the extravagant hope of becoming classmates with the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu? Li Wangyu was dizzy when he heard the Confucian scholars next door dismissing the two of them. He couldn't help but laugh and say inarticulately, why not? You, the two of you, as long as you pass this year's spring examination, I will accept the two of you as my younger children. When his words fell into the ears of the group of Confucian scholars, they were first stunned and then became furious. What an arrogant guest! It was one thing to rudely interrupt time and time again, but now he actually dared to speak such drunken nonsense? Everyone could hear that the guest in the next room was very drunk and couldn't speak clearly. He actually came to take advantage of them and said that he wanted to accept Shangguan and Lu as his disciples. Who did he think he was? Did he really think that just because he drank a few cups of wine, he was a character like the immortal poet? At this time, the Confucian scholars couldn't care less. In a moment of anger, they directly pushed open the partition screen in the room, wanting to see what kind of crazy person was so rude. When Niu Wu saw the Confucian scholars angrily push open the partition, he quickly stood up and prepared to stop them. Just as he was making a ruckus, he heard a burst of noise from the back of the room. Wahahaha, I told you that I didn't see wrong. Isn't the person sitting downstairs the middle of that brat Zio's residence? That bastard Zio must be drinking and making merry here. Let's find him and settle the score. Hearing these words, Li Wangyu, who was still dizzy a moment ago, suddenly quivered. Chapter 703. To be able to make such a sound that could make Li Wangyu tremble in fear, other than Cheng Yaojin, there was only Cheng Chumo, that dandy. The group of dandy were carefully led to the 3rd floor by the restaurant's manager and doctor, who were smiling apologetically. They pushed open the door to Li Wangyu's private room. Seeing that it was indeed Li Wangyu and Niu Wu in the private room, the dandy laughed and scolded. Damn it, this kid is drinking and making merry here. He actually didn't call his brothers. He really deserves a beating. Ziyu, you bastard, you made us run around like donkeys, and you came to the restaurant to have fun. KSK, you even called a singer. Li Wangyu, you bastard, you've learned bad things. Everyone, don't talk nonsense with this kid. Today, we must make this kid drink, otherwise, we won't be able to vent our anger. This bastard, he sent us to manage the Wangyu Charity Hall, but he came here to have fun. Brothers, today, we must not let this kid off. As soon as the dandies saw Li Wangyu, they shouted to beat him up. Li Wangyu, who was already drunk, looked at the situation and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Even his drunkenness sobered up a lot. He naturally knew why the dandy were like this and knew that he was in the wrong. He quickly stood up and bowed to the dandy. Hee, brothers, good day. Ziyu greets all my brothers. Haha, it's been a few days since we last met, and I've missed all of you. I didn't expect to meet all of you here in this restaurant. Come, brothers, please take a seat. Today, this little brother will be treating, and we won't leave until we're drunk. The Wangyu Charity Hall that Li Wangyu set up on a whim was not short of money, but there were many things that needed people to do. March was the time for spring sowing, but last year, a large area of Guangzhong Road was hit by a disaster. Even though Pai Lupi issued a decree to waive last year's rent, it was still a drop in the bucket, and the people were now crying for food. Although the government also provided disaster relief, It could only ensure that the people of Guangzhou Road did not starve to death. At this time, Wang Yu Charity Hall, which was not short of money, could play a role. With the support of Empress Zhang Sun and a group of top playboys in Chang'an, the Wang Yu Charity Hall did not encounter any resistance in the Guangzhou circuit. But even if he had the money, it wasn't easy to run a charity hall. Whether it was counting the number of farmers affected by the disaster or distributing food, it was a very complicated matter. The debauches didn't understand this either. Although they had their own stewards to help them, they were still very busy. He sent someone to ask Li Wang Yu for help, but at that time, Li Wang Yu was busy digging a hole for the 5 surnames and 7 factions. How could he care about these things? He repeatedly said that he was not free and refused. Moreover, with his temperament, he didn't have the patience to do these things. He had always been the one who only cared about setting fires and not cleaning up. Li Wang Yu did not expect that he would be caught red-handed by these foppish playboys when he came to this restaurant to relax after seeing Monk Wen Zai off outside Chang'an City and wanted to have a drink on the way back. Cheng Chumo ignored Li Wang Yu and went forward to grab him by the collar and scolded jokingly. "Don't talk nonsense, Zio, you scoundrel. You left so many things to us. You tell us what to do." Niu Wu knew that the debauches were joking with his Lang Jun and did not stop them. He just laughed and watched the fun. Li Wang Yu saw that the debauches were coming at him aggressively and decided to play rogue. He spread his hands and said, "Brothers, this little brother's 50 kilograms is here. If you are not satisfied, then you can deal with me however you want." His shameless appearance made the debauches laugh. "Feng Yai," I simply shouted. "Beat him!" Then the group of debauches rushed forward and pressed Li Wang Yu to the floor and ravaged him for a while. The scene in the elegant room shocked the group of Confucian scholars. They had originally planned to denounce the person in the room and see who was constantly interrupting them. They didn't expect that before they could open their mouths, they would encounter such a scene. Although the Confucian scholars didn't know who the debauches were, they could see from their clothes and the precious jade ornaments on their waists that they were nobles that they couldn't afford to offend. The Confucian scholars were just about to return to their own elegant rooms when they heard the conversation between the debauches and Li Wang Yu. They couldn't help but be surprised. Li Wang Yu? Zio? The Confucian scholars looked at each other in disbelief. They were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Could this be the famous county count of Hu County that they had been discussing all this time? Li Wang Yu, Li Zio? They thought back to the poem that the person in the room had recited. If it was said by the immortal poet herself, wouldn't it all make sense? No wonder. In this world, besides the immortal poet, who else could compose such a poem? The Confucian scholars suddenly felt that today was truly the blessing of the Tao ancestor. They had run over to this restaurant and were actually able to see the immortal poet herself. They were truly too happy. The Confucian scholars were all scholars. Although their eyes were constantly emitting a scorching light, they didn't scream like the fans of later generations would when they saw their idol. They could be considered to have excellent self-restraint. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that in the eyes of these Confucian scholars, Li Wang Yu was no different from the superstars of later generations. The debauches ravaged Li Wang Yu for a while before pulling Li Wang Yu up from the floor. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest and his clothes were as dirty as rags. Only after the crowd had finished laughing did they notice the group of Confucian scholars standing uneasily in the elegant room. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but curiously ask, "Zio, who are these people?" Li Wang Yu looked over and couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew that these Confucian scholars were his fans in the elegant room just now. Li Wang Yu said, "They are all students participating in this year's spring imperial examination." "Oh, that's right. I just chatted with you for a long time. I still don't know your names?" His last sentence was naturally directed at the group of Confucian scholars. Since this group of Confucian scholars had flattered him for a long time today, Li Wang Yu was naturally willing to chat with them. "Greetings, sir. I am from Shanzhou of Hunan Province. My surname is Shangguan and my given name is Yi." "Greetings, sir. I am from Bianzhou of Hunan Province. My surname is Liu and my given name is Ren Gue." "Greetings, sir." The group of Confucian scholars immediately respectfully bowed to Li Wang Yu and then reported their names one by one. The others didn't matter, but 2 of them made Li Wang Yu feel slightly surprised. Shangguan Yi? Liu Rengue? Li Wang Yu felt that it was really interesting. He came to the Kong family restaurant to drink today, and he could also meet 2 famous people in the history of the early Tang Dynasty, the future prime minister of the Tang Dynasty. Shangguan Yi himself was needless to say, but the key point was that he also had a granddaughter, the talented woman Shangguan Wan, Lu Rengui was a famous prime minister in the early Tang Dynasty. During the period when he was guarding Beich, he rescued Xinlua and defeated the allied forces of Japan and Beich at the Battle of Jianghu. Li Wangyu remembered that Shangguan Yi had become a monk in his early years, and later became an official as a jinshi. Was he the jinshi who participated in the spring imperial examination in the third year of Zhengguan? After hearing the introduction of the Confucian scholars, Cheng Chumo and the others just nodded slightly, then turned their heads and ordered the manager of the restaurant to remove the previous wine and dishes and prepare a table of dishes. This group of foppish rich people didn't have the patience to know any Confucian scholars, and they had no interest in these candidates who were preparing to participate in the spring imperial examination. Li Wangyu didn't say anything. After all, he had been in the Tang Dynasty for a long time. Speaking of his current status, he was much higher than Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui. Chang Yaojin, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and other famous people in the Tang Dynasty, he didn't have the excitement of meeting Ma Zhou for the first time when he first came to the Tang Dynasty. Therefore, when Li Wangyu heard the names of Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui, he was just a little surprised, and didn't have any other thoughts. However, Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui knelt down in front of Li Wangyu. Chapter 704. Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui's actions scared the wastrels. They couldn't figure out what the two were doing. The group of Confucian scholars immediately understood the two's actions and couldn't help but reveal looks of envy. Li Wangyu was also somewhat baffled by the two's actions. Brother Shangguan, Brother Lu, what is the meaning of this? He had drunk so much that he had forgotten what he had said before. Now that he had made a fuss with the wastrels, he had sobered up a lot. However, he didn't remember that he had said that he would accept the two as his disciples. Teacher said earlier that if the two of us were lucky enough to pass this year's spring imperial examination, teacher would accept us as his disciples. I don't know if teacher's words still count? Li Wangyu was stunned. Did he say that? How come he didn't have any impression of it? He looked at Niu Wu and asked if this was true. Niu Wu was also speechless. He could only nod silently, indicating that this was indeed what Li Wangyu had said earlier. After receiving Niu Wu's confirmation, Li Wangyu was also dumbfounded. He had really agreed to accept Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui as his disciples? Li Wangyu had a headache. He subconsciously wanted to find an excuse to refuse. However, when he saw Lu Rengui and Shangguan Yi kneeling on the ground and their eyes filled with anticipation, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Forget it. In any case, one sheep was already herded, and a flock of sheep was also released. 2 more disciples was no big deal. Thinking about Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Shangguan Yi, and Lu Rengui were all his disciples, it seemed quite interesting. Looking at Pai Lupi's meaning, that brat Li Ji should also acknowledge him as his teacher in the future. After this mess, the historians in the future would have a headache when they researched the history of Zhangguan Yan. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu nodded slightly at Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui on the ground. Since I said this before, I won't go back on my words. After this year's spring imperial examination, if the two of you can pass, go to Hu County's Dingzhou village to find me. I will accept the two of you. But if it doesn't, then there's no need to mention it again. Shangguan Yi said happily, Teacher, don't worry. Brother Lu and I are both candidates for this year's examination. I will definitely not embarrass you. I will definitely pass this year. That's right. Don't worry, teacher. If I can't become a grand scholar, how can I have the face to acknowledge you as my master? Brother Shangguan and I are confident that we can pass this year's spring quarter examination, Lu Rengui said without hesitation. Li Wangyu didn't doubt that the two of them could pass the imperial examinations. What a joke! If the 2 future prime ministers of the Tang Dynasty couldn't even pass the spring imperial examination, who else could? After receiving Li Wangyu's confirmation, Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui were overjoyed. As for the other Confucian scholars, they were all filled with envy. They hated themselves for not saying that they wanted to take the little immortal poem as their master. Anyone would understand how great the benefits of being Li Wangyu's disciple were. Even though Li Wangyu looked like he was 17 this year, and they were much older than him, so what? The young man in front of them was not only famous in Chang'an, but he was also the imperial preceptor of the crown prince. If they took him as their master, wouldn't it mean that they would also be close to the crown prince? If the crown prince inherited the throne in the future, would Li Wangyou's disciples not have a good future? These Confucian scholars naturally didn't think that Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue, who they called brothers, would be able to become the prime ministers of the Tang dynasty in the future even if they didn't rely on Li Wangyou's influence. Li Wangyou said, "Well, since the spring quarter examination is around the corner, you two should review your homework well. Don't be careless. You also know that this year's imperial examination requires you to copy the exam papers. If you don't have real talent, it won't be easy for you to pass. If you can't pass the imperial examinations, don't blame me for not opening the door for you too." "Yes, teacher, you're right. Brother Lu and I will definitely not let you down." Li Wangyou said a few more words to them and then indicated that they could go back. This group of Confucian scholars knew that Li Wangyou was here, so they didn't dare to continue drinking in the private room. After they respectfully saluted Li Wangyou, they hurriedly left. After Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue left, Fang Yai asked curiously, "Zio, can the two students who want to take you as their master really pass the spring quarter examination this year?" "It's not easy to pass the spring quarter examination." Li Wangyou said, "Haha, I believe in them. Brother Yai, just wait and see. I'm sure they will pass." The foppish young masters didn't quite believe his words, but they didn't care. After all, whether the two students passed or not had nothing to do with them. "Don't talk about that. Come on, everyone, let's drink. Today, we must make that bastard Zio drunk." Chung Chumo raised his glass and shouted, which attracted the response of the foppish young masters. The private room suddenly became noisy. Needless to say, Li Wangyou was drunk again. The next day, he rubbed his temples and got up from the bed. He took the hangover soup from his beautiful boss and drank it in one gulp. Then he said painfully, "I will never drink with Chung Chumo and his group of bastards again." His beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him and said, "Humph, you say that every time, but when have you ever done it? Wangyou, don't forget that you are not 26 years old now. Your body is only 17 years old. Getting drunk like this is not good for your body." Li Wangyou said with a cheeky smile, Yes, my wife cares about me." "Humph, who's your wife?" Li Wangyou grabbed his beautiful boss's soft arm and imitated the tone of the bully in the TV series as he teased. "What's wrong? Do you want to break off the engagement? To tell you the truth, today you have to obey, even if you don't want to." The beautiful boss didn't bother to pay attention to him. She reached out and pinched his ribs. Li Wangyou was in so much pain that he immediately let go and said, It hurts. Chongqing, do you want to kill your husband? Stop pretending. Get up quickly. Chung Chumo and the others have been here for a long time. They are waiting for you in the restaurant downstairs." The beautiful boss smiled and pulled him up. Li Wangyou was speechless. He put his hand to his forehead and said, "My God, what are they doing here again? Are they going to ask me to drink again? Chongqing, go and tell them that I am sick." "Well, I am very sick and can't go out for a few days." The beautiful boss said, "Don't worry, they are not asking you to drink. They said that today the charity hall will go to the south of the city and give food and clothing to the poor families. You have the nerve to set up a charity hall and leave it all to Cheng Chumo and the others? Hee, isn't it true that the able do more work? Besides, I am also very busy. Didn't I just earn 80,000 taels of gold for the family recently?" Li Wangyou was really lazy. He really didn't want to run out and do good deeds with the rich playboys. It was not that he didn't have a heart, but this guy felt that since he had spent the money, why couldn't he be the boss? He spent the money, and the rich playboys spent the effort. It was fair and reasonable. However, since Chung Chumo and the others had already come knocking on his door, Li Wangyou also knew that he would definitely not be able to escape today. He could only sigh and climb up from the bed. When his beautiful superior helped him change his clothes, this guy did not forget to take advantage of her, causing her to roll her eyes to almost reach the sky. The beautiful boss slapped away the soft hand on her chest and said in a coaxing tone, "Well, be good, go early and come back early. I will wait for you to come back for dinner." After that, she kissed him on the face. Finally, this guy happily left the room and went to the restaurant. Chapter 705. Dingzhou Village, Huxian County. In the dining hall of the Lai Hot Manor, a group of playboys were eating all kinds of exquisite food served by Lai Hot's maidservants. They were complaining about Li Wangyou's dawdling. Li Wangyou, who had just walked into the hall, was almost angered to death. This group of animals. Yesterday he was drunk until he was unconscious and had not woken up since noon. They, on the other hand, were fine. Each of them looked lively and lively. Just looking at them made him angry. Moreover, before he passed out yesterday, he vaguely remembered that he had ordered Niu Wu to return to Dingzhou village. He did not dare to stay in Chang'an City because he was afraid that the playboys would drag him to do something about the charity. But this morning, not only did this group of playboys ride to Dingzhou village, but they also came to his residence to eat breakfast. How hateful! Li Heng. There is no extra food in the residence. In the future, if there are any bad guests, don't give them any food. It's a waste of food. He purposely spoke in a loud voice so that the silk pants could hear him. What he got in response was 10 middle fingers in unison to show his disdain. The old housekeeper Li Heng naturally just laughed and did not take it seriously. He knew that his Lang Jun was just joking with the playboys. Li Wangyu snatched the soup dumplings in front of Fang Yai and put them into his mouth. He complained, "Brothers, do you have to be like this? Early in the morning, you came to my residence to block me. Those who know will say that we are doing good deeds. Those who don't know will think that I owe you a lot of money." Cheng Chumo glared at him fiercely. "Ziyu, you bastard, if we did not block you today, would you have obediently followed us to do things? Let me ask you, since the establishment of this Wang Yu charity hall, have you ever been to it? Do you know where the door of the hall is?" "That's right, this brat actually threw the matter to us. It's really hateful." The playboys echoed. Li Wangyu knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't try to defend himself. Instead, he raised his hands in surrender. "I was wrong. Elder brothers, you are right. Today, I will follow your arrangements without any objections." Speaking of which, Li Wangyu also felt that it was strange. He originally thought that the hedonists were just a name for the charity hall. After all, the hedonists had their eyes on the good reputation that doing good deeds could bring. In Chang'an, it was easy to talk about caring for the young, supporting the old, helping the poor, and alleviating the sick. However, this group of silk pants actually seemed to be addicted to it. Not only did they do it themselves, but they also enjoyed it. This attitude made Li Wangyu very confused. Were these still the same foppish young masters who had nothing better to do and would either go to Peace Square or the Hu People's taverns to drink and have fun? Could it be that, like him, her soul had been replaced by someone else? Li Wangyu was a little confused. Could it be that doing good deeds could also be addictive? Okay, let's hurry up and finish eating. Today, we are going to Peace Square and Yongyang Square to give cold clothes and food to the widows, and the disabled. Don't waste any more time. Cheng Chumo clapped his hands and called out. Peace Square and Yongyang Square were west of the Dazhao baseball stadium, in the southwest corner of Chang'an City. In the huge Chang'an City, high officials and nobles had always lived in the north of the city. The west of the city was mostly inhabited by merchants and rich merchants. Most of the Hu people also lived there. There were also many merchants in the east of the city, plus the ordinary officials of the imperial court and the more affluent people. In Chang'an City, the further south it was, the poorer it was. Many of the squares in the south of the city were more like villages outside the city. Not only were the walls of the square only made of yellow mud, but there were also large areas of farmland within the walls. The houses of the people were mostly made of yellow mud and thatch, just like Dingzhou village. They were dilapidated and could be called the slums of Chang'an City. Peace Square and Yongyang Square were located in the most remote southwest corner. They were also surrounded by the walls of Weiguo City, so they were the most barren places in the south of the city. Li Wangyu demolished Dynasty Square and Zhaoxing Square to build the baseball stadium. They were originally in the same situation, but they were relatively more convenient for transportation, so they were chosen by Li Wangyu. The people who took the money and sold the land to Li Wangyu were quite happy. The people of Dynasty Square and Zhaoxing Square could definitely be considered the first group of people in Wuxia who got rich by demolishing. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that they got rich, but Li Wangyu did not mistreat the people of these two squares. The money he gave them was enough for them to find other squares to settle down and buy property, and they still had some money left over. After knowing the plans of the playboys today, Li Wangyu nodded and focused on eating breakfast. However, he heard Chai Lingwu say, "Zio, today we came to Dingzhou village to look for you, not just to get you to do something." We want you to go to Xianxia Square and find a few of old immortal sun's disciples and grand-disciples to come with us to P Square and Yongyang Square to treat the sick people. The charity hall will pay for the medicine." Li Wangyu looked up in shock. No wonder this group of playboys came to Dingzhou village so early in the morning. It turned out that they had other motives. However, Li Wangyu absolutely agreed with the playboys' idea. He raised his eyes to look at the group of silk pants and pondered in his heart. They even thought of treating a patient. It seemed that these silk pants weren't just trying to make a name for themselves, but were actually doing good deeds. This really made him look at these silk pants in a new light. "Okay, no problem. Leave this to me." Li Wangyu patted his chest and promised. He was naturally not boasting. With his relationship with Sun Simiao, it was not a big deal to borrow his disciples and grand-disciples to treat illnesses. That day, Li Wangyu made a bet with Zhang Baozong. After Mr. Baozong lost, he really went to Xianxia Square and kowtowed to Sun Simiao to become his disciple. In fact, Zhang Baozong was originally unwilling to do this. However, when he came into contact with a microscope in Xianxia Square and the magical surgery and penicillin, he became willing. Not only did he not hesitate to call Sun Simiao master, but he also took the initiative to send his disciples and grand-disciples to Xianxia Square. The Xianxia Square, which was originally not small, actually became a little crowded after dozens of the best doctors of the Tang Dynasty gathered there. Li Wangyu also felt that it was a waste for Sun Simiao and the others to gather in Xianxia Square. After all, the medical conditions in the Tang Dynasty were really not good. Even in the capital of Chang'an, when most people fell sick, they just relied on those unreliable medical workers. After the fops mentioned this, Li Wangyu thought about whether he should invest in building a hospital in Chang'an City. Wuxia was actually the first country in the world to set up hospitals. As early as the Western Han Dynasty, Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty, Liu Che, set up medical centers everywhere. People with diseases and epidemics give up empty houses to buy medicine, equipped with doctors and medicine, and treated the people for free. However, hospitals similar to modern hospitals in the future, which recruited and treated patients according to their categories, only appeared in the southern Song Dynasty. Li Wangyu felt that since the charity hall was going to treat the poor, this kind of free medical treatment was just a temporary act. It was better to take out gold to open a hospital. After all, with Sun Simiao, the great god, there was no need to worry about not having enough good doctors. As for money, it was even less of a problem. Not to mention that Wang You's charity hall earned more than 200,000 strings of cash every year by collecting feces in Chang'an City. Even with his current wealth, it was not difficult to use it to maintain a few free hospitals. The more Li Wangyu thought about this matter, the more feasible it was. So he simply told the fops his idea and wanted to hear their opinions. Chapter 706. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation about the hospital, Cheng Chumo and the others naturally applauded and cheered. However, Fang Yai glanced at Li Wangyu vigilantly and asked, "Zio, what kind of hospital is this? Don't tell me you intend to be a hands-off shopkeeper and leave it to us to manage? No way, you don't even need to think about it." Fang Yai's words reminded the group of silk pants that this was indeed the case. Li Wangyu, this bastard, all of his ideas were good. It was just that this fellow was lazy to the bone and belonged to the type of person who only cared about killing and not burying. This was the case with the charity hall. Although the playboys also enjoyed it, when they thought about how they were running around outside every day while this guy was eating, drinking, and having fun in the manor, they couldn't help but feel angry. Li Wangyu couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his face. Damn, how did this group of playboys see through my thoughts? When did these bastards become so smart? He quickly coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, brother Yai, what are you thinking? How could this little brother think that way? Hee, you all misunderstood this little brother. This hospital, we naturally can't manage it. After all, we don't know medicine. This little brother is going to let old immortal Sun manage the hospital. Our Wang Yu Charity Hall will only be responsible for providing money and food. What do you all think?" "That's fine. The charity hall can take out 1,000 copper coins every month." He was now responsible for the account books of the Wang Yu Charity Hall, so she naturally knew. Li Wangyu said, "If the hospital's expenses are not enough in the future, this little brother will pay for it out of his own pocket. This is nothing. Since all the brothers have no objections, I will go to Xianxia now and find old immortal Sun to settle this matter." Cheng Chumo impatiently waved at him, motioning him to go quickly. He then turned to the old housekeeper Li Heng and asked, "Housekeeper Li, may I ask if there are any cows that have just fallen to their deaths recently? If there are beef, cut a few catties for us." Li Wangyu was getting up and walking out. When he heard Cheng Chumo's words, he almost staggered and fell to the ground. F***ck, this bastard who doesn't want firth. Who would cut a few kilograms of beef for breakfast? What was even worse was that he actually asked Li Heng if there were any cows that fell to their death recently. Obviously, this was the after effect of the stewed beef with potatoes that he had treated Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, Cheng Yaojin, and Du Ruhui too. Li Wangyu pretended not to hear Cheng Chumo's words. He comforted himself while muttering, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. If you get sick from anger, no one will take your place." Then he went out to look for Sun Simiao. Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Zhang Baozong greeted each other before taking their seats in a private room. "Old immortal Sun, Mr. Treasure. I'm here today because I have a request." After seeing Sun Simiao, Li Wangyu came straight to the point and said, "I see that in Chang'an City, when ordinary people fall ill, they lack doctors and medicines. It's very pitiful. So I want to do something for them." Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong looked at each other. They did not quite understand what Li Wangyu meant. "Zio, I know this too. I often go to the mountains to collect herbs and treat the people for free. But it's just a drop in the bucket. Immeasurable deity, I can't do anything about it. There's always a limit to human power." Sun Simiao sighed. "Old immortal Sun, because of this, I plan to open a hospital in Chang'an City. There will be outpatient clinics and inpatient clinics to treat the patients. Oh, outpatient clinics are where the patients come to see the doctor and get medicine. Inpatient clinics are where the patients who have difficulty moving and are easy to infect will be opened. I'll pay for all the medical expenses and medical expenses of the ordinary people's families. Although I don't charge any money, I'll treat the patients and the medicine will be good. What do you think, old immortal Sun and Mr. Treasure? Free consultation fees and medicine? Zio, you'll pay for it? That's not a small sum. Zio, are you really willing?" Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong did not expect Li Wangyu to be so generous. They could not help but be surprised. This was not something that could be done with a few thousand strings of cash or even tens of thousands of strings of cash. They estimated that the hospital would have to spend hundreds of thousands of strings of cash or even more every year. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "I won't hide it from you, old immortal Sun and Mr. Treasure. Do you know about the Wangyu Charity Hall in Chang'an City? I'll donate all the earnings from the toilets in Chang'an City. It's a charity hall led by Empress Zhang Sun. Now, the charity hall earns up to 200,000 strings of cash every year. It won't be a problem to use part of it to set up this hospital." Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong were impressed by Li Wangyu's generosity. They looked at each other and nodded in approval. Zhang Baozong stroked his beard and said, "County Count who is indeed extraordinary. I've wronged you. Since County Count who is willing to set up this hospital, I don't have any other abilities, but my medical skills are not bad. If you need my help, County Count who only has to ask." Sun Simiao said, "Zio, if you're really willing to pay for the medicine for the people of Chang'an City, I'm naturally willing to help. However, I haven't been in the secular world for a long time and am unable to manage a hospital. Why don't I let Baozong manage it? If you have any difficult or complicated illnesses, you can come find me." Li Wangyu hurriedly looked at Zhang Baozong and said, "If Mr. Treasure doesn't mind, why don't you take the position of director of the hospital?" Zhang Baozong smiled and said, "If County Count who trusts me, I'll cooperate." Li Wangyu said, "With Mr. Treasure taking charge, there naturally won't be any problems. However, the scale of the hospital I plan to set up is not small. When the time comes, I'll have to ask old immortal Sun and Mr. Treasure to send some of your disciples to the hospital." "Of course, no problem." Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong both nodded in agreement. After the three of them discussed the details of setting up the hospital, Li Wangyu proposed that Sun Simiao send a few of his disciples with good medical skills to help out with the charity's preparations to go to Chang'an City's Ping'an City and Yongyang City's Fangyi City. Of course, Sun Simiao would not refuse. He immediately had the little Taoist boy in the temple call for a few disciples and had them follow Li Wangyu to Chang'an City. Li Wangyu led Sun Simiao's disciples and grand-disciples to meet up with the foppish young masters. Then, they rode towards Chang'an City. Since Cheng Chimo and the foppish young masters wanted to do good deeds, Chang'an City naturally had to cooperate. When they arrived at Yongyang City's Fangyi City, the bailiffs of Chang'an City who came to maintain order were already waiting there. The Li Zhang of Yongyang City was also waiting there respectfully. What made Li Wangyu speechless was that Cui Zhua, the county magistrate of Chang'an City, was also waiting at the entrance of Yongyang City's Fangyi City. Li Wangyu did not know that in this period of time, Wangyu's charity hall had become famous in Chang'an City. Empress Zhang's son personally took the lead. Duke Zhang, Duke Lai, Duke Lu, and the other young masters of the Duke's manors were personally in charge. Chang'an City and Wanyan City naturally had to cooperate fully with Wangyu's charity hall. Cui Zhua and Lu Deheng were not fools. As the two county magistrates of Chang'an City, how could they let go of this opportunity to improve their reputation and flatter Chang'an City's Fangyi City? Knowing that a group of young masters were coming to Yongyang City and Ping'an City to give food and clothing, Cui Zhua did not even care about his official duties. He personally came to Yongyang City to wait. He was prepared to accompany the playboys to help the poor. Today, the clothes and food used to help the people of the two cities would naturally be delivered by the charity hall's steward. These things did not need the playboys to personally take care of. When Cui Zhua saw that Li Wangyu had also come today, he quickly went forward to greet him. Greetings to the county magistrate. Today, the county magistrate has actually come to Yongyang City to help the poor. I am very impressed. Thank you for your trouble, Ming House. Li Wangyu politely returned the greeting. Looking at the young man smiling at him, Cui Zhua could not help but feel a little absent-minded. The scene when he first met Li Wangyu outside Dingzhou village was still vivid in his mind. Who would have thought that this young man, who was chased out of the clan by the Li clan of Hu County, would become the county magistrate of the founding dynasty within a year, a level 4 official. And he was still the level 6 county magistrate of Chang'an City. Cui Zhua could not help but feel that he had lived for so long in vain. Chapter 707. Let's not talk about Cui Zhua, the county magistrate of Chang'an County. Li Wangyu and the foppish sons were carefully escorted by the Li Zhang of Yongyang Lane. Behind them were several carriages piled with grain sacks, salt, clothes and other supplies. Whether it was in the future or the Tang Dynasty, Li Wangyu had never personally done such a thing to help the poor. He had seen a lot of it on television in the future. The general idea was to distribute the food and other supplies to each household and then say a few words of comfort. Actually, Li Wangyu did not agree with this method of giving people fish to feed the poor. Even the poverty alleviation in the future was not so simple. Simply giving the poor people some money and food could only relieve them of their poverty for a while. It could not change their poor lives. Continuously giving them money and food would only raise lazy people. It would not help at all. The poverty alleviation in the future of Wuxia was more about helping the poor find jobs, providing them with vocational training and jobs. This was the reason why it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. But now, Wangyu's charity was only blood transfusion. It did not have the effect of creating blood. Li Wangyu could not help but shake his head when he thought of this. But the wastrels were in high spirits. It could be seen that this group of wastrels was sincerely doing good deeds. Even though the clothes of the people in Yongyang Lane were shabby and dirty, Cheng Chimo and this group of wastrels who were used to living like princes did not mind. They even personally carried bags of food from the carriages and sent them to the people's homes. Sun Simiao's disciples and disciples also began to treat the illnesses of the people in the homes. Yongyang Lane was very lively at this time. The streets and alleys of the lane were filled with children running around. There were also voices of people bowing and thanking the wastrels. There were even some who were so excited that they directly knelt down in front of the wastrels and knocked their heads against the stone slabs. This scene fell into Li Wangyu's eyes, but he was silent. Fang Yai had just personally delivered the food to the two families and was sweating profusely. However, it could be seen that he was in an extremely good mood at the moment. Not only was Fang Yai like this, but Cheng Chuemo and the others were also like this. Amidst the constant thanks and gratefulness of the common people in the square, the debauches were all flushed with excitement, their spirits high. Li Wangyu now understood why the silk pants were so concerned about doing good deeds. This group of playboys used to run amok in Chang'an City. Although they were not as bastards as Wang Ziqiao and Zhang Konghua, they often caused trouble and fought. They were full of playboys. The commoners feared them, but they did not have any respect for them. Since this group of playboys began to run the Wangyu Charity Hall and learned how to be kind to the young, the elderly, the poor, and the sick in Chang'an City, they naturally won the heartfelt respect and gratitude of the people. To put it bluntly, it was a sense of satisfaction that they had never felt before. Li Wangyu naturally knew that Chang Chuemo and the others were not saints. Their ability to do good deeds was also for the sake of reputation, and they had a strong utilitarian heart. But just like what he said to Pai Lupi in Dingzhou village, Zilu receives cows. Doing good deeds with a utilitarian heart was not a problem, and should even be encouraged. He just felt that the way the silk pants did good deeds was not appropriate. Feng Yai strode back to the carriage, picked up the water bag, and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. He wiped the water stains on his lower lip and the sweat on his forehead, and then slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder heavily. Haha, Zio, your decision to run the charity hall that day was indeed very correct. Doing good deeds and helping the poor really makes one feel happy. The silk pants at this time also leaned against the carriage and took water to drink. It was obvious that everyone had put in a lot of effort. Chang Chuemo pointed at Li Wangyu and scolded with a smile. That rascal, Zio really knows how to be lazy. We are all sweating, but this rascal is actually hiding on the side to watch the fun. That's true, this rascal really is very tired. It was Du He who was more careful and saw that Li Wangyu did not seem to be in a good mood. She could not help but say, Zio, why don't I see a smile? Could it be that you are distressed about the copper coins that you spent? Du He's words were naturally a joke, but she just wanted to tease Li Wangyu to make him happy. Li Wangyu looked at the silk pants, and then looked at the smiling people in the square, but did not know how to answer. However, on second thought, he remembered a joke he had seen in the future. He said to the silk pants, Brothers, I thought of a joke. Are you interested? Oh, what joke? Let's hear it. It was said that in a certain place, there was a man who was famous for being charitable. Every day, when he went out, he would meet a beggar, and he would give the beggar 10 copper coins. It was like this every day. A year later, one day, the man went out and met a beggar. He only gave 1 copper coin. So the beggar asked him why he only gave 1 copper coin today. The man replied that he was married, and needed to support his wife and children. Who knew that the beggar would fly into a rage, and actually slap the man, and angrily scolded, How can you use my money to support your wife and children? After Li Wangyu finished his joke, the silk pants did not laugh, and looked at each other suspiciously. Chang Chumo, Yuchi Bao Lin, and a few others with fiery tempers immediately scolded, What kind of nonsense is this? That beggar is so unreasonable. How did it become his money? This kind of beggar should be arrested and thrown into prison, and the heaviest punishment is 50 strokes. If I meet this kind of beggar, I will definitely beat him. Chai Linggu, Du He, and the others could hear the hidden meaning in Li Wangyu's joke, and could not help but frown. After a long time, Chai Linggu asked uncertainly, Zio, do you mean that what we are doing now is the same as that man? It can't be, right? The common people are mostly simple. How can they be as shameless as that beggar? Du He turned her head to look at the smiling common people, and asked with uncertainty. Li Wangyu said, Brothers, as the saying goes, if you raise the rice, you'll be grateful, but if you don't, you'll be hated. If one is used to being helped and given, they will openly ask for more from you. His words moved the group of silk pants. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that it made some sense. Chang Chumo muttered unhappily, Zio, it was you who said that you wanted to set up a charity hall. Why are you the one pouring cold water on us now? Are you not going to help the poor anymore? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Brother Chumo, you misunderstood my meaning. This kindness to the young, to the old, to the poor, to the sick, naturally still needs to continue. Otherwise, there is no meaning in setting up a charity hall. I just feel that we should think of a way to let these common people have the ability to earn more copper coins themselves, and not rely on our charity. Of course, for the old, young, sick, and disabled, it is a different matter. Regularly giving them some money and food is something that should be done. The silk pants pondered for a while and nodded. Zio's words are reasonable. The common people in the south of the city have a hard life, but relying on us to give them some copper coins to eat is not a long-term solution. Zio, you have many ideas. Tell us, how can we help these common people find a livelihood? Seeing that the silk pants threw the difficult problem back at him, Li Wangyu was also depressed. In such a short time, how could he think of a good idea? Chapter 708. Li Wangyu really didn't know how to help these poor people in Chang and make a living. Poverty alleviation in later generations was supported by a huge amount of government data and targeted re-employment training for the poor to help them find suitable jobs. However, these people in the Tang dynasty were illiterate, and the only thing they could do was labor. Even so, most of the people in the south of the city could only farm a few acres of land in the inner square and occasionally find some odd jobs to earn some copper coins. It was not that there were no jobs for them in Chang'an. As the most prosperous and populated city in the world today, it actually required a lot of labor, whether it was the shops in the east and west markets or the caravans that shuttled back and forth in Chang'an every day. However, in the Tang dynasty, it was not easy for these people to find a job or hire people in the shops. There was no other reason, no other information. In the Tang dynasty, there were number 58 cities, gathering websites, recruitment websites, direct recruitment websites, and so on. Even powerful people like Xianxia and Zhuge had to find willing people to take the bait to find a job, let alone these ordinary people. It was not easy for the merchants in Chang'an to find people. Most of them had to ask the middlemen of the broker house to help introduce them. And the people who were introduced may not be suitable. There was no situation like in later generations, where hundreds or thousands of people competed for a job with a recruitment advertisement. Li Wangyu felt that he should have thought of this. He had heard his beautiful boss complain many times that it was really difficult to recruit people for her family's businesses. Thinking of this, and looking at the Dazhao baseball field not far away, Li Wangyu couldn't help laughing. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. "Brothers, I have an idea." Hearing this, the playboys looked sideways. "Zio, what's the idea? Tell us." Li Wangyu pointed to the Dazhao baseball field and said with a smile, "The idea lies in the baseball field." The playboys were stunned and then shook their heads. "How many people can you use in your baseball field?" "It's just more than 100 people." "Zio, don't joke," Li Wangyu said. "Brothers, have you forgotten about the Ball newspaper? Now, every issue of the Globe could sell tens of thousands of copies in Chang'an City. Since that was the case, why not help these people publish information in the global newspaper?" I'll just create a job search column. In this way, whether it was merchants or shops, when they needed people, they would be able to follow the map. Since we can help these people find a source of livelihood and also solve the needs of the merchants, why not? Job search column? Every word Li Wangyu said was understood by the rich kids, but when put together, they were completely dumbfounded. They didn't understand what he meant. "Zio, why is there a job hunting column?" "Heh, it's simple. Just gather the information of these people, such as their name, age, where they live, what specialties they have, and so on. Then, publish this information on the global newspaper. Now, everyone in Chang'an would read this newspaper, including the merchants and shopkeepers of the eastern and western cities. If they need help in their shop, they can choose from among them. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" When the silk pants heard this, they more or less understood what Li Wangyu meant. He pondered for a moment but shook her head. No. "Zio, do you know that there are tens of thousands of people in the southern part of the city? How can a small globe publish all of them?" Li Wangyu was stunned. This seemed to be a problem. However, looking at the smiling Chang and County Magistrate Cui Zhua, Li Wangyu smiled again. "Brothers, this is simple. We'll have to trouble Cui Ming House with this matter. Why don't we ask Cui Ming House and Lu Ming House of Wanyan County to send out their scribes to gather the information of the people in the two counties in detail and compile it into a book? We'll publish the information on the Globe and let the merchants who need help go to Chang'an and Wanyan counties to inquire. Then, we'll let the county magistrate bring the people that the merchants have taken a fancy to the county magistrate. Both sides can meet face to face. Isn't that enough?" Li Wangyu's idea came out of his mouth. The fancy pants nodded in agreement with his words, but Cui Zhua's expression did not look so good. If the county magistrate did as Li Wangyu said, wouldn't it become a middleman? What kind of scandal would that be? Moreover, how many people would the county magistrate need to do such a thing? If Cui Zhua nodded and agreed, wouldn't he be scolded to death by the scribes and bailiffs in the county magistrate? However, Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country, said these words, and a group of nobles stared at him. Although Cui Zhua was unwilling, he couldn't say a word for a long time. Li Wangyu saw Cui Zhua's constipated expression and immediately understood what he was struggling with. He couldn't help but laugh. "Cui Ming House, don't think it's troublesome. This is actually a good thing. Cui Zhua's expression was bitter. He cupped his hands toward Li Wangyu and said, "Please advise me, County Magistrate Hu." Li Wangyu said, "The people under the Ming House's rule have a stable livelihood. I think it's also good for the Ming House, right?" Cui Zhua naturally nodded. These words were not wrong. For a county magistrate like him, the people under his rule could live and work in peace and contentment. Whether it was his political achievements or his reputation, it was a good thing. I naturally understand what County Magistrate Hu is saying. However, if we want to manage this matter, we need a lot of people. I'm afraid that the bailiffs and scribes in the county magistrate will have many complaints. Li Wangyu said, "The county magistrate can make a lot of money from this matter. I think it should be enough to dispel the people in the county magistrate's complaints." Cui Zhua couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are the benefits? Please advise me, County Magistrate Hu." Li Wangyu said, "Simple, collect money." Collect money? Cui Zhua and the other playboys were all confused. Yes, collect money. Since the middlemen can collect money, why can't the county magistrate take money? The county magistrate has calculated the data. If the merchants want to hire people, they naturally have to pay. The Cui Ming House can collect copper coins from the merchants based on the number of people they hire. For example, for every person the merchants hire through the county magistrate, they will give the county magistrate 500 copper coins. Although this is not a lot, many little drops make a mickle. Under the rule of the Ming House in Chang'an, there are tens of thousands of poor people. Is the Ming House afraid that the county magistrate won't be able to make money? The Ming House can take out a portion of this money and use it to subsidize the bailiffs and scribes. Would they have any complaints after taking the money? Li Wangyu's words made Cui Zhua's eyes light up. It seemed to make sense. If the middlemen could collect money, so could the county magistrate. However, for the county magistrate of Chang'an and Wanyan to collect money, he didn't know if the imperial court would allow it. Li Wangyu saw Cui Zhua's concerns and continued, "The Ming House doesn't have to worry about the imperial court opposing it. Hee, isn't there still Brother Eai and Brother Du? I think Prime Minister Fang and Prime Minister Du will give us some face." Huh. Cui Zhua immediately looked at the playboys inquisitively. He wanted to see their opinions. Fang Eai, Du He, and the others looked at each other and nodded with a smile. It seemed that the officials in their manners wouldn't object to something that was beneficial to the people. Seeing that the playboys also supported his actions, Cui Zhua became interested. Since County Magistrate Hu and the other princes say so, then I will give it a try. Chapter 709. 10 days later, a new issue of the newspaper was released. Nowadays, reading the newspaper had become a trend in Chang'an. Whether it was the ordinary people, the shopkeepers in the two markets, or the officials and nobles in the imperial court, they were used to buying a copy of the newspaper and reading it carefully after it was published. It was not that everyone liked to watch the batting game or buy lottery tickets, but because everyone read the newspaper. If they didn't read it, they wouldn't even have a topic to chat with others. Therefore, whether they liked it or not, they would read the newspaper carefully. However, today's newspaper was a little different from the past. People were surprised to find that there was a content that had nothing to do with the batting game at the bottom of the newspaper. The newspaper stated that the Wangyu Charity Hall, which had recently become famous in Chang'an, was now cooperating with the two counties of Chang'an and Wanyan to help the poor. The two counties had registered the people in Chang, and who had difficulty making a living, and there were tens of thousands of people who were willing to go out to work. Any shopkeeper in Chang, and who needed to recruit workers could go to the two counties of Chang'an and Wanyan to recruit workers. This piece of news that had never been heard before immediately made the two markets, Ping Kong Square and Chongren Square, lively. Many shopkeepers gathered together to discuss this matter. Shopkeeper Zhang, have you read today's newspaper? It's interesting. The two counties of Wanyan and Chang'an are also doing business as brokers? Haha, I was just about to talk about this with shopkeeper He. This is new. Not to mention the Tang Dynasty, even in the previous dynasty, there was no such thing as a broker. Tut, it also said that the government doesn't do it for free. Every time they recruit someone through the government, they have to pay the government 500 coins. Chang'an and Wanyan counties are so poor that they are crazy. Shopkeeper He, you're wrong. I think it's a good thing. Oh? What do you mean? Shopkeeper Zhang, please enlighten me. Shopkeeper He, You were also recruiting workers a few days ago, right? Yes, that's right. Shopkeeper are you satisfied with the workers introduced by the broker? It's just a... After all, it was recommended by the broker house. We can only make a final decision after half a year of trial work. The trial period was the probation period. The merchants of the Tang Dynasty were even more black-hearted. The probation period was as long as half a year, during which they were only given basic food, lodging, and a few copper coins. If he was an apprentice, it would be even worse. He would have to be an apprentice for at least a year. During that time, he would not be able to earn a single copper coin. She could tell that shopkeeper, he was not very satisfied with the servant introduced by the broker house. This was also very normal. His shop needed workers, so he went to the broker house, and through various connections, he found someone to bring over for the shopkeeper to take a look. Regardless of whether it was good or not, he could only give it a try first. As for whether this person was suitable or not, and whether he could satisfy the shopkeeper, that was up to fate. Shopkeeper look at what's written in the newspaper. There are tens of thousands of people in Wanyan and Chong and counties. When we need to recruit people, won't we be able to choose at will? Wasn't that a good thing? In this old man's opinion, although I've never heard of the county yamen doing this, it's more reliable than finding a broker. Even if we were to pay the broker house, it would be more than 500 copper coins. Moreover, this was done by the Wang Yu charity hall behind the scenes. What's wrong with that? The broker house in Chong and City was similar to the headhunting company or employment agency in the modern world. Naturally, they would charge a fee for introducing workers to these shops. Most of the workers in Chong and City were paid about 1 copper coin a month, and the broker house would charge a month's salary as a reward. In comparison, the fees in Chong An and Wanyan counties were half of the price of the broker house. Shopkeeper Lu's words make sense. No, I have to go to the Chong and County Yamen to take a look. If I can really find suitable workers, that would be a good thing. Shopkeeper thought that it was very reasonable, so he said this and hurried to the County Yamen. At this time, in the Chong and County Yamen, the 3 groups of Yamen runners and the scribes of the Yamen were chatting together. Leader Zhao, do you think that the Ming House has nothing better to do when they asked us to register the information of those people? For this matter, my legs are about to break from running. It's really the case that once the higher-ups ask, the subordinates run until their legs break. Who says they aren't? The Ming House can really think of something like this. What's wrong with the Yamen? Do they want to do business like the broker house? Everyone, be quiet. If the Ming House hears you, you'll have to bear the consequences. A scribe was afraid of trouble and quickly stopped them. Leader Zhao glared at them and said, "What? My legs are about to break from running. Can't I say a few words?" Shu, do you know who gave the Ming House this idea? Who? If I find out, I'll beat him up. What kind of idea is that? Leader Zhao glared at them. That was the idea of County Count Hu, Duke Lu, Duke Lai, and Duke Sheng. Haha, Leader Zhao, go beat them up. A scribe who knew what was going on made fun of him and said. After he said this, Leader Zhao, who was shouting at the top of his lungs, as well as the Yamen runners and scribes who were complaining, immediately shut their mouths. They even looked around with a guilty conscience. After making sure that no one was paying attention to them, Leader Zhao lowered his voice and said, "Even if it's County Count Hu, he can't make fun of us like this." Someone laughed out loud. I say, Leader Zhao, aren't you always very bold? How come you're even calling him County Count Hu? County Count who hasn't been born yet and has just turned 17. Haha, don't those scholars say that those who are more accomplished are more important? Aren't I just respecting County Count Hu? Although Leader Zhao was an unreasonable person, he still knew who he could provoke and who he couldn't. The Ming House said that there are benefits to helping those merchants recruit people. They'll charge us 500 copper coins per person. The Ming House said that they'll reward us with half of the money. Leader Zhao wasn't happy and glared. Nonsense. Even if it's 250 copper coins, how much can you get? Don't forget that our Chong'an County has 3 groups of Yamen runners and scribes. There are over 100 people. Do you think that you'll get 2 or 3 copper coins per person? But we've registered tens of thousands of people in the past few days. If we introduce all of them, we'll get a lot of money. A scribe argued. 10,000 people. If each person received 500 copper coins from the merchants, That would be 5,000 strings of copper coins. If half of the money was given to the yamen runners and scribes, each person would get around 20 strings of copper coins. This wasn't a small amount. It was equivalent to a year's salary for the yamen runners and scribes. Leader Zhao's face was filled with disdain. Come on, you believe that? The yamen has a lot of information about the people, but it's not enough to introduce them. This county government isn't a broker house. How can there be so many merchants coming to the county government to recruit people? If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If 10 merchants come to the county government to recruit people within a month, I'll lose and bark like a dog. How about that? Okay, it's a deal. While the crowd was chatting, the yamen runner who was on duty outside the yamen rushed into the county yamen. Quick, quick, someone's here. Leader Zhao slapped him on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? More people are here. What's going on? People? There are a lot of people outside the yamen. There are hundreds of people. They're all merchants from Chang'an. They want to recruit people. The yamen runner was out of breath and quickly answered. Leader Zhao's face changed when he heard this. He quickly led the yamen runners and scribes outside. Outside the county government of Chang'an County, there were hundreds of merchants wearing all kinds of silk and satin gathered. Leader Zhao was stunned and asked, "Why have you come to the county government?" "Thank you. We're here to recruit people. Where can we do it?" "Yes, I want to recruit 3 workers in my shop. Where can I recruit them?" The newspaper said that Chang'an County can recruit people. Is that true? Leader Zhao was stunned for a while. Then he turned his stiff neck and looked at the person who made the bet with him. Woof, woof, woof. Chapter 710. Shopkeeper Ran of the Ranji saddle shop in Shi City had also been worrying about the recruitment of shop assistants and apprentices. Ever since he won the lottery, the business of the saddle shop was getting better and better. However, he was lacking in manpower. Shopkeeper Ran had already asked the broker to help him find suitable workers. However, he was not satisfied with the few people sent by the broker. After all, he wanted to find skilled workers. How could he find them in such a short time? Shopkeeper Ran naturally saw the news in the Chiu newspaper. After seeing the news, Shopkeeper Ran was overjoyed. He immediately left the shop and rushed to the Chang'an County Yamen. However, when Shopkeeper Ran arrived at the Chang'an County Yamen, he was shocked to find that the yamen, which was usually quiet, was as busy as a market. Noda's yamen was filled with merchants who came to recruit workers. Some merchants who were familiar with each other greeted each other loudly and asked how many people they were going to recruit today. It was very lively. Fortunately, this was the Chang'an County Yamen, and there was no shortage of yamen runners to maintain order. Under the urging of the yamen runners, the merchants lined up and went to the yamen runners to register what kind of people they needed and how many people they needed. Shopkeeper Ran saw the situation and did not bother to greet his acquaintances. He quickly went to line up. Cui Zhua, the Chang'an County magistrate, did not expect that the Chiu newspaper would attract so many merchants. He was also shocked when he received the report from the yamen runners. He ordered people to summon all the scribes in the county yamen to greet the merchants, register them, and inquire about them. He also sent yamen runners to ride horses to each lane to inform the commoners who met the needs of the merchants to come to the county yamen to work according to the information given by the scribes. The yamen runners of Chang'an County were like the delivery men in the future. They were constantly going back and forth between the yamen and each square. However, no one complained now. Even a fool could see that Chang'an County was going to make a lot of money. The yamen runners and the yamen runners would also get a share of the rewards. After dealing with the matters in the yamen, Cui Zhua hurriedly sent someone to deliver a letter to the rich playboys. Cui Zhua was clear about this matter. Although he and Lu Dehang were the 2 county magistrates who did the hard work, the Wang Yu Charity Hall deserved the credit. However, the benefits that he and Lu Dehang received were real. Not to mention the merits of governing. Even if the people had a stable livelihood, it would be of great benefit to him as the county magistrate of Chang'an County. Cui Zhua looked at the bustling scene in the county government office and admired Li Wang Yu to the extreme. Cui Zhua couldn't help but sigh with emotion when a random idea had such an effect. The same thing happened in the county office of Wanyan County. The scene of the 2 counties in Chang, and that had lasted for 10,000 years had even spread throughout the city. The Tangs had never seen any job fairs, much less hundreds of merchants running to the county yamen to recruit workers. As a result, countless people who were bored and wanted to watch the fun also rushed to Chang'an and Wanyan counties to join in the fun. The Changshu Square and Xianyang Square where Chang'an and Wanyan counties were located were crowded. It was even livelier than during the Lantern Festival. Today's job fairs in the two counties were obviously successful. Many merchants, including shopkeeper Ren, had found suitable workers. In just one day, more than 1,000 people in Chang'an and Wanyan counties had found jobs. In the eyes of the Tangs, this was simply a legend. For this reason, even the big shots like Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui solemnly submitted a memorial to Pai Lupi the next day in the Chang'an imperial court to commend the two county magistrates, Cui Zhua and Lu Dehang. Wang Yu Charity Hall also became famous in the hearts of the people because of this. In addition to the merchants who were stomping their feet and cursing in the streets, nearly 1 million people in Chang'an and almost praised Li Wang Yu and the rich playboys to the skies. In this regard, the rich playboys naturally became more excited and more diligent in managing the affairs of the charity hall. Li Wang Yu didn't feel very happy. Since the day he and the rich playboys went to Yongyang and Heping Square to help the poor, he had been thinking about something and frowning every day. Seeing him like this, the beautiful boss couldn't help but be curious. Wang Yu, why have you been so worried recently? What are you thinking about? Li Wang Yu sighed deeply and pulled the beautiful boss to sit beside him. Chongqing, recently I've been thinking about why God sent us back to the Tang Dynasty. The beautiful boss seemed to understand his meaning, but she didn't say anything. She just quietly looked at the little man in front of her and waited for him to continue. In fact, when I first came to the Tang Dynasty, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you. My idea was very simple. I just wanted to be a small landlord. My family had good land, thousands of beautiful concubines. When he said this, he felt a pain in his waist. Li Wangyu knew that he had said something wrong and hurriedly begged for mercy. It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong. I was just thinking about it. Humph, pig trotter, don't even think about it. The beautiful boss said angrily. Li Wangyu quickly grabbed her soft hand and gently stroked it. He continued to say, Yes, I don't want to. Listen to me and don't interrupt me. I originally just wanted to live a leisurely life in the Tang Dynasty. I didn't have to worry about food and clothing. I really didn't have any ideals or ambitions. You see, I can't be like those pig trotters in time travel novels and usurp the throne. Haha, I can't deal with that old man Li Shimin. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Chongqing, you also know that I'm not an engineering student. I'm just a bad student. I don't even know how to make steel, let alone make a steam engine in the Tang Dynasty. So, I can't start an industrial revolution, right? The Tang Dynasty is so powerful. You and I both know the following history. The rule of Zhenguan, the prosperous Tang Dynasty. As for the Enlushan Rebellion, there's still more than 100 years. I guess no matter how hard I work, I won't be able to live until then. It has nothing to do with us. Li Wangyu stood up and paced back and forth with a slightly irritated mood. Chongqing, you see, we have money in a house now, but I'm confused and don't know what to do next. Do I really have to live like this in the Tang Dynasty for the rest of my life? It's ironic. In my previous life, I envied those rich second generations the most. I thought that they didn't have to do anything every day and were happy to indulge in wine and women. But now that my soul has traveled to the Tang Dynasty and I've become a rich first generation, I don't seem to be so happy. Originally, I wanted to do something for the Tang Dynasty, so I spent money to do good deeds, thinking that at least I could change the fate of some people. But this time, after going to help the poor with Cheng Chumo and the others, I felt that even if I gave the people some money and food and helped them find a job, it didn't seem to change anything. So I feel more and more irritated. The beautiful boss naturally understood Li Wangyu's thoughts. To put it simply, he couldn't find a goal in life. She didn't know how to enlighten Li Wangyu. After all, even she was still confused. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Su Chongqing suddenly burst out laughing. Hey, pig trotter, don't you think we're a bit pretentious? Li Wangyu was stunned. And then he also laughed. It seemed that they were really a bit pretentious. Su Chongqing covered his mouth and laughed for a long time, but suddenly his eyes lit up and he said to Li Wangyu, It turns out that I have a friend who was heartbroken. She also felt that life was gloomy and there was no meaning in living. Li Wangyu couldn't help but interrupt. Hey, I didn't feel like I was dying, and I didn't feel that life was gloomy. I didn't fall out of love, hee hee. Listen to me, don't interrupt me, Su Chongqing glared at him and continued. Later, she went to the Tibetan area to teach. Chapter 7:11. Later, she went to the Tibetan area to teach. The beautiful boss continued. A year later, when she appeared in front of me again, I almost couldn't recognize her. Although her appearance has darkened a lot, what's more important is her spirit. Wang Yu, do you understand that feeling? It's like she's a completely different person, full of confidence and happiness. I asked her why she had such a big change. She said that when she was teaching, she felt the happiness and satisfaction of being respected, needed, and cared for. These were all things she had never experienced in her previous life, so she felt confident and happy. Li Wangyu was a bit confused. He looked at Su Chongqing in puzzlement and asked, Chongqing, what do you mean? The beautiful boss poked his forehead with her slender finger and said, You're so stupid. I mean, since you can't think of anything to do for the time being, you might as well teach. Teach? Yes, since you want to do something for the Tang Dynasty, you might as well teach and educate people. You can't change this era, but you might as well change a person's fate. Isn't that meaningful? Have you forgotten that sentence? Knowledge can change fate. Hee hee, although you're a bad student, in the Tang Dynasty, well, you can barely be a teacher. Ma Zhou and Yan Liban were fooled by you, weren't they? The beautiful boss laughed. Li Wangyu said, Don't you know how to chat? What do you mean by fooling? They were the ones who begged me to be their teacher. By the way, do you mean that I should take in a few more disciples? The beautiful boss was speechless. She directly rolled her eyes and said, You're so stupid. Why take in disciples? What I mean is that you should run a school. Speaking of which, Dingzhou village doesn't even have a private school now. Aren't you embarrassed to watch those naughty kids run around the village all day long? In the future, at this age, they've already gone to school. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel embarrassed after hearing the beautiful boss's words. He muttered, Chongqing, don't joke around. Me? Run a school? If my primary school's homeroom teacher heard this, he would probably laugh his head off. He didn't think that he could start a school. Wasn't this a joke? A flunky from a second-tier university came to the Tang Dynasty to engage in education? The beautiful boss glared at him. Why not? Don't forget that Li Chengqian and Li Tai are all learning from you, as well as Ma Zhou and Yan Liban. Since that's the case, what's wrong with being a teacher for those brats? Li Wangyu was speechless. He raised his head and stared at the ceiling for a long time before finally nodding. All right, then let's give it a try. It's just misleading the students. Anyway, illiterate people were everywhere in the Tang Dynasty. Since he dared to be the emperor's tutor, teaching a bunch of brats shouldn't be a big deal. Li Wangyu also agreed with the beautiful boss's words. Since knowledge could change one's fate, he might as well try and see if he could change the fate of some brats. Since we're going to open a school, why don't we just waive all the fees? I'll take care of the students' food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Let those naughty kids in the village go to school as well. It'll be a dormitory system, and they'll go home every 10 days. What do you think? Li Wangyu thought for a while and discussed with his beautiful boss. Of course. How many students are you going to recruit? Li Wangyu said, Let's recruit 100 people first. We'll see how it goes. The beautiful boss asked again, Where are you going to set up the school? Li Wangyu remembered that he had asked Pai Lupi for the land on both sides of the Gan River. He couldn't help but smile and said, Let's set it up next to Dingzhou village. Some time ago, because of the potato incident, Li Shimin rewarded me with 10,000 mu of land. It's right next to the Gan River. I'll take out 100 mu of land to build the school first. If the school wants to expand in the future, there will be enough land. The beautiful boss naturally had no objection to this. After confirming that they were going to build a school, both of them became interested. They immediately found a pen and paper and began to write and draw on it, thinking about how to build the school. Sports field, track, canteen, dormitory, teaching building, swimming pool, horse racing field, archery range, auditorium, lake, lawn. It was as if the two of them had found a fun toy. They were constantly drawing on the paper according to their imagination and intentions. Li Wangyu had just swindled more than 100,000 taels of gold from the aristocratic families. He didn't treat money as money. He could design the school's blueprint however he wanted. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing began to plan the school's blueprint at noon. They were actually in high spirits all the way until it was time to light the lamps. Li Wangyu stretched his body with satisfaction. He looked at the sketch that was beginning to take shape in front of him. His heart was filled with satisfaction. The beautiful boss looked at the sketch, but suddenly burst into laughter. Chongqing, what are you laughing at? Hee hee. I remember you said you were only going to recruit 100 students? Ha! What's wrong? The beautiful boss pointed to the sketch and asked, look at how big the school we designed is. Let alone 100 students, I'm afraid it can accommodate 10 times more, right? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Li Wangyu was also stunned. It seemed to be true. If the school was built according to this sketch, thousands of acres of land might not be enough. It seemed too exaggerated. The scale was comparable to the scale of the universities in the later generations. But looking at the sketch, he was reluctant to modify it because it was his and the beautiful boss's painstaking efforts. Li Wangyu touched his nose and couldn't help but laugh. Let it be big. Anyway, we have plenty of land and money. Maybe we can recruit more students in the future. The beautiful boss asked, what about the teachers? How are you going to solve it? Li Wangyu didn't think about the teachers. He was stunned for a while before he replied with uncertainty, recruit from Chang'an City. Pay more. You can recruit some people, right? The beautiful boss glanced at him. Are you going to find some old masters to teach those students? What's the difference between that and a private school? Why spend so much money to build this school? Li Wangyu couldn't help but be speechless. What the beautiful boss said was right. But there was no solution. He couldn't go back to the later generations and recruit a group of teachers to work in the Tang Dynasty, could he? It was even more impossible for him to teach so many students alone. He couldn't do it even if he died of exhaustion. Li Wangyu couldn't think of a solution even if he scratched his head. He simply acted shamelessly and spread his hands. Chongqing, what do you say? I'll listen to you. You're so stupid. You see, the spring imperial examination is just around the corner. There are so many scholars in Chang'an City. These people can't all pass the examination, right? Li Wangyu nodded. Of course. Although the Tang Dynasty's imperial examination wasn't as crazy as the Ming and Qing dynasties, only 30 to 40% could pass the examination. You mean, I should recruit those students who failed to pass the examination to be teachers? But aren't they the same? Do you expect these scholars to teach the students we imagined? The beautiful boss laughed. Have you forgotten what was the first thing you did when you just graduated from university? Ha! What was it? Li Wangyu was at a loss. Then he realized. You mean the vocational training before the job? Bingo, congratulations. You got it right. Chapter 7:12. Before Li Wangyu could complete his plan for the construction of the school, he was summoned to Chang'an City by the palace eunuch sent by Pai Lupi. The reason was that the imperial examination in the third year of Zhengguan had begun. Originally, the imperial examination in spring had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. However, he had been rude and had shown off the imperial examination system in front of Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui. What he had said, such as copying the names, sealing the examination room, searching for smugglers, and forbidding the examiners and assistants from contacting the outside world during the examination, made Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling take his words as the golden rule. It couldn't be helped. Who asked the imperial examination to not be a very strict thing during the early Tang Dynasty? Because the examination was not copied and the names were not covered, the examinees could even write their names on the examination paper. The fairness of the examination could be imagined. As for the internal ranking of the examination paper, there were countless cases. The most famous one in history was Wang Wei, a poet in the early Tang Dynasty. When Wang Wei participated in the imperial examination and won the first place, he relied on the merit of the examination paper. Therefore, in the early Tang Dynasty, the imperial examination was actually a test of connections and connections. As long as the connections were strong, there was no one who could not pass the imperial examination. Among them, the biggest beneficiaries were the aristocratic families. Therefore, Pai Lupi was quite resentful of them. Therefore, when Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi talked about the measures to prevent cheating in the imperial examination, Pai Lupi was wild with joy. At that time, He ordered Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui to follow suit and cut off the hands of the aristocratic families and courtiers that stretched out to the imperial examination system. Now that the imperial examination in spring had begun, Pai Lupi was still worried. So he ordered the eunuch to summon Li Wangyu back to Chang'an City and let him accompany him to inspect the examination room. Originally, the examination room of the imperial examination in the Tang Dynasty was in the square in front of the Ministry of Rites. Rows of seats were placed in order, and the examinees sat in the open air to take the examination. The examination time was not long, only 1 day, so it was not a torture. In this kind of examination room environment, there was naturally no need for strict confidentiality. After Li Wangyu's suggestion, the examination venue for this year's spring imperial examination was changed. The Ministry of Rites specially vacated a courtyard in Noda for the imperial examination. Under Pai Lupi's orders, Chang Yaojin dispatched the imperial army of the Golden Guards to surround the examination venue. Outside the examination hall, the candidates who were preparing to take part in the imperial exam this year had already gathered in front of the examination hall, waiting for the examination hall to open. There were many subjects in the imperial examinations, such as Ming Fa, Ming Swan, and Ming Ci, which were not taken seriously by others. Even if one passed the imperial examinations, one would only be appointed as a small official by the imperial court. The elementary scholar section was abolished because it was too difficult. The earliest Xiaozi was worthy of being called a talented scholar. It was not something that the scholars of the Ming and Qing dynasties could compare to. At this time, the imperial examination of the Tang dynasty paid special attention to the Jinshi and Ming-Jing examinations. Jinshi was tested on current affairs, poetry, and essays. Ming classics was tested on current affairs, calligraphy, and Mori. However, Li Wangyu knew that many of the prime ministers of the Tang dynasty were Jinshi. Therefore, the Jinshi examination was the most important. The advanced examination naturally did not test on the Ming and Qing dynasties. Instead, it focused on poetry. Therefore, when Yu Shinan saw Li Wangyu plagiarizing 2 of Li Taibai's poems, he was certain that he would pass the spring imperial examination. The Ming-Jing examination was about calligraphy and Mori. In layman's terms, it was about filling in the blanks and writing from memory. It was relatively easy. After all, one only needed to be familiar with the calligraphy and annotations to pass the intermediate examination. On the other hand, composing poems required a certain amount of talent. Therefore, it was very difficult to pass the Jinshi examination. In the Tang dynasty, there was a saying, 30 years old Ming-Jing, 50 years old Jinshi. It meant that if one passed the Ming-Jing examination at 30 years old, one would be considered old. However, if one passed the Jinshi examination at 50 years old, one would be considered very young. The advanced examination had the lowest admission rate. On average, there were only 20 people on each roll. The rate of passing the Jinshi examination was only 1 in 60. At this time, more than 1,000 examinees had gathered outside the examination hall. It was a spectacular sight. Pai Lupi in casual clothes stood outside the crowd with Li Wangyu. Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and a few others were also in casual clothes. Pai Lupi looked at the thousands of examinees and was very satisfied. Zio, look at these examinees. They are the foundation of the Tang dynasty. I wonder how many of them will be able to pass the Jinshi examination and serve the imperial court. Li Wangyu was very tactful and flattered. Congratulations, uncle. All the heroes in the world are in your hands. Haha, you bastard. I said this in the beginning, but later I found that it was not completely true. However, with Zio's good plan to improve the imperial examination, I can now say this again. Pai Lupi was very proud. Feng Xianling suddenly smiled at Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, speaking of the imperial examination, Zio mentioned something interesting a few days ago. What is it? Tell me about it. Feng Gonggong. Feng Xianling twirled his beard and said with a smile, I also heard from my son that Zio was drinking in a restaurant and happened to meet several examinees participating in this year's spring imperial examination. 2 of the examinees wanted to be Zio's disciples, but Zio told them to go to your residence to be Zio's disciples after passing the Jinshi examination. Your Majesty, don't you think Zio is deliberately making things difficult for them? Du Ruhui also said, Haha, that's right. I also heard about it. It is said that Zio said with certainty that the 2 examinees will pass the Jinshi examination this year. I don't know why Zio is so confident. I heard that the two examinees are not yet 30 years old. If it is the Ming Classics examination, it will be fine. But it is the Jianghu examination. I'm afraid it will not be easy. Pai Lupi was interested and asked Li Wangyu, "Oh? Is there really such a thing?" "Ziyu, you rascal, you're too wicked. If you don't want to accept them as disciples, just say it. Why do you have to make things difficult for them? Haha, you only accept them as disciples when they pass the Jianghu examination. It is really difficult for them." Li Wangyu laughed in his heart. What a joke. If the two future prime ministers of the Tang dynasty failed to pass the Jianghu examination, wouldn't it be funny? However, the admission rate of the Jianghu examination was too low. Li Wangyu did not dare to guarantee that Lu Rengue and Shangguan Yi would pass the Jianghu examination this year. After all, he only knew that the two of them had passed the Jianghu examination in history. But who knew when they passed the Jianghu examination? Li Wangyu could only pretend to be mysterious when Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and others made fun of him. He said, "Hey Uncle Master Fang and Master Du, let's wait and see." Pai Lupi said, "I don't believe that, Zio. You can casually pick two examinees in a restaurant and pass the Jianghu examination. Tell me the names of the two people. I want to see the results when the list comes out this year." The two people are called Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue. They are both examinees from Hunan province. "Hey, Uncle, maybe the Jianghu examination this year will be one of them." Li Wangyu said. The Jianghu examination was the Zhuangyuan, but there was no such thing in the Tang dynasty. The term Zhuangyuan was later changed to Jiangshi, because people thought that Jiangshi was too indecent. Li Wangyu was just saying it casually. Anyway, Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue must have real talent. As for whether they passed the Jianghu examination or not, it didn't matter. Anyway, bragging didn't pay any tax. However, Pai Lupi took his words seriously. Chapter 7:13. The drum outside the Ministry of Rites sounded 3 times, signaling the opening of the examination hall. The examinees waiting at the examination hall began to line up and prepare to enter. However, when they entered, some unpleasantness occurred. The reason was that the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards who were guarding the examination hall wanted to search the examinees' bodies to see if they had any notes. When this news spread, the entrance of the examination hall at the Ministry of Rites was instantly thrown into chaos. This year's spring examination was too different from previous years, causing the examinees to be caught off guard. In particular, the examinees were actually being searched by the Imperial Army. This made the examinees even more dissatisfied. This was something that had never happened before. This is a disgrace to the educated, truly a disgrace to the educated. We are all examinees participating in the spring examination. Why are we being searched by the Imperial Army? I have also participated in the spring examination a few times, but I have never been searched like this before. Why are we being searched this year? The entrance of the examination hall was in chaos. There were even people who shouted to charge in. Such provocative words made the scene even more chaotic. Seeing this situation, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. His good mood from before was instantly ruined. Nonsense! How dare these examinees be so impudent? Me Tua, pass down my decree. Those who cause trouble will be disqualified from this year's spring examination. Pai Lupi ordered Me Tua, who was serving behind him. Yes, Me Tua replied. He turned around and prepared to pass down the decree to the Imperial Army, but he was stopped by Li Wangyu. Uncle, let's give them a chance. These rules have just been implemented this year. These examinees don't have it easy, so let them off, Li Wangyu persuaded. Speaking of which, he also held some responsibility for the commotion in front of the examination hall at the Ministry of Rites. After all, he was the one who suggested the rules for the spring examination to Pai Lupi. If many examinees couldn't participate in this year's spring examination and wasted a year's worth of time, Li Wangyu would feel apologetic. Although Pai Lupi was displeased, he didn't continue to insist on Li Wangyu's words. Since you are pleading for the examinees, I will let them off this time. But now that things have turned out like this, what kind of scandal is this? Li Wangyu could only brace himself and say, "Let me persuade them." Pai Lupi nodded slightly in agreement. With Pai Lupi's permission, Li Wangyu quickly walked towards the entrance of the Ministry of Rites. Niu Wu was afraid that the examinees would bump into him, so he wanted to lead his troops forward to protect him, but he was stopped by Li Wangyu. At this time, it was better not to add fuel to the fire. If he led a group of troops to appear, it would be easy to make the examinees feel disgusted. Anyway, they were just some weak scholars. There was nothing to worry about. Li Wangyu squeezed through the crowd and walked to the entrance of the examination hall in 2 or 3 steps. Leading a group of golden guards to guard the entrance of the examination hall, the one who was currently arguing with the impulsive examinees was a lieutenant of the golden guards. Li Wangyu stepped forward and was about to reveal his identity to the captain and show him his goldfish talisman when he saw the captain bow to him. "Greetings, County Earl of Huizhou." Li Wangyu curiously asked. "Oh, you know me?" The captain smiled and said, "When County Earl of Huizhou and the young dukes were practicing at the Golden Guards, it was this lowly official who led them to practice with County Earl of Huizhou." Only after he said this did Li Wangyu realize that this captain was very familiar. It turned out that when he and Chang Chumo were practicing at the Golden Guards barracks, Chang Yaojin had called him over to be their practice partner. Since he was an acquaintance, this matter was easy to handle. Li Wangyu smiled and whispered into his ear, "The sage is watching, so don't let these examinees continue to cause trouble. Have them quiet down, I want to say a few words to them." Hearing that Pai Lupi was also here, the captain did not dare to hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes." He called over several golden guards and gave them a few orders. Then, he stood on the stone steps in front of the Ministry of Rites and loudly shouted at the crowd below, "Silence! Everyone be silent. If there is any more noise, you will be severely punished." The soldiers of the Golden Guards also shouted in unison. Everyone shouted in unison, and their voices were quite loud. Very quickly, those noisy examinees were suppressed. Out of the thousands of people present, no one said anything. Seeing that the crowd had finally quieted down, the captain invited Li Wangyu to the steps and then shouted at the examinees, "This is County Earl of Huizhou. He has a few words to say to all of you. All living beings must be silent." When the captain's words reached the ears of the examinees below, they naturally caused a buzz of discussion. How could these examinees not know who Li Wangyu was? They were all examinees participating in the advancement examination, so poetry was the most important thing to them. And in Chang'an, who did not know that County Earl of Huizhou, Li Wangyu, was the famous immortal poet? These examinees had carefully analyzed the poems that Li Wangyu had spread out countless times. The name Li Wangyu was a celestial figure in their hearts, an idol among idols. When they heard that the young man standing on the steps of the Ministry of Rites was County Earl of Huizhou, Li Wangyu, all of the examinees were extremely excited. "Greetings, teacher. Greetings, County Earl of Huizhou. Greetings, immortal poet." The 1,000 examinees on the field all bowed to Li Wangyu in unison, and all sorts of names came out of their mouths. Li Wangyu, this outwardly passionate man, hadn't thought that he would have such a high status in the hearts of these scholars. He couldn't help but feel somewhat proud. He hurriedly returned the greetings, then stood up straight. Gathering his chi in his dantian, he loudly shouted, "Everyone, I know that many people are dissatisfied with the change in the rules of this year's spring examination. I won't hide it from everyone. In truth, these ideas were suggested by this one to the saint." Li Wangyu's words caused another round of discussion below. The lieutenant could only shout for silence once more before the examinees quieted down. "Everyone, the reason I asked the saint and the imperial court to ban this topic and change the spring examination was for everyone's sake. In the past spring examinations, names were not masked, scrolls were not copied, and bodies were not searched. If someone cheated, wouldn't all of your years of hard work have been wasted by these black sheep? The imperial court selects scholars, and naturally selects the best of the best. How can we tolerate those who cheat for personal gain? Everyone, are you willing to let these cheaters ruin all of your years of hard work?" The examinees who had caused a ruckus earlier all fell silent after hearing Li Wangyu's words. The Grand Scholar examination was already extremely difficult, not to mention that there was a tendency to throw in papers. Of the 1,000 or so examinees present, how many of them truly had connections and backgrounds? The vast majority of the examinees naturally hoped for a fair chance to compete. They didn't want the spring examinations rankings to be decided before they even stepped into the examination grounds. "Teacher, we naturally don't want to. Teacher, we only want to rely on our years of hard work to become a grand scholar. We never thought of cheating." Count who, we were wrong. Li Wangyu was quite satisfied with the examinees' reactions. He continued, today, whoever incited the examinees to cause a ruckus must be the cheaters. Everyone, open your eyes wide. Do not associate yourself with such people. After he finished speaking, the examinees who had been shouting insults all shut their mouths. Regardless of whether they had connections or not, how could they bring this matter to the table? As a result, the entrance of the Board of Rights examination hall became much more orderly. Chapter 7:14. Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui and the other officials nodded in satisfaction when they saw that Li Wangyu was able to subdue the thousands of troublemakers with just a few words. Feng Xianling smiled at Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, although Zio is young, he is very methodical in his actions. He is so steady that he doesn't seem like a 17-year-old boy. In the future, this boy will definitely be the right-hand man of the Tang Dynasty and Your Majesty's right-hand man. Pai Lupi was naturally happy when he heard this, but he still pretended to be angry and said with a straight face, This boy has always liked to cause trouble. He still needs to be taught more. Since ancient times, Wuxia was particular about the country and the world. Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi were uncle and nephew, so they were naturally close. Moreover, someone as excellent as Li Wangyu was, Pai Lupi, as the head of the Li Tang clan, was naturally proud that the Li clan could produce such a talent like Li Wangyu. Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui were both shrewd people. How could they not see the pride in Pai Lupi's heart? But they didn't point it out. They just smiled and didn't say anything. In front of the examination hall of the Ministry of Rights, Li Wangyu ordered the captain of the Jianghu guards to find a black curtain and encircle a passage in front of the examination hall. Everyone was confused and looked at Li Wangyu, wanting to know what he meant. Li Wangyu stood on the stone steps of the examination hall and shouted to the crowd, Everyone will enter the examination hall after passing through this curtain. Before entering the examination hall and being searched, if anyone carries something that they shouldn't have, they can throw it away in this curtain. Everyone has studied hard for many years. Whether or not you can pass the examination depends on today. Everyone, please don't make a mistake. If someone is found to be carrying a cheat sheet, then it is really a self-inflicted evil. You can't blame others. Am I right? The reason why Li Wangyu did this was because he could tell that even though the scholars no longer objected to the golden guard searching their bodies, he could also see that many of the examinees were avoiding his gaze with fear on their faces. Clearly, they were carrying something that they shouldn't be carrying. This was actually normal. After all, the previous spring imperial examinations were very lax. Li Wangyu reckoned that it was common for someone to find a gunman to take the test for them, let alone bring along a cheat sheet. Because of his advice to Pai Lupi, the spring quarter examinations had suddenly become much stricter. It was normal for the examinees to feel uncomfortable. That was why Li Wangyu came up with this idea. He wanted to let the examinees who brought along their notes to discard their contraband without hurting their reputation. Thank you for your protection, sir. Thank you for your kindness, teacher. The group of examinees were sincerely convinced and bowed to Li Wangyu once again to express their gratitude. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Lu Quan, the Minister of Rights. Lu Quan had originally heard an official from the Ministry of Rights report that the examinees were causing trouble in front of the examination hall because of the body search. Lu Quan, who was startled, hurriedly rushed over and happened to see the scene of the students bowing to Li Wangyu. Seeing that order had been restored in front of the examination hall, Lu Quan's hanging heart finally relaxed. The official from the Ministry of Rights hurriedly explained to Lu Quan how Li Wangyu had handled the situation. Lu Quan repeatedly nodded his head in praise. As expected of Count Hu. Such an exquisite heart is truly hard to come by. I was worried that something big would happen in the spring quarter examinations today, but I didn't think that Count Hu would be able to resolve this matter with just a few words. Okay, quickly arrange for the examinees to enter the examination hall. Don't delay the start of the examination, Lu Quan instructed the official from the Ministry of Rights. At the front of the examination hall, thousands of examinees walked through the black curtain under the direction of the official from the Ministry of Rights. Then, they handed in their certificates for public examination. After verifying the examinees' identities, they were searched by the Imperial Guard before being allowed to enter the examination hall. Li Wangyu stood beside the stone steps of the examination hall with his hands behind his back. He smiled as he watched the examinees enter. When the examinees passed by him, they all respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu before stepping into the examination hall. Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue were also in the crowd. They slowly walked in front of Li Wangyu and bowed to him. "Greetings, teacher." Li Wangyu smiled and nodded at them. "Do well in the examination and strive to get a good result. As the saying goes, no one asks about you for 10 years, but you become famous in one fell swoop. Today is the day that the two of you become famous." Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "Thank you, teacher." Li Wangyu nodded pretentiously. "I'll give you another poem. The past was filthy and not worth praising, but the present is debauched and boundless. Riding the wind and galloping horses, I've seen all the flowers in Chang'an in a day. Go, do well in the examination. I'll be waiting for you in Dingzhou village." "Teacher, you mean?" Li Wangyu's words made Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue's eyes widen. Did this mean that the immortal poet was willing to accept them as disciples? In their surprise, they didn't even have time to ponder over Li Wangyu's poem. That day in the restaurant, Li Wangyu had said that he would accept them as disciples when they passed the Grand Scholar examination. But now that Li Wangyu had called himself a teacher, it naturally meant that he had acknowledged their identity as disciples. How could they not be surprised? Li Wangyu smiled. "I've boasted to the saint that one of you will definitely pass the examination. Don't let me go back on my words. Haha." "Yes, we won't let you down." After Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue finished speaking, they knelt down respectfully and kowtowed 3 times to Li Wangyu before getting up and entering the examination hall. After everyone had entered the examination hall, the door of the Ministry of Rites closed with a bang. The 3rd year of the Zhongguan Imperial examinations had officially begun. After the black curtain in front of the examination hall was removed, Li Wangyu looked at the scattered pieces on the ground. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not only were the pieces of paper full of small words, but there were also dozens of books of the 5 classics on the ground. Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn, did they think that the examiners were blind? The 5 classics on the 5 classics was a book that examined the Book of Changes, Shangshu, Mao Shi, Book of Rites, and Zhuozhuan. It was the official textbook of the Tang Dynasty. Could it be that those examinees were still hoping to openly flip through the books and copy the answers during the spring imperial examination? What was even more strange was a robe that was thrown on the ground. Li Wangyu was curious and picked up the robe. He couldn't help but be amused after taking a closer look. The inner lining of the robe was actually filled with small words, which were all the contents of the Moai scriptures. This guy was really a genius. He could even think of such a way to cheat. Pai Lupi led Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others over. They couldn't help but be a little unhappy when they saw the mess on the ground. Sure enough, Zio was right. If it weren't for the spring examination, Zio, who asked for a body search, I wouldn't have known that these examinees were so daring. Everyone, look at this. What do you think of this? Feng Xianling and the others looked at the various cheating tools on the ground and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. Li Wangyu felt that the examinees couldn't be blamed for this. Speaking of cheating, in fact, he had done it a lot when he was in school. Cheating and anti-cheating had always been the time when the underachievers were most willing to compete with the teachers. So many people were ready to cheat. It could only be said that the spring examination back then was too lenient. The spring examination was like the college entrance examination of the modern era. Naturally, it needed to be restrained by rules. Li Wangyu was an underachiever. He dared to cheat in the school exams on weekdays, but how many people dared to cheat in the college entrance examination? Therefore, to prevent cheating, it should rely on the system, not the self-awareness of the examinees. However, he couldn't refute Pai Lupi's words. He could only change the topic. Haha, speaking of the spring examination, I thought of a joke. Uncle, are you interested in hearing it? Chapter 7:15. Pai Lupi asked. What joke? Tell me about it. Hey, Uncle, there are 4 joys and 4 sorrows in life. Do you know what they are? I don't know. Tell me about it. Li Wangyu smiled and said, the 4 joys of life are the sweet dew after a long sweat, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and the nomination for the imperial examination. These 4 sentences came from the Southern Song Dynasty's poem of joy and disappointment. It was a very appropriate summary. Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling thought about it and nodded with a smile. Yes, these are indeed the 4 joys. What are the 4 sorrows? Du Ruhui said, Is it a widow crying with her son, a general being captured by the enemy, losing the face of the Lord, and losing the support of the imperial examination? Li Wangyu shook his head. What Mr. Du said is sad, but it is not the four sorrows of life. Pai Lupi asked. Then what are the four sorrows? Don't keep us in suspense. Li Wangyu coughed softly and said, there are four sorrows in life: a drop of sweet dew after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, a creditor, on the wedding night, next door, on the imperial examination, the same name. After he finished speaking, Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and Du Ruhui were all stunned. Then, everyone burst into laughter. Sure enough, these were the four sorrows of life. After a long drought, it finally rained, but it only rained a drop. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, but meeting the creditor that you don't want to see the most. On the wedding night, it was the neighbor's family. The worst was when you got the imperial examination, you were happy for nothing. It was just the same name. Wasn't the most tragic thing in life to be happy for nothing? After Pai Lupi and the others figured it out, they laughed until tears came out. Zio, you bastard. You are too mischievous. Haha, interesting, interesting. Pai Lupi laughed. After being interrupted by Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi forgot about his unhappiness. Everyone chatted for a while before heading back to the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites. Pai Lupi planned to personally inspect today's examination. The entrance exam was divided into 3 subjects. First was the most basic, which was the scriptures. In other words, he had to fill in the blanks from memory. The standard answer was the fixed text of the 5 classics. Li Wangyu felt that the examinees who cheated in the scriptures exam and even tried to smuggle in scriptures were most likely the same as him in his previous life. After the basic examination, it was time for the essay examination, which was also the poetry examination. Composing an essay or a poem was the most difficult and important part of the advanced placement examination. Finally, there were 5 questions on current affairs policy. This was very similar to the civil service examination in the future. It was aimed at practical matters and required the examinees to come up with policy theories. Whether it was Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, or Zhang Sun Wuji, these big shots, they were all very pragmatic. The contents of the Jianghu imperial examination placed more emphasis on the examinee's ability, unlike the Ming and Qing dynasties, where they relied on an empty 8-legged essay. Li Wangyu accompanied Pai Lupi and a group of big shots into the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites. Under the accompaniment of the Minister of Rites, Lu Quan, they began to patrol around the examination hall. More than 1,000 examinees were currently taking the scriptures exam. Li Wangyu looked around. The performance of these examinees was not much different from the students in the future. Top students like Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue were definitely focused on writing. Their expressions exuded a kind of brilliance that said, "This question is so easy." This kind of expression was what Li Wangyu hated the most. On the other hand, those who were biting their pencils and pondering hard with a conflicted expression on their faces were obviously bad students. Some of them had even begun to daydream. They were undoubtedly bad students. Li Wangyu was also like this in the past, so he was very clear about the meaning of this expression. Thinking of the scene of being tortured by exams when he was in school, and then looking at the examinees of the Tang Dynasty in front of him, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pai Lupi glanced at him. "Zio, why are you laughing?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He could only vaguely answer, "Hee, nothing. It's just that some of the examinees seem to be a little interesting." "What's so interesting about them? Tell me about it," Pai Lupi still asked, making Li Wangyu speechless for a while. He couldn't say that looking at those examinees reminded him that he was also a bad student in the past, right? Li Wangyu could only point to those bad students and say, "Uncle, look at those examinees. They are gnashing their teeth. You know that they are thinking hard, but if you don't know, you will think that they have a grudge against this exam paper." I found it interesting, so I laughed. Pai Lupi looked in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, there were a few examinees with abnormally ferocious expressions on their faces. Pai Lupi couldn't help but smile. "Hee, what do you mean by thinking hard? It seems to me that you have been studying in the past and haven't been paying attention. Now you are scratching your ears and cheeks, thinking about how to answer." Li Wangyu said, "Hee, this is what it means to regret not having enough knowledge when you need it. You don't know how difficult it is until you experience it." He said this casually, but it made Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others nod their heads. Zio's words are wonderful. Endless charm. It's true that you only regret not having enough knowledge when you need it. Pai Lupi looked at those examinees and said to Li Wangyu, Zio, as a teacher, you must seriously supervise Chengqian and Qingchua's studies. You must not be like those examinees who only regret not having enough knowledge when they need it. Li Wangyu hurriedly nodded. Yes, uncle, don't worry. I will definitely supervise the two of them to study hard and improve every day. Pai Lupi laughed. Zio's words are interesting, haha, what a good study hard and improve every day. Yes, this is how studying should be. Feng Xianling also laughed. Looking at what Zio said today, your words are concise and profound, and every sentence is a gem. Zio, have you been writing again recently? Why don't you read it to me? Li Wangyu's head was full of sweat. He had just said it casually. Especially studying hard and improving every day. This was the catchphrase of the teachers and parents of the later generations. How could Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling see so many profound meanings? However, Li Wangyu remembered after Feng Xuanling's words that the two sentences he had just said seemed to have come from Han Yu's ancient and modern literature, encouraging study. In the later generations, the phrase, studying hard and improving every day, was famous in China because the chairman wrote the inscription for a primary school student. However, the original source was Han Yu's article in the Tang Dynasty. When Li Wangyu was studying Han Yu's encouraging study, every time he read the phrase, studying hard and improving every day, he always felt a sense of disharmony. It felt like the modern slogan had been transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty. It seemed that after taking advantage of Han Yu's teachings of teachers, it was inevitable that he would steal the ancient and modern virtuous literature, encouraging learning, as well. After Li Wangyu silently apologized to Han Yu in his heart, he calmly nodded at Feng Xianling and said, Feng Gonggong, I recently wrote an article called Persuasion. Feng Yai clapped his hands and applauded. Haha, as expected, I guessed correctly. I haven't heard Zio's article in a long time. Zio's Love Lotus, Epigraph of My Shack, Teachings of Teachers, and The Oil Cellar, I can't put them down and study them every day. It seems that I have another masterpiece to go with wine today. Du Ruhui and Lu Quan also looked expectant. Yes, that's right. Zio, quickly read it. If it's the same as your previous articles, I'll invite you to a restaurant to drink. Chapter 7:16. Li Wangyu coughed pretentiously, once again apologizing to Han Yu in his heart. Only then did he open his mouth and recite, A withered tree sprouts again in the spring, no one can be young twice. If the young don't work hard, the old will be sad. Study hard and make progress every day. There are 360 professions, and every profession has its own master. When it's time to learn, one will regret not having enough knowledge. There's a path to the mountain of books, and a boat to the sea of learning. The teacher leads the way, but one's own cultivation depends on oneself. Practice makes perfect, and hard work makes perfect. Li Er, Feng Xianling, and the others began to ponder the meaning of the 200 words, ancient and modern literature, persuasion to learn. Han Yu's article couldn't be said to be very beautiful, but as Feng Xianling had said before, it was concise and profound, and every sentence was a gem. Li Wangyu only learned many of the famous sayings in the future after learning this article. It turned out that they all came from this 200-word article. Something like, if the young don't work hard, the old will be sad. The new generation excels the old. There's a path to the mountain of books, and a boat to the sea of learning. Almost every sentence was familiar to the later generations. An article that could be passed down for thousands of years was extraordinary. Pai Lupi couldn't help but nod and clap his hands in praise of this article. Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui immediately said, Ziyu's article is really thought-provoking, and every word is a gem. When it comes to persuasion, there's no other article that can compare. Your Majesty, I ask Your Majesty to issue an imperial edict to publish Ziyu's article to the world so that everyone can read and recite it. Lu Quan was even more excited. He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, I have a presumptuous request. Could Your Majesty please write down this article in your own handwriting? I want to ask the craftsman to carve it into a stone tablet and place it outside the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites, so that all students can remember this article in their hearts and remind themselves at all times. Pai Lupi naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. Lu Quan immediately motioned for an official from the Ministry of Rites to bring over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He then asked Pai Lupi to paint. Li Wangyu did not feel the slightest bit ashamed of being praised by the crowd. After plagiarizing so many times, his face was already as thick as the wall of Chang'an City. Today, coincidentally, Li Wangyu took advantage of Pai Lupi's good mood and said, "Uncle, I'm planning to build a school next to Dingzhou village. I'm preparing to recruit students to teach and dispel doubts. I wonder if Uncle will allow this nephew to ask the craftsman from the Ministry of Works to help this nephew with the construction?" "Ziyu, why do you want to build this school? Imparting the Tao and dispelling doubts? But a private school? It's just a private school, and you have the nerve to ask the Ministry of Works for help?" Pai Lupi asked, puzzled. In his opinion, how big could a private school be? It was just a small courtyard. It was making a mountain out of a molehill to ask the Ministry of Works for this. Li Wangyu scratched his head and did not know how to explain the word school to Pai Lupi. In ancient times, educational institutions were called xiang, su, shui, shu, and so on. However, the word school only appeared in the Republic of China. In the late Qing Dynasty, modern educational institutions were called schools. In the Republic of China they were called schools. Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling naturally did not understand, but they could roughly guess the meaning of the two words school and study. Li Wangyu touched his nose and said with a smile, "Hey, Uncle, it's not a private school. The school I'm planning to build is actually an academy." In the history of Wuxia, the earliest academy was the Lijing Academy, founded by Pai Lupi's great-grandson, Li Longji of Tang Xuanzong. However, Pai Lupi and the others understood the word academy. Even if it's an academy, Zio, you don't need to ask the Ministry of Works to help you build it, right? Li Wangyu shook his head and said, "No, Uncle. My academy covers a large area. Hey, to tell you the truth, in my plan, the academy covers an area of nearly 1,000 acres. There are dozens of buildings, lakes, pavilions, and so on. The amount of work required is huge. That's why I want to ask the officials and craftsmen of the Ministry of Works to help me build it. Uncle, don't worry. I'll pay for all the expenses myself." His words shocked Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. An academy covering an area of more than 1,000 acres? Was this an international joke? The Imperial College, the Hongwen School, and the Chongwen School together covered an area of less than 100 acres. Li Wangyu actually wanted to build an academy covering an area of more than 1,000 acres. Pai Lupi thought he had misheard. He stared at Li Wangyu and asked, "Zio, say it again. How big is the academy?" 1,000 acres. After confirming that he didn't mishear, Pai Lupi couldn't help but take a deep breath. "You scoundrel, what's wrong with you? Do you know how much gold it will cost to build such a big academy? Your Dingzhou village only has a few dozen children. Why do you need to build such a big academy?" Fang Xianling also tried to persuade him. "Zio, it's good that you're willing to build an academy, but you don't need to build it so big, right?" Li Wangyu smiled indifferently and said, "Hey, Uncle, Fang Gonggong, didn't I just make a fortune? No problem, this cost is nothing." In front of Lu Quan, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't say it out loud. However, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui naturally understood what he meant. They couldn't help but be speechless. This time, the 5 families and 7 kings lost their pants and each of them earned more than 100,000 taels of gold. Since Li Wangyu was willing to use part of it to build an academy, it really didn't matter. Pai Lupi still shook his head and said, "Zio, tell me clearly, why does it need to be so big to build an academy?" Li Wangyu knew that he was going to meet Pai Lupi today, so he was prepared to bring up this matter. Therefore, he always carried the sketch of the academy with him. When faced with Pai Lupi's question, he immediately took out the sketch. "Uncle, everyone, please look, this is the sketch of the academy that I'm going to build." Li Wangyu pointed at the sketch and introduced it to Pai Lupi and the others. "The academy that I'm going to build is unprecedented. It includes all kinds of libraries, classrooms, dormitories, cafeterias, sports fields, horse racing fields, kuju courts, and baseball fields. Hey, so it's going to take up a lot of space." Pai Lupi and the others carefully looked at the sketch of the academy and shook their heads. Li Wangyu's generosity was unheard of. Fang Xianling asked curiously, "Zio, How many students do you plan to enroll? It's such a big academy. Are you going to compete with the directorate for students? Li Wangyu shook his head and said, Master Feng, the students I plan to teach are not the same as the scholars today. That's why I'm only going to enroll children who are under the age of 10. Pai Lupi and the others were even more speechless. Thousands of acres of land might cost tens of thousands of taels of gold, but the academy was only going to enroll children? In everyone's eyes, it was simply wasteful to the extreme. Although the money was not his own, Pai Lupi still felt the pinch for Li Wangyu. He asked puzzledly, Zio, it's not worth it to spend so much just to teach some children. Li Wangyu said, Uncle, what I want to teach is not the scholars of the Tang Dynasty today. I'm going to open courses for the children in the academy. In addition to learning the 5 classics, they also need to learn arithmetic, calligraphy, painting, musical instruments, archery, batting, riding, sword dancing, military tactics, and so on. After a child enters the academy, I'm going to divide them into 3 stages: primary school, middle school, and university. It will take about 10 years to teach a child to become a pillar of the country. Hey, so this 1,000 acres of land is not a lot. I'm going to continue to expand in the future. The 10,000 acres of land that you gave me last time may all be used to build the academy in the future. His words shocked Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others. Chapter 717. Speaking of which, the education system of the Tang Dynasty was also very developed. Especially after inheriting the system of the Sui Dynasty and improving it, its ideas and system were not considered backward. Even many education experts in later generations thought that the education system of the Tang Dynasty was worth learning from. In addition to the Guoxue and the Imperial College, all the provinces and counties of the Tang Dynasty had official schools. Pai Lupi also attached great importance to education. During the Zhenguan year when he was the emperor, the number of official schools in the Tang Dynasty increased by more than 1,200. The private schools run by the people were not recorded in the records. The Tang Dynasty also encouraged the existence of these private schools. However, no matter how advanced the education system of the Tang Dynasty was, no one had ever heard of the idea of modern schools proposed by Li Wangyu. When Pai Lupi and the others heard that Li Wangyu was also planning to recruit children from poor families in Chang'an City and let them enter the school for free, they were even more shocked and speechless. When Li Wangyu told them his idea, Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others were silent. They were each thinking about the differences between this school and the official schools and the private schools of the Tang Dynasty, and comparing the advantages and disadvantages. It seemed that spending 10 years to systematically teach a young child like Li Wangyu's idea was an unprecedented initiative. If a young child could systematically learn the lessons that Li Wangyu mentioned from a young age, what would happen when he became an adult? Thinking of this, Pai Lupi looked at the examination hall and the examinees who were immersed in answering questions. He couldn't help but think about what would happen if the students of Li Wangyu's school came to the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites to participate in the spring examination 10 years later. Pai Lupi suddenly turned to Li Wangyu and said, Zio, the Ministry of Works will naturally send people to help you build the school. However, including Chengqian and Qing Ke, my princes will also have to enter the school. He now had a total of 9 princes, including Li Ji. Prince Zhang Li Yun, Prince Yu Li Zhan, and Prince Jin Li Ji were still young, while Prince Chu Li Quan had died early. Other than Li Chengqian and Li Tai, there were also King of Wu, King of Qi, Li Wangyu, and King of Shu, Li Gui. Li Wangyu seemed rather troubled. Uncle, your nephew's academy has a dormitory system. All of the students live in the academy, and they only have 1 day off every 10 years. Are you willing to let Chengqian study in the academy? The other princes were fine, but Li Wangyu was the crown prince. Li Wangyu wasn't sure if Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son would be willing to let him study at the academy. Furthermore, the Eastern Palace had the crown princes left Shu Sun and other officials in charge of teaching and assisting the crown prince. Even Li Gang had just been recruited by Pai Lupi to be the crown prince's grand tutor. It seemed unreliable to let Li Chengqian study at the academy at this time. Pai Lupi nodded. Zio, didn't you say so just now? You don't have to worry about being too old to accomplish anything. You only have to worry about being too young to learn. I just thought about it carefully. Your academy has its merits. I trust you and will not hold back Chengqian and the others. Since Pai Lupi had said so, what else could Li Wangyu say? He could only nod helplessly. However, in his opinion, There were benefits to letting Pai Lupi and the other princes study at the academy. Letting those little fellows stay away from the palace and interact with people of the same age every day. Perhaps Pai Lupi's unfilial descendants would be less likely to commit treason and suicide in the future? Feng Xianling also said, since that's the case, after Zio's academy is built, I will also send my third and fourth sons' legacies to study at the academy. Zio, are you willing? Lu Quan also asked, County Count who, I also have 2 grandsons. Can they also study at the academy? This time, it was Li Wangyou's turn to be stunned. What the hell was this? He had originally built the academy to teach the children of poor families. Why do they want to send their children and grandchildren to study at the academy after just talking to Pai Lupi and the others? If this news were to spread, wouldn't those officials and nobles all want to send their children and grandchildren to study at the academy? At that time, wouldn't his academy become a replica of the Hongwen School and the Chongwen School? He then looked at Du Ruhui, who actually had a regretful expression. He only had 2 sons, Du He and Du Go, and they were almost 20 years old. Obviously, they couldn't study at the academy. No, he couldn't go through the back door. Li Wangyu smiled at Feng Xianling and Lu Quan. He, Lord Feng, Lord Lu. It's not that I'm pretentious. It's just that there are rules for entering the academy. You have to take an exam. Only after passing the exam can you enter the academy. If I rashly agree to let the children and grandchildren of Lord Feng and Lord Lu enter the academy, there are so many officials and nobles in Chang'an City. Please forgive me, Lord Feng and Lord Lu. Why don't you let them take the entrance exam after the academy is built? With your family's education, wouldn't it be easy for you to pass the entrance exam? Feng Xianling and Lu Quan looked at each other. They understood and nodded with a smile. Li Wangyu then said, however, the academy also plans to recruit girls. If Lord Feng and Lord Lu have girls of the right age, they can directly send them to study at the academy without the exam. His words stunned Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling. Li Wangyu also planned to recruit girls? Although the Tang dynasty was open-minded and didn't have the Ming and Qing dynasties, there were very few girls who went to study at the academy. Zio, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Your academy also plans to recruit girls? If men and women study at the academy together, it will cause a lot of trouble. Zio, I advise you not to do this. Lu Quan couldn't help but persuade. Li Wangyu scratched his head helplessly. He also knew that recruiting girls would cause a lot of trouble. In Chang'an City, building a female toilet caused a lot of trouble, let alone a girls' school. Fortunately, he and his beautiful boss had already expected this. Lord Lu, it's not a girls' and boys' school. Instead, it's a girls' school on the side of the academy. Men are not allowed to enter and only female teachers are invited to teach. Li Wangyu pointed to a corner of the sketch and said. In fact, his girls' school was just skirting the boundaries. That area was just the girls' dormitory area. After these girls entered the academy, they would still be in the same academy. Lu Quan didn't know his plan. He sighed and said, Zio, what's the use of girls entering the academy? Even if you teach them to be extremely knowledgeable, could it be that they would still be able to become officials? It's enough if they can read and understand the principles. Why do they have to study at the academy? As the saying goes, a wise woman can topple a city. What's the use of girls studying? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Lord Lu, you're wrong. It's always good for girls to study. Even if they marry a husband in the future, they can at least write and calculate. They can also manage the family business. What's more, they have to help their husband and teach their children. If they can't read and write, how can they teach their children well? If the Empress is not talented, how can she write the book Women's Principles and teach all the women in the world? Lord Lu, don't you think so? He even mentioned Empress Zhang's son, so Lu Quan naturally couldn't say anything. He just shook his head, obviously not agreeing with Li Wangyu. Chapter 7:18. Even Pai Lupi did not comment on Li Wangyu's intention to recruit girls. Although he did not care much about etiquette, he still felt that it was troublesome. If he nodded his head and allowed his princesses to study at the academy, those old officials in the imperial court would probably start nagging again and be very annoying. Therefore, Pai Lupi did not comment on Li Wangyu's suggestion. He neither supported nor opposed it. Li Wangyu saw that no one wanted to talk about it, so he did not say anything. Anyway, recruiting girls was not something he had to do. He was not a feminist. If it was not for the strong request of his beautiful superior, he would not have bothered. After chatting about the academy for a while, they turned their attention back to the ongoing imperial examination. It was time for the examination. The officials from the Ministry of Rites came forward to collect the examination papers. The examination papers were held by the Imperial Army and immediately sent to a side room. The Ministry of Rites had prepared hundreds of scribes to copy the examination papers and hand them over to the examiners for marking. After the examination, there were officials from the Ministry of Rites who read out the questions for this year's spring imperial examinations to the candidates. The 3 examinations of the advanced examination would be finished in one day. After that, it would take about 3 days to mark the papers and determine the rankings. Pai Lupi remembered that Li Wangyu mentioned 2 people called Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue outside the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites. He could not help but be interested. Zio, just now outside the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites, I saw 2 students kowtowing to you. Were they the Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue you mentioned? Li Wangyu said. Yes, it was them. I have decided to take them as my disciples. Pai Lupi smiled and said, Oh? You have so much confidence in them? You said before that you would only accept them after they passed the imperial examination. Why did you change your mind? Li Wangyu said, I think that the 2 of them will definitely pass this year's spring quarter examination. Who knows? Maybe they will be the Tanhua envoy this year. In fact, Li Wangyu was just bragging. Whether Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue could pass the exam or not was another matter. After all, the admission rate for the advancement course was too low. Out of more than 1,000 examinees, only 20 or so would be accepted. No one dared to pat their chest and guarantee that they would be able to pass the Grand Scholar examination. But since he had already said so much, he couldn't afford to lose face, right? Naturally, he had to say this. When the results were released, it would be great if he won. It would be a good story. Even if they didn't pass, it wasn't a big deal. They could just kidnap Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue to teach in the academy and take the exam next year. As for being mocked by Pai Lupi, would he care? The Tanhua Shi that Li Wangyu mentioned was also called Tanhua Lang, but it didn't mean the Zhuangyuan, Banyan, or Tanhua of the later generations. In the imperial examination of the Tang Dynasty, other than the Zhuangyuan, there was no such thing as the Zhuangyuan. As for Tanhua Lang, it didn't refer to the 3rd place. After the Grand Scholar examination, Pai Lupi would give the new Grand Scholar examination a grand celebratory banquet. This banquet was held in the apricot flower garden of the Xiujiang Pond. The Tanhua banquet, as the name implied, was to select the 2 youngest and most outstanding Grand Scholars to be the Tanhua Shi. Their task was to travel around the famous gardens and pick fresh flowers along the way. Then they would compose a poem in the Qianglin Garden and welcome the Zhuangyuan with fresh flowers. There were unspoken rules for the selection of the Tanhua Shi. First, they had to be young, and second, they had to be handsome. Therefore, the person who was selected as the Tanhua Shi might not be the Zhuangyuan, but they were the most popular people. Every year after the spring imperial examination, the reputation of the Tanhua Shi would be much higher than the Zhuangyuan Shi. Therefore, looking at one's face was something that had existed since ancient times. It wasn't just the later generations that looked at faces. Every year, the man who came in 3rd place was also the object of the hearts of many unmarried young ladies. After all, he was young, handsome, and talented. Naturally, he would attract the attention of the young ladies. Currently, Shangguan Yi was only 21 years old and had just turned 20. Lu Rengue was only 28 years old. If the 2 of them could pass the Grand Scholar examination, it wouldn't be strange at all for them to be Tanhua Shi. Shangguan Yi's appearance was naturally not bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to a granddaughter like Shangguan Wan or. Lu Rengue wasn't as delicate and pretty as Shangguan Yi, but he still had a dignified appearance and could be considered handsome. When Pai Lupi heard this, he only smiled and asked Li Wangyu to point out Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue to him. Li Wangyu searched among the thousands of examinees who had their heads buried in their books for a long time before he found the 2 of them and introduced them to Li Er. Not bad, they are indeed 2 handsome young men. If the 2 of them can really pass the Grand Scholar examination, then the Tanhua Shi would definitely belong to the 2 of them. Pai Lupi remembered Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue in his heart. If the 2 of them could really pass the Grand Scholar examination, he could ask Zhang Sun Wuji to arrange an official position for them to see their abilities. With regards to Li Wangyou's foresight, Pai Lupi was very certain. Not mentioning Yan Liben, Ma Zhou, as an imperial censor, did a good job, which made Pai Lupi very satisfied. Since his nephew was willing to take the two of them as disciples, then they must be extraordinary. If they could be like Ma Zhou, then it would be a good thing for the imperial court. The spring imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was different from the Ming and Qing dynasties. After passing the Grand Scholar examination, one would not become an official. It only represented that one had the qualifications to become an official and could not directly become an official. If one wanted to become an official, they would need to pass the Ministry of Personnel's examination. The Ministry of Personnel selection criteria had 4 criteria. First, body, great appearance; second, speech, eloquence; third, calligraphy, and calligraphy; fourth, literature. The Tang dynasty had very high requirements for the basic qualities of an official. Morals, appearance, language, calligraphy, and writing were all indispensable. After touring the Ministry of Rites examination hall, Pai Lupi went to check the situation of the examination papers before returning to the palace with satisfaction. However, Li Wangyou did not leave. After leaving the Ministry of Rites examination hall, he waited with Niu Wu and the others in a restaurant near the examination hall. When this year's spring imperial examination ended, the examination hall's door opened again. Thousands of examinees came out of the examination hall, either excited or depressed. The Li family's troops, who had been waiting in front of the examination hall, found Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue and led them to the elegant room of the restaurant. Li Wangyou invited the two to sit down and personally poured wine for them. Then he asked with a smile, "Shangguan Yi, Lu Rengue, how did you do in the examination today? Are you confident?" Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue were obviously the type of top students who were excited. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. "Teacher, today's examination was not bad. However, whether or not I can pass the Grand Scholar examination will depend on the results released in 3 days." "Haha, that's good. I have confidence in you. In fact, even if you don't pass the examination this year, it's not a big deal. You can continue to take the examination next year. You two are still young. Didn't you say that you will pass the Grand Scholar examination in your 50s? Don't worry, don't worry. I've been waiting for you here today because I need your help with something." Li Wangyou's words stunned Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue at first. Then they immediately bowed down and said, "Teacher, please instruct us. We won't dare to disobey." "It's not difficult. It's not that serious." Li Wangyou smiled and waved his hand. "You two should be familiar with the examinees who participated in this year's spring imperial examination, right?" Shangguan Yi said, "Yes. Although I don't dare to say that I know all the examinees, I know many of them." "Teacher, do you need to find these examinees?" Li Wangyou said, "Yes, that's right." Chapter 719. In the Tang dynasty, the spring imperial examination did not only consist of advancement and Ming Jing. There were also more than 50 subjects, such as Ming Shu, Ming Fa, Ming Ci, and Ming Swan. The imperial examination was divided into common and composition. Common was an imperial examination held at a fixed time every year, while composition was an imperial examination held by the emperor. Although the subjects of mathematics, and calligraphy were not valued, they were still channels to become officials. Therefore, the number of people who participated was not small. The total number of examinees for these 50-plus subjects was in the tens of thousands. Most of the students who participated in the imperial examination lived in the area around Chongren Lane. Of course, there were also poor people who lived in the southern part of the city. After all, the housing there was much cheaper than near Chongren Lane. The spring imperial examination was the last and most important exam of the imperial examination every year. After today's exam, most of the students rushed to the restaurants in Chongren Lane and the brothels in Ping Kong Lane to relax. Anyway, whether they passed or not would be revealed in 3 days. Even if they did not pass, most of them would take the exam next year. However, after working hard for a year, they had to reward themselves. However, only a small number of students went to Ping Kong Lane to relax. Not everyone was a gentleman, but they did not have enough money. After all, the cost of a night in Ping Kong Lane was not low. Even students from well-off families could not bear to spend a few hundred wen or even a copper coin to get close to it. Therefore, most of the students only found a restaurant near the hostel and ordered a table to drink and have fun. In each restaurant, almost all of the students who came to the spring imperial examination were sitting there. It was very lively. In the restaurant, a student suddenly said loudly, "Everyone, I wonder if you have heard? In today's imperial examination, the immortal poet wrote another essay called Persuasion to Study. I was fortunate enough to read it and I really admire it. The immortal poet is really a learned person. She is not an ordinary person." His words immediately attracted the attention of all the students in the restaurant. Someone immediately stood up and asked, "I wonder if this brother can recite it for us? Let us listen to the teacher's teachings." That's right, that's right. I'll have to trouble you to recite it for us." The surrounding students chimed in one after another. "That's no problem at all. Everyone, listen carefully. A withered tree sprouts again in the spring. No one can be young twice." The student immediately cupped his hands in salute and loudly recited Li Wangyu's Persuasion to Study. After the 200-word essay was recited, the originally noisy restaurant suddenly became quiet. All the students began to recite the essay in their mouths. "Sir, you are indeed a great talent. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Although the little immortal poet is young, she is indeed very knowledgeable. She is a great sage of the present age." Someone even said in an envious tone, "Speaking of which, Mr. took in 2 more disciples before the Board of Rites examination today. It really makes me envious. How lucky are those 2 to have Mr. as their master?" "That's right. I know about this matter. Those 2 students are called Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue. They are the examinees of this year's advanced examination. Originally, teacher had said that if the 2 of them could pass the Grand Scholar examination, he would accept them as his disciples. However, I don't know why teacher changed his mind. The moment before the examination, he made the 2 of them kowtow and acknowledge him as their master." The restaurant was filled with the envious voices of the examinees. If they can acknowledge teacher as their master, what does it matter if they pass the spring examination or not? Yes, teacher's disciple, Imperial Censor Ma, didn't participate in the spring examination. However, he was directly appointed as an imperial censor by the saint. How glorious is that? It's a pity that we can't enter teacher's eyes. It's a pity that we can't be his disciples. Every time I read Mr.'s essays and poems, it makes my respect for Mr. grow even stronger. Let's not talk about teacher's essays and poems. Just talk about the novel, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. How magnificent is that? Only someone like teacher can write something like that. Sigh. Even if I can't acknowledge teacher as my master, it would be good if I could follow teacher and serve him." Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. "Stop dreaming. You're not that beautiful young lady. Why would sir need you to serve him?" "Haha, that's the reason." The restaurant was filled with laughter again. At this time, someone loudly said, "Actually, it's not impossible. Do you know? Teacher plans to build an academy in Hu County. He plans to recruit people from the Confucian scholars." His words immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. They all gathered around him and asked him questions at the same time. "Brother, can you explain it more clearly? What academy? Can you recruit us?" "Yes, but can we study under teacher?" That person shook his head. No. The academy that teacher wants to build will only recruit children around 10 years old." "What? Only recruit children? This is too much of a waste of teacher's talent. How can teacher teach children? Could it be that there's a mistake? How is this possible?" The man who spoke shook his head again. "The academy that teacher wants to build will not only recruit children, but it will also teach these children for 10 years until they turn 20. It's said that children from poor families won't have to pay a single copper coin for tuition. Teacher will also provide them with food and lodging for 10 years until they graduate." These words immediately stunned everyone. For a moment, no one said anything. They just looked at each other in dismay. After a long time, someone finally muttered, "Teacher is so generous. Why didn't I be born a few years later? Hiss, those children will have to study under teacher for 10 years. This is too inconceivable." The man continued, "Moreover, from what I know, Teacher's Academy will not only teach children the Confucian classics, but also mathematics, calligraphy, painting, musical instruments, archery, ball shooting, horse riding, sword dancing, the art of war, and many other subjects. Therefore, They will need to study in the academy for 10 years. Another round of gasps could be heard in the restaurant's lobby. After a while, someone asked, "Brother, what did you mean when you said that teacher plans to recruit people from the Confucian scholars?" Haha, teacher wants to recruit hundreds, if not thousands, of children to study in the academy. With so many people, he naturally can't teach them himself. Therefore, teacher plans to recruit people from the Confucian scholars to teach in the academy. These words caused the Confucian scholars to fall silent. Count who wanted to recruit them to teach in the academy? Teach those children? Everyone began to make all kinds of plans. After all, they were all scholars. Even if they didn't pass the imperial examination this year, they could still take the examination next year and obtain the qualifications to become an official. But if they went to teach in the academy, how could they become an official in the future? Although Li Wangyou's reputation was very attractive, it wasn't enough for these Confucian scholars to give up their aspirations for fame and turn around to devote themselves to the great cause of education. The old teachers in the private schools of the Tang Dynasty were all scholars with no hopes of becoming an official. How many people as young as them would be willing to give up on fame? Chapter 720. In the eyes of these students, if Li Wangyou's purpose of building the academy was to recruit them, they would find a way to study in the academy even if they had to sell everything they had. But he just wanted to recruit them to teach a group of naughty children in the academy, which made them hesitate. No matter how famous Li Wangyou was, it was not enough to make them abandon their future to follow him. For a moment, there was an awkward silence in the restaurant. The middle-aged student who spoke before suddenly laughed and said, "Do you think that teaching in the academy will delay your future? Isn't that the case?" Of course not. Not only is there no harm, but there are also great benefits. Please explain it to us in detail. The middle-aged student who spoke coughed softly and said, "Most of you are not from Chang'an, right?" Everyone nodded and said, "Of course. If we are from Chang'an, why would we live in a hostel?" Then do you know that the students from Chang'an have a big advantage in the imperial examination every spring? Everyone was speechless. They looked at each other and nodded again. Of course. The imperial examination of the Tang Dynasty was not very fair. At least the students from Chang'an and the surrounding provinces had a big advantage compared with the students from other provinces. The reason was simple. It was far away. The imperial examination of the Tang Dynasty was held once a year. For the students from Chang'an, they had to pass the preliminary examination in their original provinces and then go to Chang'an to take the imperial examination in spring. If they did not pass, they had to return to their original provinces to prepare for the examination next year. The Tang Dynasty was not like the modern era, where there were many means of transportation such as planes and high-speed trains. A round trip, which was far away, might take half a year. Most of the time would be wasted on the road. Therefore, many students who were far away could only take the imperial examination in spring every 2 years. It was not impossible to stay in Chang'an, but they had to be recommended by high officials to skip the preliminary examination and take the imperial examination in spring directly. That was one of the reasons why the examination was popular. But even if only the students who entered the imperial examination were counted, how many of the thousands of students could be recommended? Most students still had to spend a lot of time and money to travel back and forth. Therefore, the students from Chang'an were far superior to the students from other provinces and counties in terms of study time and convenience. Everyone naturally understood this point, but there was nothing they could do. The middle-aged student continued in a loud voice. "Do you all know that the teacher has already said that anyone who is willing to teach at the academy will not only be provided with food and accommodation, but will also receive a monthly salary of 3 strings of copper coins. Most importantly, every year before the spring quarter examinations, Mr. is willing to recommend candidates to participate in the spring quarter examinations." His words immediately caused a commotion among the students in the restaurant. Instantly, the sound of everyone's discussion almost overturned the roof of the restaurant. This brother, are you serious? Will sir really recommend it to us? As long as we teach at the academy, you will recommend us? A monthly salary of 3 strings of copper coins? This is equivalent to a 5th or 6th rank official. The middle-aged student laughed and said, "Of course. Not only that, the teacher also said that he would invite the great scholars of the imperial court to teach law and official document writing in the academy. Even if ordinary commoners were lucky enough to pass the grand scholar examination, they still had to go through the selection process of the Ministry of Personnel. On the other hand, The Ministry of Personnel selection was very practical. It depended on whether the new Xianxia had a good understanding of legal documents, and whether they knew how to write laws and official documents. How would those commoners have the opportunity to come into contact with these? Therefore, the imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was not easy for commoners. It was full of difficulties. The middle-aged student's words caused the discussion in the restaurant to become louder. At that moment, many people were already tempted. However, they could not help but ask curiously, "This brother, how did you know all this?" Haha, to tell you the truth, I also plan to go to Mr.'s academy to teach those students. The two disciples that Mr. accepted in front of the entrance of the Ministry of Rights today, Xianxia and Lu Rengue, are my good friends. It was Xianxia and Lu Rengue who told me about this. As the saying goes, it's better to be happy together than to be happy alone. That's why I told you this. Hearing this, everyone nodded and bowed to the middle-aged student to express their gratitude. However, the middle-aged student continued, "However, don't think that it's easy to go to the academy to teach and get Mr.'s recommendation. As far as I know, Mr. will not only interview you, but also give you some pre-job training. Only those who pass the test can enter the academy to teach." May I ask what pre-job training is? This new term naturally attracted everyone's curiosity. They naturally knew that not everyone could go to the academy to teach. However, they did not understand the meaning of training at all. The middle-aged student could not answer. He had only heard this from Xianxia and Lu Rengue. He only said that it was Mr.'s request. This, I don't know. In short, it's not a bad thing. If you don't pass the test this year, instead of going back to your hometown, it's better to go to the academy to try. If you can stay in the academy, you can earn a generous monthly salary. Moreover, you can revise your homework while teaching and prepare for the exam next year. It's not a bad idea. Brother, you're right. In this case, Mr.'s academy should give it a try. I wonder when Mr.'s academy will start recruiting? Where do we go to register? The middle-aged student raised 3 fingers. In 3 days, the Ministry of Rights will release the list. If you don't pass the test, you can go directly to the Imperial College. At that time, Mr. will borrow the Imperial College to interview you. Thank you, brother. The students bowed again and then discussed with each other whether they should go to the Imperial College to take the exam 3 days later. However, it was obvious that the middle-aged students' words had touched most of their minds. If the list was released 3 days later and they failed, they would go to the Imperial College no matter what. In Chongren Square, the same thing happened in several restaurants where students gathered. Someone spread the news to the examinees. This was naturally arranged by Li Wangyu. The reason why he waited for Xianxia and Lu Rengue in front of the entrance of the Ministry of Rights was precisely for this matter. Through Xianxia and Lu Rengue, he gathered the examinees who failed the exam and selected the teachers to teach in the academy. This was the idea of his beautiful superior. Originally, Li Wangyu only planned to recruit 100 students. However, looking at the attitude of Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling today, Li Wangyu realized that his academy would need to recruit at least a few hundred students. Would those officials and aristocratic families be indifferent when they learned that the crown prince and the prince were going to study in the academy? They would definitely break their heads to send their children of the right age to the academy. With so many children of the officials and aristocratic families going to the academy, would those commoners and merchants not be tempted? As the saying goes, parents in the world love each other dearly. Who would be indifferent? Not to mention recruiting a few hundred students. If the academy was open to enrollment, it was possible to recruit thousands or even tens of thousands of students. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu's forehead was sweating. Why did it seem that he was tricked by his beautiful superior? If so, with so many children in the academy, how many things would happen every day? Wouldn't he go crazy? Li Wangyu couldn't help rubbing his chin, wondering if he should recruit a vice principal to take charge of the academy and shift the blame. However, it seemed that such a person was not easy to find. Chapter 721. Li Wangyu combed through all the people he knew, trying to find a scapegoat. There was no need to consider the group of playboys. If he were to hand over the school to them, who knows what would happen? He did not want the reputation that he had painstakingly accumulated to be ruined by that group of playboys. Merchants like Chou Kuan and Chou Yuanliang were also not suitable. Although merchants had management skills, if they were to manage those scholars, it would be strange if they did not cause a scene. This era was like this. Even Li Wangyu could not do anything about it. Great scholars like Yu Shernan were the most suitable, but whether it was Yu Shernan or Kong Ingda, Pai Lupi would not let them go. Moreover, he did not have the qualifications to let these big shots give up being third-grade officials and go to the school to be some vice principal. More importantly, this group of old men were too old. To let them work so hard to manage an academy, Li Wangyu could not bear it. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu tragically found that he could not find a suitable candidate. Not only must he have literary talent, he must be able to suppress those scholars who went to the academy to teach, he must also have management skills, and most importantly, he must be young and strong. Where could he find such a person in such a short period of time? In fact, Ma Zhou or Yan Liben were suitable candidates, but Li Wangyu could not bear to drag Ma Zhou and the others back to take the blame for him. Since Ma Zhou and Yan Liben had kowtowed to him to be their teacher, would he want to delay their future? As for Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue, they were too young and inexperienced. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu painfully scratched his head, extremely distressed. Why couldn't he find a suitable scapegoat to help him manage the school? If he really had to manage such a big school, he might as well not do it. Because of this, he had been worried for a few days, but there was no solution. While he was depressed, Li Wangyu's mind suddenly jumped out a name, making him stunned at first, then ecstatic. Yes, this person was absolutely suitable. Li Wangyu immediately became excited. He got up and paced back and forth, thinking about what he had just thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. Niu Wu, prepare a horse. Let's go to Chang'an City. I want to enter the palace. Li Wangyu thought it through and punched his own palm. He raised his head and laughed. Niu Wu did not know what was going on. He rushed over and said, Lang Jun, it's already past midnight. The drum of dusk in Chang'an will sound in 2 hours. Are you sure you want to go to Chang'an now? The beautiful boss also walked out and asked curiously, Wangyu, why are you in such a hurry to go to Chang'an? Li Wangyu laughed and said, Hee, it's about the school. I just thought of who I can find to be the vice principal of the school. Wahahaha, I'm really a genius. The beautiful boss gave him an angry look. She also knew that Li Wangyu had been thinking about this matter these days. In the end, this guy was just lazy and wanted to find someone to help him deal with those tedious matters. Who do you want to find? Ma Zhou and Yan Liben can't do it. Haha, don't worry, of course I won't. Chongqing, you know this person too. Li Wangyu moved closer to his beautiful superior's ear and whispered a few words. Su Chongqing couldn't help but cover her laughter. This guy is suitable. But are you sure he wants to be the vice principal of the school? Although I don't know him well, I know that this guy is obsessed with official positions. What makes you think you can get him to go to the school? The beautiful boss suddenly asked curiously with her big eyes. Hee, I have my own plan. Anyway, I'll go to Chang'an first. This matter should not be delayed. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he led Niu Wu out of the castle in a hurry. He mounted a horse and led a group of troops towards Chang'an City. When they arrived at Taiji Palace, the palace gate was about to be locked. Hearing that Li Wangyu wanted to see him, Pai Lupi could not help but be surprised. He did not know why he came to Chang'an City at this time. Zio, why are you in such a hurry? Why did you come to see me so late? In the Yin and Yang Hall, Pai Lupi asked curiously. Li Wangyu said, Hee, uncle, I came here today because I have 2 things to ask of you. Let me hear it. Li Wangyu said, the first thing is about the academy. I want to give the 6 components of the academy to you, uncle, just like the carriage company and the wine workshop. This academy, well, it should be called the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty. Uncle, you will be the dean of the academy. What do you think? Pai Lupi was not happy to hear this. Instead, he was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. The reason was very simple. According to what Li Wangyu said before, he wanted to let the children of poor people enter the academy for free and provide food and accommodation for 10 years. Wasn't this a matter of losing money? Needless to say, according to Li Wangyu's sketch of the academy, it would cost a lot of money to build. Even though Pai Lupi had only taken a few 100,000 taels of gold from the aristocratic families, he could not bear to throw it away. After Pai Lupi returned to the palace from the examination of the Ministry of Rites, he asked the Minister of Works, Duan Luan, about it. According to Li Wangyu's plan, To build an academy that covered thousands of acres, it would cost at least 500,000 strings of copper coins. This scoundrel actually had the nerve to come to him and ask him to give him 60% of the shares. Didn't that mean that he, Li Er, would help Li Wangyu make up for 60% of his deficit? The stingy Pai Lupi naturally did not want to be such a fool. Pai Lupi coughed lightly. Since this academy is being built by Zio, it is inconvenient for me to participate. It is better for Zio to manage it yourself. How could Li Wangyu not understand Pai Lupi's thoughts? He silently ridiculed the stingy Pai Lupi in his heart, but pretended to be regretful and shook his head. Uncle, you really don't want 60% of the academy's money? Then 50% is fine too. This is an opportunity to make money. If this nephew takes it all for himself, he will feel uneasy. Pai Lupi glanced at him but did not reply. He thought to himself, you bastard. Do you think I am a fool? You clearly want to squander, and you still want to drag me into it. Li Wangyu continued, Uncle, do you think that the academy will lose money? Is that not the case? I have asked Minister Duan. If you want to build the academy, it will cost at least 500,000 strings of copper coins, not to mention that you will provide food and accommodation for those children from poor families for 10 years. I have spent a lot of money in Taiji Palace. I don't have that much gold to squander with you. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu laugh even more happily. He shook his head like a rattledrum. No, uncle, you are wrong. Not only will the academy not lose money, but it will also make a lot of money. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe him. Zio, don't try to trick me into subsidizing you. Uncle, Li Wangyu said, I'll do some calculations for you. This academy can only recruit 500 children a year. That is not a lot, right? Of course not. If you are willing to accept, there will be at least a few thousand. Pai Lupi nodded. He naturally understood how attractive Li Wangyu's academy was to the officials, nobles and merchants. I said that I will let the children from poor families enter the academy for free, but I did not say that the children of nobles and merchants will also enter the academy for free. The children of these people will study in the academy. I will charge them 100 strings of copper coins for a year's tuition, books, uniforms, and accommodation. That is not a lot, right? Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi stunned. He did not react for a long time. 100 strings of copper coins a year, and he dared to say that it was not a lot? Did he have any shame? Chapter 722. Pai Lupi did not know how to complain about Li Wangyu's unscrupulous pricing. In the Tang Dynasty, ordinary private schools only charged a few pieces of dried meat. As for the official schools of the Tang Dynasty, all tuition fees were free. However, Li Wangyu actually told him that he wanted to charge 100 strings of coins for a year's tuition. This was simply robbery. 100 strings of coins, if converted to RMB in the future, would be 400,000 yuan a year. Even the aristocratic schools of the future were not that expensive. Ordinary people in Jianghu and only had an annual income of around 10 strings of coins. 100 strings of coins was almost equivalent to the income of a family without eating or drinking for 7 or 8 years. Li Wangyu did not think much of it. Was 100 strings of coins a lot? Although 100 strings of coins was equivalent to a year and a half of the salary of a first-rank boss. How many of these bosses relied on the monthly salary from the imperial court to live? The officials and merchants of the Tang Dynasty were not poor. Who would dare to say that 100 strings of coins was expensive to be classmates with the crown prince and the prince? Li Wangyu began to count with his fingers for Pai Lupi. Uncle, look, if the academy recruits 500 people in one term, 200 of them will be free of tuition fees and 300 of them will be charged. This will be 30,000 strings of coins a year. It may not seem much, but if we recruit 500 people in the second year, 600 people will pay the tuition fees. That will be 60,000 strings of coins a year. In 10 years, the academy will have 3,000 people paying the tuition fees every year. Then this year's income will be 300,000 strings of coins. Uncle, are you sure you don't want to be a part of the academy? Pai Lupi heard this and was stunned for a while. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Zio, you are too ruthless. 300,000 strings of coins was not a small amount. The amount of coins in the Tang Dynasty was not much more than that. Thinking of this, Pai Lupi could not help but curse in his heart. Building an academy could make money like this? He did not care about what he had said before. He coughed lightly and said, Since Zio has such intentions, then I will take 60% of the academy. Building the academy will cost a lot of money, and I can't let Zio bear it alone. Yes, I will pay for 60% of the expenses. Li Wangyu once again despised Pai Lupi, who was not willing to act until he saw the rabbit. He said seriously, since uncle is willing to fund it, how about we call the academy the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty? What do you think? Good, of course. Pai Lupi was naturally satisfied. Li Wangyu continued, Uncle, in fact, whether the academy makes money or not is secondary. More importantly, the academy can continuously cultivate talents for the Tang Dynasty, the imperial court, and uncle. It can cultivate talents who are loyal to the Tang Dynasty and the imperial court. This is the key. Oh? What do you mean, Ziyu? Pai Lupi asked curiously. Li Wangyu did not speak at this time. He looked around at the maids in the Yin and Yang palace, which meant that Pai Lupi asked them to leave. Some words could not be heard by others. It was rare for Li Er to see Li Wangyu so serious, so he also put away his smile. He signaled to the palace maids and ordered them all to leave. Even Mi Tuo was not left. Soon, only the uncle and nephew were left in the hall. Zio, what exactly did you mean by what you said just now? You can say it. Pai Lupi asked again, how can you guarantee that the students taught by the academy will be loyal and patriotic? Li Wangyu lowered his voice and spat out 2 words from his throat. Brainwashing. Brainwashing? Pai Lupi was stunned and did not understand the meaning of the word. What is brainwashing? Li Wangyu nodded. That's right, it is brainwashing. Brainwashing was the use of external methods to instill ideas into others. Well, uncle, you can understand the preaching of the Buddhist and Taoist sects as a kind of brainwashing. Therefore, no matter if it is a monk or a Taoist, their faith is absolutely firm. Because they recite scriptures every day, their faith in Buddha and Taoist ancestors has been deeply ingrained in their bones. And the more they shave their heads when they are young, the more they are like this. Pai Lupi frowned and thought for a while. Zio, why do you only recruit children? Is it because of this reason? To brainwash them? Li Wangyu said, that's right, it is because of this. I think that when teaching these children from young, not only should they be taught knowledge, but they should also be instilled with the idea of loyalty and patriotism. Uncle, what do you think will happen after 10 years? Patriotic education should start from young. Li Er could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If people were taught the idea of loyalty and patriotism for 10 years, and these students continuously enter the imperial court in the future, wouldn't the Tang Dynasty be as stable as Mount Tai? After 10 years of systematic education, even if only 30 or 40% of these children could learn something, it would be a terrible force. If there were 100 or 200 students who graduated from the academy every year to become officials, what kind of situation would it be? More importantly, as Li Wangyu said, these people had been taught the idea of loyalty and patriotism since young, and this was their belief. Thinking of this, Pai Lupi could no longer sit still. He stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. What Li Wangyu said today was something he had never thought of. In fact, this was also the reason why Li Wangyu only recruited children and not adult scholars. After all, those adult scholars had already formed their 3 views and were difficult to change. But children were like a blank sheet of paper. Since ancient times, although loyalty and patriotism were taught in China, no one had ever taught this as a belief, and there was no systematic education. Confucius said to be benevolent, and Meng said to be righteous. It was true that scholars had the lofty sentiments and backbone to pledge their loyalty to their country, and there had been no shortage of heroic men who had sacrificed their lives for their country throughout the ages. However, this was not the same as what Li Wangyu said about educating them to be loyal to their country from childhood. Li Wangyu now really liked the Tang Dynasty, and naturally did not want a person like An Lushan to appear 100 years later. Although he could not control what would happen 100 years later, he could do his best to prevent it from happening. As long as the Imperial Academy of the Great Tang was successfully established, with the Imperial Academy as an example, he could slowly influence the other private schools and schools of the Great Tang and push forward the education of patriotism. He didn't believe that in 100 years, that dog of a fart An Lushan would be able to stir up any waves. Pai Lupi finally understood the crux of the matter, and he slammed his palm on the table. Good, Zio, your idea is indeed brilliant. That's how it should be. This Tang Dynasty Royal Academy must be set up, and please expand it. In my opinion, why don't we directly recruit 1,000 children? Li Wangyu blinked. Damn, Pai Lupi actually became a radical. Recruit 1,000 children? How much trouble would that cause? Even if there were 50 people in a class, wouldn't there be 20 classes in a grade? However, Li Wangyu did not object. As long as he could get that person to be the vice principal, he would let that person have a headache. He did not care. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu smiled at Pai Lupi and said, "Uncle, I don't have the energy to manage this academy all the time. This academy needs a capable person to manage it. Uncle, do you have a suitable person in mind?" Pai Lupi had never thought about this before. Hearing this, he did not have a clue. Li Wangyu continued, "I do have a suitable person to recommend to Uncle." Chapter 723. Who can help you manage this academy? Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyu smiled like a fox about to steal an old hen and spat out 3 words, "Su Jingzong." Pai Lupi frowned, his tone full of suspicion. Su Jingzong? Can he do it? Su Jingzong was one of the 18 scholars of the King of Qin's residence, but Pai Lupi did not think highly of him. Even though Su Jingzong had helped Li Wangyu last time and handled the matter of the 3,000 resentful women leaving the palace beautifully without the slightest mistake, Li Er still left Su Jingzong in the Imperial Clan Temple as the Vice Minister of the Imperial Clan Temple with nothing to do. Su Jingzong had joined Pai Lupi when he was still the King of Qin. As one of the 18 scholars of the King of Qin's residence, he was in such a miserable state. It was clear that Pai Lupi did not like him. In fact, it was not that Su Jingzong was not capable. It was mainly because Pai Lupi did not like his character. After all, at the end of the Sui dynasty, his father, Su Shanshin, was killed by Yuan Huaji. In order to survive, Su Jingzong did not do the right thing and could not blame others. The reason Li Wangyu thought of him was naturally because he thought highly of Su Jingzong's ability. Although Su Jingzong was not liked by Pai Lupi, he was talented. Therefore, after Pai Lupi's death, Su Jingzong's official luck came. First, he was the Minister of Rites during Gaozong's reign. Later, he was made a Yungong and became the head of the Secretariat, one of the prime ministers. He was even made the Crown Prince's junior teacher and was prominent for a time. After his death, Gaozong mourned for him and stopped attending court for 3 days. He ordered all the civil and military officials to mourn at Su Jingzong's residence. He was posthumously given the title of Li Wangyu's Minister of Rites and Governor of Yangzhou. He was allowed to be buried with Su Jingzong. From this, it could be seen that although Su Jingzong was listed as the first treacherous official in the new Tang book, Legend of the Treacherous Official, he was a very capable person. Another reason why Li Wangyu chose Su Jingzong was because of his loyalty to the Li Tang royal family. Although the new Tang history listed Su Jingzong as a treacherous official, saying that he tampered with the nation's history, did not manage his family well, and framed and killed Zhang Sun Wuji and the others. However, Li Wangyu felt that other than Su Jingzong's bad character, he was just helping that little bastard Li Ji take the blame for him by tampering with the country's history and framing Zhang Sun Wuji. In the end, wasn't what Li Ji wanted Su Jingzong to do? If Li Ji really valued his uncle, Zhang Sun Wuji, why would he exile him just because of Su Jingzong's false accusation? It could be seen that this was Li Ji's idea. Looking at it from another angle, Su Jingzong was just an old bureaucrat who worked hard for the emperor and used all kinds of methods to defeat his political enemies and protect his own wealth. Hence, Li Wangyu was not worried that Su Jingzong would have any bad intentions by managing the academy. He would not dare to do so. Su Jingzong's literary talent was outstanding, and as one of the 18 scholars of King Qin, he would naturally be able to suppress those scholars in the academy. With these 3 advantages, Li Wangyu naturally wanted Su Jingzong to be the vice principal of the academy and be his scapegoat. Anyway, even if Su Jingzong was a despicable person, he was a talented one. Moreover, their statuses were completely different now. If Su Jingzong went to the academy, he would just be a high-class worker. Hence, Li Wangyu was not afraid that he would mess around. If there really was a problem, the current Li Wangyu could crush him to death in a matter of minutes. It was because of this confidence that Li Wangyu suggested to Pai Lupi to let Su Jingzong go to the academy. Li Wangyu even thought that Su Jingzong should be grateful to him. At least he would let this guy manage the academy. In the future, Su Jingzong's name would definitely not appear on the list of treacherous officials in the new book of Tang. Li Wangyu persuaded, "Uncle, Su Jingzong was one of the 18 scholars of King Qin's mansion. If he continues to be a Shao Qing in the Zongjing Temple, It will damage your reputation. Why don't you let him go to the academy and make him the vice principal? It will be the best use of him. Pai Lupi thought for a while and felt that it was not impossible. He nodded slightly to show his agreement, but then asked doubtfully. After all, Su Jingzong is a Shaoqing in the Zongjing Temple and an official of the 4th rank in the imperial court. You want him to give up his position and become the vice principal of the academy to manage it. Unless Su Jingzong is willing, I can't force him. Li Wangyu smiled. Uncle, since the academy is now the property of the royal family, as the vice principal of the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty, he should naturally have a rank. Why don't you make the vice principal of the academy the same rank as the chancellor? If Su Jingzong is transferred to the academy, won't it be the same as being promoted? This. Pai Lupi hesitated and did not know how to answer. Li Wangyu continued to persuade. Uncle, the role of the Royal Academy is no small matter. Naturally, you should be the vice principal of the academy. It should be set as a rule that the vice principal of the Royal Academy can only be the emperor. In this way, all the students of the academy will naturally be the emperor's disciples and their relationship will be closer. In this way, since you are the vice principal, Su Jingzong will not be a disgrace to him. Pai Lupi was attracted by Li Wangyu's words of the emperor's disciple, and nodded repeatedly. He felt that Li Wangyu's idea was really good. The ancients were particular about the relationship between the emperor, and the teacher. The relationship between the master and the disciple was very special. There was even a saying that a teacher for a day was a father for life. Sometimes, even the relationship between the emperor and the minister, or the relationship between father and son, might not be as strong as the relationship between the master and the disciple. If all the students of the Royal Academy were the emperor's disciples, the benefits would be self-evident. In addition, Li Wangyu's brainwashing education and patriotism education had opened the door to a new world for Pai Lupi. As the emperor, what he wanted the most was to protect his imperial rule. And Li Wangyu's words just happened to scratch at his itch. Pai Lupi understood this and was immediately overjoyed. Good. What Zio said is very reasonable. Haha, the vice principal of the Royal Academy should naturally be me. After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Wangyu. What about you, Zio? Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly. Uncle, I'm still in the process of cutting off my decline from my father, so I can't be an official. As for the Royal Academy, I'll be a teacher there. I'll give advice behind the scenes for Uncle, and then I'll go to the academy to teach the students. Li Wangyu naturally didn't want to care about the complicated matters of the academy. It would be best if he could leave the academy to Pai Lupi and Su Jingzong. When he was free, he would go to the academy to teach the students. He was respected and carefree. As a shareholder of the academy, he could also earn some gold. How could he not be happy? Although he wanted to find something for himself to do, he definitely didn't want to tire himself out like a model worker. Wouldn't that make him a fool? He had money, a house, and a few beautiful women at home. Even if he felt a little lost now, he definitely wouldn't tire himself out like a dog. When Pai Lupi heard him use the treasure of cutting off his decline for his father, he was so angry that he almost kicked his butt. This bastard was obviously lazy to the bone, but he still found so many excuses. I'd like to see what excuses you have next year. Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly and touched his nose. He didn't say anything. Let's talk about next year's matters next year. Pai Lupi pondered for a while and continued. Since that's the case, we'll do as you say. I'll give Su Jingzong a decree to let him be in charge of the academy's construction and be the vice principal of the academy. However, you'll still have to be in charge of the academy's construction. Of course. Li Wangyu nodded. Li Wangyu was still very willing to command others to do things by moving his mouth. Su Jingzong, a treacherous official during the Gaozong era, was arranged by uncle and nephew just like that. Chapter 724. After the conversation with Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi instantly became interested in the Tang Dynasty Royal Academy. The next morning, in front of the officials, Pai Lupi announced that he and Li Wangyu would jointly fund the construction of the Tang Dynasty Royal Academy. This matter naturally attracted a lot of discussion. However, since it was funded by the Saint and County Count Hu, they did not need to spend a single cent of the imperial court's money. In the eyes of the officials, the Tang Dynasty Royal Academy should be similar to the Imperial College and the Chongwen Museum. In short, it was just a place to recruit students and did not pay much attention to it. However, When the officials heard that Pai Lupi wanted to make the Vice Dean of the Royal Academy a secondary Grade 3 official position, they were in an uproar. Your Majesty, this is not appropriate. If the Vice Dean of the Royal Academy is of the same rank as the Imperial College, then what rank should the Academy Dean be? As the Minister of Personnel, Zhang Sun Wuji could only step out and object. Pai Lupi smiled. The Academy Dean will be personally appointed by me. His words instantly made the objections of the officials swallow back into their throats. Pai Lupi personally appointed as the Academy Dean? Needless to say, the Vice Dean was the actual Academy Dean. If that was the case, it would be of the same rank as the Imperial College. Zhang Sun Wuji thought about it and said, Your Majesty, since the Vice Dean of the Royal Academy has an official rank, and County Count who is still mourning for his father, isn't it inappropriate for him to be the Vice Dean? In the eyes of Zhang Sun Wuji and the officials, since the Academy Dean was Pai Lupi, then the Vice Dean would be Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi continued to shake his head. Li Ziyou is not the Vice Dean. We need to choose someone else to take up this position. Do any of you have anyone to recommend? The officials were all confused by Li Er's antics. How could they think of anything in such a short time? He didn't even know what the Academy was planning to do, so how could he give any suggestions? Pai Lupi saw that the officials were silent, so he looked directly at Su Jingzong. Su Shaoqing, are you willing to share my burden? Su Jingzong was stunned. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer. He never would have thought that this matter would fall on his head. Logically speaking, it should be a good thing for him to be promoted to a minor third-rank official as he was a fourth-rank Zongjing Temple Vice Minister. However, Su Jingzong knew that once he became the Vice Dean of the Academy, it would be difficult for him to return to the imperial court. Wouldn't he be welded to death in the academy? Just like Kong Ingda, although he was the Chancellor of the Imperial College and had a noble status, he was far away from the imperial court. However, Pai Lupi had already spoken. Even if Su Jingzong was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He could only brace himself and bow. If your Majesty does not abandon me, I will do my best. However, I have never managed the academy and am afraid that I will fail your Majesty's trust. Pai Lupi didn't care what he had to say. He waved his hand and said, Beloved official Su, do not worry. Do as you wish. We and County Count who both believe in your abilities. When the court is over, go and look for County Uncle Hu, and follow his instructions in everything. Beloved Minister Su, don't let me down. Su Jingzong felt bitter, but he could only accept the decree. Yes, I will obey. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. After dealing with Su Jingzong, Pai Lupi said no more and began to deal with other matters of court. Su Jingzong returned to the officials, his heart filled with complex emotions. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After court was dismissed, many of the officials came to congratulate Su Jingzong. Principal Su, congratulations, congratulations. To be favored by His Majesty and County Count Hu, Principal Su's future is bright. Principal Su, today is your promotion. Won't you invite us to drink a few cups? Su Jingzong smiled and cupped his hands at the crowd. Everyone, I will definitely invite you to a banquet another day. Today, the saint suddenly gave me the task of managing the academy. I am in fear and trepidation and do not dare to be negligent. I have to go to the County Count Hu's estate and listen to his arrangements. My apologies, everyone, I am truly sorry. The officials naturally understood this, so they didn't keep him. They smiled and congratulated him before letting him go. Su Jingzong's mind was a mess. He didn't even know what the academy was, yet Pai Lupi had given him this task. It would be strange if he didn't feel nervous. He first rushed to Li Wangyu's estate in Kaihua Square. After knocking on the door, the steward reported that his Lang Jun had returned to Dingzhou village in County Count Hu early in the morning. Su Jingzong gritted his teeth. He could only get on his horse and leave the city for Dingzhou village. By the time he arrived at Dingzhou village, it was already noon. The tired, thirsty, and hungry Su Jingzong didn't have time to rest. He hurriedly knocked on the door of Lai Hot. Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were preparing to eat lunch when they heard the old steward, Li Hang, report that Su Jingzong had come. They couldn't help but look at each other and smile. Principal Su, how come you have time to come to my estate? Sit, eat first. If you have anything to say, we can talk after lunch. When Li Wangyu saw Su Jingzong, he didn't give him a chance to speak. He directly invited him to the dining table and ordered a servant to bring a hot towel to wipe Su Jingzong's sweat. He also ordered tea, bowls, and chopsticks. Su Jingzong wasn't in the mood to eat. He cupped his hands at Li Wangyu and said, "County count who I?" Before he could finish, Li Wangyu interrupted him. "Principal Su, eat first. No matter how important the matter is, we can talk after lunch." Su Jingzong had no choice but to thank him and pick up his bowl and chopsticks to eat. Lai Hot's food was famous throughout Chang'an. Even the imperial chefs couldn't compare to the Lai Hot's cooking maids. However, Su Jingzong ate this meal as if he was chewing wax. His heart was in a mess. How could he have the appetite to try any food? Li Wangyu naturally saw Su Jingzong's behavior, but he didn't point it out. He slowly finished his lunch and asked a servant to bring a towel and a basin to wash his hands. Finally, he picked up his teacup and said to Su Jingzong, "Principal Su, did the saint give an edict today?" Su Jingzong hurriedly bowed. "Yes. Today, the saint ordered me to be the vice president of the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty. I am in fear and trepidation. I really don't know how to handle this matter. Please teach me, County Count Hu." Li Wangyu naturally wanted to give Su Jingzong a cold shoulder. He didn't want Su Jingzong to quit in a fit of anger after hearing that the academy was only recruiting a group of ignorant children. Although it was unlikely that Su Jingzong, who was a fan of politics, would quit, since Li Wangyu wanted to use him, he naturally had to endure it. "Haha, Principal Su, don't worry. I will explain this matter clearly to you. Please follow me." Li Wangyu stood up and led Su Jingzong directly to the top of the castle. He pointed at the Gone River not far away and said, "Principal Su, look. That river is the Gone River. The Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty is going to be built on the other side of the Gone River." He then took out the draft of the academy and showed it to Su Jingzong. "Principal Su, this is the blueprint of the Royal Academy. The academy will cover at least 1,000 acres. There will be dozens of different buildings, including a baseball field, a cubicle court, an archery range, and all kinds of facilities. This will be the library that will collect all kinds of books in the world. This is the lake in the academy. When lotus flowers are planted here, the willow trees on the banks of the lake will provide shade on a hot summer day. The lotus flowers in the lake will be so beautiful that even Xiujiang Lake will pale in comparison. After the Royal Academy is built, it will recruit tens of thousands of students. Have you ever seen an academy of this scale? Haha, it's not that I, Li Wangyu, am bragging, but the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty will definitely be an unprecedented feat in the Tang Dynasty. Principal Su, for the saint to entrust such an academy to you means that he has absolute trust in you. Principal Su, you must live up to the saint's trust." Li Wangyu was like a real estate saleswoman in the modern world. With his words, Su Jingzong was almost fooled. Chapter 725. No matter how hard Li Wangyu tried to bluff him, when he personally said that the academy would only accept students who were ignorant, Su Jingzong's vision went dark and he almost fainted. He never would have thought that he would become a principal of an elementary school after studying scriptures his whole life, passing the Xianxia exam in the Sui dynasty, and entering the No Doubt state this year. The term elementary school had existed since the Han dynasty. Ancient people entered elementary school at the age of 8. Su Jingzong thought about how he had ended up like this after spending his whole life in the imperial court. He even wanted to die. "County Count Hu, I have never offended you, right? Why do you have to humiliate me like this?" Su Jingzong's tears were about to fall. Li Wangyu laughed when he saw Su Jingzong's grief-stricken appearance. "Su Jingzong, do you think the sage would joke with you like this? If it was only an elementary school, would the sage and I spend tens of thousands of gold to build such a large academy? As the vice dean of the academy, would he be the same as the Imperial College's chancellor, a secondary class third-class official? Don't forget, the principal of the academy is personally held by the sage." Hearing him say this, Su Jingzong paused. It did seem to make sense. Even if the emperor and County Count Huxian did not like Su Jingzong and wanted to punish him, they did not need to spend so much effort. "County Count Hu, forgive me for being slow, but what is the trick of this academy? Please teach me, Uncle Huxian." Li Wangyu then explained his and Pai Lupi's plan. Other than the brainwashing, he explained everything else to Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong was dumbfounded when he heard that the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty was prepared to spend 10 years to cultivate a child into a talent. This was a terrifying amount of money. Su Jingzong was a sophisticated person. After listening to Li Wangyou's explanation, he could roughly guess why Pai Lupi valued the Royal Academy so much. This was the place where Pai Lupi was cultivating the emperor's disciples for the imperial family of Li Wangyu. Understanding this, Su Jingzong suddenly felt a surge of hot blood. Such an important academy was actually given to him to manage by the saint. Did this mean that Su Jingzong was also someone that the saint valued? When he heard that Li Wangyu was going to collect 100 strings of copper coins per person as tuition fee, Su Jingzong could not restrain his jaw from dropping, and was speechless for half a day. Evil. This is King Evil. It should be noted that in the east and west of Chang'an, a 2-ton horse was only worth 10 strings of copper coins, and a bull was only worth 4 or 5 strings of copper coins. These 100 strings of copper coins were equivalent to 10 2 horses or 20 oxen. Yet, it was only a year's worth of tuition? Count who? Isn't the tuition fee too expensive? I'm worried that the academy won't be able to recruit any students. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders. Could it be that the academy that the saint and I spent so much gold to build is not worth this little bit of money? Perhaps you don't know, but the crown prince and the other princes of the saint will also enter the academy to study. Su Jingzong's eyes lit up. Count who? Are you serious? Of course, he knew what this meant. If he could become classmates with the crown prince and the other princes for 10 years, 100 strings of copper coins would be nothing. Su Jingzong only had one thought at this time, and that was to send his son, Suong, to study in the academy. Although Su Jingzong was almost 40, he had 5 sons. His youngest son, Suong, was only 10 years old, which was the right age to enter the academy. But when he thought of the tuition fee of 100 strings of copper coins, Su Jingzong felt a toothache. Count who? If my son wants to study in the academy, the tuition fee. Li Wangyu glanced at him. Su Jingzong was born in the Su family of Gaoyang, which could be considered an aristocratic family. Would he be short of copper coins? Sure enough, this guy was as greedy as history said. In history, Su Jingzong even married his daughter to the son of Fengong, the chief of a minority tribe, in order to collect money. Naturally, the officials in the imperial court criticized him, thinking that he was greedy for money. Li Wangyu saw that he even wanted to save on the tuition fee of 100 strings of copper coins. He was so angry that he almost laughed. Sir Su, if your son can enter the academy, we'll only take half of the tuition fee. Li Wangyu said. Since Su Jingzong was willing to put down his pride to talk about this, he naturally had to give face to the deputy director of the academy and give him a 50% discount. Hearing this, Su Jingzong beamed and couldn't help thanking Li Wangyu. But he immediately reacted. Just now, Li Wangyu said that if one could enter the academy, didn't the academy only need to take money to recruit students? Did they still need to take an exam? Count who? Does the academy still need to take an exam to recruit students? Yes. You don't have to worry about this. You'll understand when the time comes. But what if the children of the officials and nobles don't pass the exam? How can I afford to offend so many people? Su Jingzong couldn't help but panic. Li Wangyu laughed and said, Sir Su, don't panic. If you don't pass the exam and want to study at the academy, you can pay money to offset your score. For example, the exam's full score is 100 points, and 60 points is the minimum. Every point short of 100 strings of copper coins can be donated to the academy. If you have enough points you can study at the academy. Hearing this, Su Jingzong's mouth opened even wider. Was this okay? Wasn't this too shameless? But Li Wangyou's words opened the door to a new world for Su Jingzong, allowing him to think more clearly. In any case, he was helping the saint and county count who accumulate money. What was there to be afraid of? County count who? 60 points is too low. How about we raise it to 70 points? Su Jingzong immediately understood the essence of Li Wangyou's words. 10 points was 1,000 strings of copper coins. This money was too easy to earn. Thinking about it, county count whose exam questions wouldn't be too simple. If the children of the officials and nobles didn't pass the exam, Su Jingzong didn't believe that they wouldn't pay for it. Su Jingzong's face immediately turned bitter. Damn, He forgot that Li Wangyu said that his son also had to take the exam if he wanted to study at the academy. This was too much of a scam. If his son didn't do well, wouldn't his words be digging his own grave? Count who, my son? My son also has to take the entrance exam? Li Wangyu was very satisfied with his idea. He patted Su Jingzong's shoulder and said with a smile, Sir Su, your son naturally has to take the entrance exam. However, the standard can be lowered. Don't worry, Sir Su. From now on, the academy will be under your care. Are you afraid that the saint and I will treat you badly? Su Jingzong naturally understood what he meant and nodded his head in thanks. At the same time, he made up his mind to urge his son to study hard when he returned. He couldn't afford any delays. This was related to hundreds of strings of copper coins. He couldn't be careless. Count who? How long will it take for the academy to start construction? Su Jingzong looked at the land not far away. Li Wangyu showed him the sketch of the academy, but there was nothing on the land now. His position as the vice dean of the academy was just an empty shell. Su Jingzong was naturally anxious. Very soon. The Ministry of Works has already sent people to survey the land. The construction will start tomorrow. This time, the saint and I have put in a lot of money and used a lot of mirage mud. The construction will be very fast. The academy will be divided into 3 phases. The first phase of the primary school will only be 100 mu. It will be completed in a few months. I have set the start date of the academy in September of this year. Su Jingzong's face twitched a few times. He looked at the sketch in front of him again and couldn't help but think, profiteer. The sketch showed the academy to be 1,000 mu, but the actual academy was only 100 mu. If this wasn't a profiteer, what was? Chapter 726. Su Jingzong pondered about the academy and asked, May I ask where the professors, and teaching assistants of the academy come from? Are they from the Imperial College and the Chongwen Library? Li Wangyu shook his head. The academy's teaching method is different from the Imperial College's. I plan to recruit people from this year's spring examinations to teach the students. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Do the students who failed the examinations have the ability to teach the students? I'm worried that they will lead the students astray. Li Wangyu said, Don't worry. After recruiting those scholars, I will arrange for them to be trained for a few months to learn how to become qualified professors, and teaching assistants. Right, I've already arranged for people to spread the news. 2 days later, after the Ministry of Rights announces the spring examinations, you and I will go to the Imperial College to recruit the students who failed the examinations. I've already talked to Kong Gong, and I'll borrow the Imperial College's space and manpower. Yes, I understand. Su Jingzong nodded in agreement. Li Wangyu continued, Originally, I only planned to recruit about 500 students to study in the academy. However, from what the saint said, he plans to double the number and recruit 1,000 students. In this way, I estimate that we will need to recruit about 100 professors and teaching assistants. In addition, the academy will need to recruit cooks, servants, and guards. We will need a few hundred people. You can arrange these things as you see fit. Hearing this, Su Jingzong couldn't help but be confused. Why does the academy need so many people? Of course, his question was reasonable. The Imperial College had 300 Chinese students, the Imperial College had 500, the 4 schools had 1,300, the Faculty of Law had 50, the Faculty of Calligraphy and Mathematics had 30, a total of more than 2,000 people. But there was only one chancellor, and less than 50 registrars, secretaries, doctorates, teaching assistants, classic scholars, and lecturers. According to Li Wangyu, there were more than 100 teachers in the Royal Academy. On average, there would be 1 teacher for every 10 students. It was really extravagant. Li Wangyu smiled. Not many. These students will form a class of about 50, and each class will have a teacher. Every 5 classes will have 1 teaching assistant, 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 and 1 teaching assistant. There were also painting, archery, and equestrian instructors. General Su, how many people do you need? His words naturally stunned Su Jingzong. After a while he asked, May I ask, what is a teacher in charge? It's the person in charge of managing the class discipline, learning, and life. The students of the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty are required to develop in all aspects, including morality, intelligence, physique, and beauty. It all depends on the abilities of these head teachers. Li Wangyou's words made Su Jingzong dizzy. He really did not know how to reply. In fact, how would Li Wangyou know how to run a school? He was just copying what he had learned when he was in school to the Tang Dynasty. As for whether it was suitable or useful, he couldn't care less. If a half-baked person like him dared to run a school in the future and charge such a sky-high tuition fee, he would definitely be reported in minutes and sent to prison to eat free meals. Fortunately, this was the Tang Dynasty. Not only did no one come to arrest him, but Li Wangyou even persuaded Pai Lupi to send Crown Prince Li Chengqian and Li Tai to the academy to study. It had to be said that Li Wangyou's luck was extremely good. Su Jingzong still had a bitter face and frowned. He kept asking about various things in the academy and how to run it. He talked until Li Wangyou's mouth was dry, and he finally sent him away. Looking at Su Jingzong's figure riding away on horseback, Li Wangyou also let out a long breath. Fortunately, he had found such a qualified scapegoat. Otherwise, this school could really torture him to death. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the release of the results by the Ministry of Rites, Chang'an became lively again. Not only tens of thousands of examinees for this year's spring examination swarmed to the Ministry of Rites to see the results, but also many of the citizens of Chang'an ran to the Ministry of Rites to watch the fun. In this year's spring examination, 300 people were admitted to the Classics Department, 26 people were admitted to the Jianghu Department, and dozens of people were admitted to the other departments, such as the Handwriting Department, the Writing Department, and the Arithmetic Department. In fact, the most people were admitted to these less important subjects. Few people participated in the examination, so the admission rate was about half. After all, illiterates were still everywhere in the Tang Dynasty. Although the students of the Handwriting Department, the Writing Department, and the Arithmetic Department were not valued, in fact, the government had a great demand for these students. The admission rate for the Classics Department was also not low, about 40%. Only the Jianghu Department, where only 1% of the students were admitted to the Jianghu Department, was full of gold. In the anticipation of the public, the officials of the Ministry of Rites finally appeared and began to command the scribes of the Ministry of Rites to paste the wall and post the red list. The first to be posted was the admission list for the subjects of the Handwriting Department, the Writing Department, and the Arithmetic Department. Although they were not valued, all the students who were on the list were still shouting excitedly. In front of the Ministry of Rites, there was a jubilant atmosphere. As for those who did not make it on the list, they could only keep silent and look at the happy examinees with envious and jealous eyes. They silently hoped that their luck would be better next year. At the end of the post was the red list for the Jianghu Department of this year's spring examination. The examinees who came to see the list, whether they were from the Jianghu Department or not, could not help but hold their breaths. After all, unlike other subjects, as long as one was admitted to the Jianghu Department, he was already half a step into the official career. As long as he passed the selection of the Ministry of Personnel, he could turn from a commoner to an official who was envied by everyone. Because of this, the Jianghu Department was called white-clothed officials. It meant that although these Jianghu were still white-clothed officials, they already had the qualifications of a minister. In the Tang Dynasty, there was a saying, during the period of Zhengguan and Yonghui, although the Jianghu Department was an extremely high official, if one did not become a Jianghu, it would not be beautiful. Therefore, the annual tribute would not be reduced by 800 to 900 people. They were called white-clothed officials, or first-rank white-clothed officials. It could be seen from this. Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue were naturally among the crowd today. There were many familiar students around them who were still making fun of them. Brother Shangguan, Brother Lu, the two of you should be certain to make it this year, right? Now that the two of you are apprenticed to County Count Hu, if you can't even make it to the Jianghu Department, County Count Hu's face will be lost, haha. Brother, you're wrong. In my opinion, being apprenticed to the immortal poet is many times better than being admitted to the Jianghu Department. Unfortunately, we don't have that fortune. Brother Shangguan, you and Brother Lu will definitely make it in this year's spring examination. Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue smiled and cupped their hands to express their thanks to the crowd. However, in their hearts, they were still extremely nervous. Their palms were already sweating. The results are out. The Jianghu Department has released the results. Someone at the front of the crowd shouted loudly. Immediately, the crowd rushed forward a few steps. Everyone wanted to see the names on the list as soon as possible. Chapter 727. This year's Imperial Examination, a total of 26 candidates. The official from the Ministry of Rites said, 26th, Cui Dunley from Hebei Circuit. 25th, Sun Chu from Guangzhou Circuit. 24th. As the official from the Ministry of Rites announced the names of the candidates who passed this year's Imperial Examination, the crowd burst into cries and howls from time to time. It was obvious that those cries came from the people whose names were called. It was no wonder that these people were so excited. As the saying goes, being a farmer in the morning, ascending to the emperor's hall at night. This kind of opportunity that could completely change one's identity and status after passing the Imperial Examination, anyone who encountered it would be ecstatic. Fan Jin was like this when he passed the Imperial Examination. Wasn't he so happy that he went crazy? Soon, half of the names of the 26 candidates were called. Lu Rengue and Shangguan Yi still didn't hear their names. They couldn't help but feel more and more nervous. The two of them hoped to hear their names, but they were also afraid to hear it. If their names were called, it naturally meant that the two of them passed the examination, but their rankings might not be very high, not to mention the hopes of the teachers. However, the more the list was read, the fewer the spots were, and the hope of passing the examination slowly decreased. Just as the two of them were in such a dilemma, they finally heard the official from the Ministry of Rites say loudly, "Third, Lu Rengue from Hunan Circuit." This time, the students who clustered around the two of them were all excited. "Congratulations, Brother Lu. Congratulations, Brother Lu. You passed the examination. You passed the examination. Third place in the Imperial Examination." Sure enough, Brother Lu didn't disappoint. "You've won honor for the students of Hunan Circuit." Lu Rengue was still calm. He only clenched his fists tightly and didn't shout out loud. Shangguan Yi also bowed to Lu Rengue. "Congratulations, Brother Lu, you got what you wanted." Lu Rengue patted Shangguan Yi's shoulder. "Don't worry, there are still 2 more people. Brother Shangguan will also pass the examination." While everyone was talking, the official from the Ministry of Rites deliberately paused for a moment after announcing the name of the second person. After making everyone hold their breath and concentrate, he called out in a loud voice, "This year's Spring Imperial Examinations Xianxia, head of the Department of Hunan, Shangguan Yi." With a boom, the entrance of the Ministry of Rites was in an uproar. Shangguan Yi was stunned. Lu Rengue put his arm around his shoulder and shouted at him, "You got it! Imperial Examination! Brother Shangguan! It was a hit! Head shape! You're the head of the police!" "I'm a fake?" Shangguan Yi couldn't believe it. After hearing Lu Rengue's words, the surrounding students all bowed to Shangguan Yi and said, "Congratulations, Lang Jun, you have passed the examination." "Greetings, Head Jinka." As the congratulatory voices spread out, the surrounding students rushed over and surrounded Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue in the middle. Congratulatory voices could be heard incessantly. Shangguan Yi was so excited that his body trembled. After all, he was only 21 years old. How could he not be excited when he actually passed the Xianxia exam this year? In the eyes of the surrounding middle-aged students, Shangguan Yi was simply a young man who had just turned 20. There were even many scholars who participated in the Imperial Examinations in spring. Those who had children early had sons who were older than Shangguan Yi. Looking at Shangguan Yi's excessively young face and then looking at their own almost gray beards, many of the scholars felt that they had wasted all their years of living in a dog's stomach. "Brother Shangguan, let's go and tell the teacher the good news." Lu Rengue was still calm. He grabbed Shangguan Yi's sleeve and pulled him out of the crowd. After taking a few steps, Lu Rengue remembered Li Wangyou's instructions and quickly stopped. He turned his head and shouted to the students, "Everyone, today my teacher, County Count Hu, is recruiting professors and teaching assistants at the Imperial College. If you are interested, why don't you come with me to the Imperial College?" His words reminded the students that the Ministry of Rites had released the results today. There were nearly 10,000 students, but less than 1,000 of them had passed the examination. The other thousands of students had wasted their efforts. In the past 2 days, Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue had followed Li Wangyou's instructions and constantly mobilized students they were familiar with to promote the benefits of teaching at the academy. This had already piqued everyone's interest. Compared to returning to his hometown, going to the academy to teach was naturally the best choice. This group of students did not think that Li Wangyou's academy was only going to recruit 100 people this year. If the thousands of examinees were to apply for the job, the competition would be even more intense than the advancement examination. Lu Rengui's shout naturally attracted the response of many students. Brother Lu is right. Since we have failed this year, why don't we go to the Imperial College and see if we can catch the teacher's eye? If we can catch the teacher's eye and go to the academy to teach, that would be great. I'm just afraid that it won't be easy. No matter what, we have to go and try first. The students discussed among themselves for a while before crowding around Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui and making their way to the Imperial College. At this moment, Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong were already waiting in the Imperial College. The Chancellor of the Imperial College, Kong Yingda, was also accompanying them. Everyone was chatting as they waited for news of the results from the Ministry of Rites. Kong Yingda twirled his beard and smiled. Zio, I heard that a few days ago, you took in 2 more disciples. Did they also participate in the spring examination this year? Li Wangyu nodded and said, Kong Yingda is right. Their names are Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui. They are candidates for the imperial examinations this year. Su Jingzong smiled and said, Kong Yingda might not know, but these 2 disciples of County Count who were picked up from a restaurant in your residence. There's such a thing? Li Wangyu said. Hee, it was a coincidence. I was drinking in Kong Yingda's restaurant when I ran into these 2. Out of love for talent, I agreed to take them in as my disciples. Haha, then you should be thanking me, Kong Yingda said. Zio, do you have confidence in these 2? Speaking of which, this year's spring examination should be the fairest of the spring examination. Zio's suggestion of copying the names of the candidates, sealing off the examination hall, and sealing off the grading of the exam papers made me gasp in amazement. The spring examination should be like this. In the past, the aristocratic families, officials, and nobles all interfered with the spring examination. I was already dissatisfied, but I didn't know how to avoid it. It was only after Zio spoke to the saint that I came to a realization. Zio, I thank you on behalf of all the scholars in the world. Kong Yingda sighed. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose a little embarrassedly and smiled. You flatter me, Kong Yingda. To the side, Su Jingzong joked, Kong Yingda might not know, but County Count who boasted to the saint that in this year's spring examination, the 2 disciples he took in would definitely take 1st place and 3rd place. Kong Yingda smiled and said, Oh? In that case, I'll have to wait and see if Zio really has such a discerning eye for pearls. Haha, if Zio's words are true, then it'll be a good story. Li Wangyu said, Actually, I was just joking with the saint. How could the Grand Scholar examination be so easy? Out of more than 1,000 candidates, only 26 were accepted. How could it be so easy for a magnificent army to cross a single wooden bridge? If the 2 of them work hard and one of them is lucky enough to pass, how about I treat the 2 of you to a drink today? Haha, that's how it should be. It's settled then. While everyone was joking, Niuwu rushed in from outside and said while panting, Lang Jun, the Board of Rites. The Board of Rites released the results, passed. That Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui both passed. Lu Rengui is in 3rd place, and Shangguan Yi is in 1st place. When Niuwu said this, the 3 people who were joking just now were stunned. They looked at each other and couldn't believe what they heard. Niuwu, what did you say? Shangguan Yi is in 1st place? Lu Rengui is in 3rd place? Li Wangyu said in shock. He didn't expect that his casual words would become true. Kong Yingda and Su Jingzong, who were at the side, felt their hearts churning. This was King amazing. 2 random disciples from a restaurant were actually in 1st place? Kong Yingda couldn't help but raise his head and look at Li Wangyu's head. He wanted to see if there was a golden light coming out of his head. Chapter 728. Kong Yingda didn't know what to say other than feeling envious and jealous that Li Wangyu had casually picked up 2 disciples from his own restaurant, who were the 1st and the 3rd place of this year's section. The old man only regretted that he hadn't been in the restaurant that day. Otherwise, the 2 pearls would have been picked up by Li Wangyu so casually. In fact, even if Kong Yingda had been in the restaurant that day, would he have taken the initiative to accept Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui as his disciples? Obviously it was impossible. If Li Wangyu hadn't known that these 2 people would be the prime ministers of the Tang Dynasty in the future, he wouldn't have cheated to accept them as his disciples. However, Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui's results in the imperial examination were beyond Li Wangyu's expectations. He didn't expect that his casual remark would actually make Shangguan the winner of the imperial examination. Kong Yingda glared at Li Wangyu with great resentment. Zio, shouldn't you thank me for accepting these two excellent disciples in my restaurant? Li Wangyu was speechless. He rolled his eyes silently in his heart. What do you want, Mr. Kong? Zio, you're in charge of the accounts in Ping Kong Square today. Kong Yingda shamelessly winked at Li Wangyu, which made Li Wangyu so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn, this old man is so shameless. An old man in his 50s actually wants to go to Ping Kong Square to drink wine with prostitutes and defile those young ladies who are about the same age as his granddaughter. Moreover, he wants to pay the bill himself. How abominable. Li Wangyu felt that this was the bad thing about the Tang Dynasty. In the future, if a university president like Kong Yingda dared to openly go to a nightclub to look for princesses and prostitutes, he would definitely be on the hot search and headlines the next day. However, in the Tang Dynasty, going to a brothel in Ping Kong Square to look for young ladies was called elegant, and all literati loved to do this. Li Wangyu also knew that although this old man Kong Yingda was quite old, he had just taken in a beautiful concubine not too long ago. He was indeed a romantic. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu became even more envious and jealous. This old thing, to be so merry every night. Wasn't he afraid that the wind would take his life? He was too lazy to pay attention to Kong Yingda, this old hooligan. Just as he was about to turn his head and talk to Niu Wu, he heard a commotion outside. It was Shangguan and Lu Rengue, leading a group of students who had failed to pass the imperial exams, to the imperial college. As soon as Shangguan and Lu Rengue saw Li Wangyu, they immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, teacher. We did not disappoint you and passed this year's spring quarter examination." Good. Get up quickly. Haha, Master said that day that the position of chief of the imperial censorate would belong to none other than the two of you, and I hit the nail on the head. Li Wangyu was in a good mood, and quickly helped the two of them up. At that time, Li Wangyu only knew that Shangguan and Lu Rengue had passed the imperial exams, but as for which year they passed and what rank they got, it was not recorded in the history books. That day, he was just bragging to Pai Lupi. He did not expect that Shangguan and Lu Rengue would really give him such a surprise. However, Kong Yingda, Su Jingzong, and the others did not know about this. They really thought that Li Wangyu had a discerning eye. That day in the Kong family's restaurant, he saw Lu Rengue and Shangguan Yi's talents at a glance. His admiration for Li Wangyu's eye for talent was unparalleled. As for the group of examinees who had failed to pass the imperial exams, they also greeted Li Wangyu and the others noisily. When they looked at Shangguan and Lu Rengue, they were so envious that their eyes were about to spit fire. In the eyes of everyone, these two people were simply winners in life. Not only did they pass the imperial exams in spring at a young age, but they also took Li Wangyu, a famous teacher in Chang'an, as their teacher. Their future was limitless. How could they not be envious? While they were talking, Ma Zhou and Yan Liben also came together. After greeting Li Wangyu, Kong Yingda, and the others, they smiled at Shangguan and Lu Rengue. "Teacher, these two are our new classmates, right?" Li Wangyu nodded and introduced them. "Yes, this is Shangguan, the head of the imperial exams. This is Lu Rengue, the third in the imperial exams. Shangguan, Lu Rengue, these two are your senior brothers, Yan Liben and Ma Zhou. In the future, the four of you should get closer." Shangguan and Lu Rengue greet the two senior brothers. "Hello, junior brothers. The two of you are really talented. It is not easy for you to pass the imperial exams and get third in the imperial exams in spring. I am ashamed to say that the two of you did not participate in the imperial exams in spring. Haha, it is a pity." Yan Liben laughed. Although he and Ma Zhou were officials now, they did not enter the official career through the imperial exams. This was a small pity for Yan Liben and Ma Zhou. At the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, the imperial exams were still in the early stages. The 9-rank system was still popular. The so-called 9-rank system referred to the talent survey issued by the imperial court. The talents were divided into 9 grades, which were upper, middle, lower, and lower. This talent survey was filled out by the officials of each region. Whether or not they were officials, they would be registered. The form detailed the year, grade, and comments. The Ministry of Personnel would promote and remove officials based on this. The 9-rank system was an important method for the aristocratic families to control the imperial court. Under this system, there were no poor people in the upper ranks, and the aristocratic families became stronger. Therefore, when the Sui and Tang dynasties started the imperial exams, it was to suppress the power of the aristocratic families, strengthen the centralization of power, and give the poor students a chance to advance. However, the imperial exams at the beginning of the Tang dynasty were still in the early stages, and the system was not perfect. Therefore, people like Ma Zhou, who were chosen by Pai Lupi, were able to reach the sky in one step. They did not need to go through the imperial exams, and became an imperial censor. Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue bowed to Ma Zhou and Yan Liben's praise. Although they had taken Li Wangyu as their teacher, and had passed the imperial exams in spring, they were still nobodies. Facing Yan Liben, the imperial grandee, the junior supervisor, Ma Zhou, the imperial censor, still appeared somewhat uneasy. Ma Zhou smiled and said to Li Wangyu, "Teacher, you have taken in 2 more junior brothers. We have 6 classmates now. Shouldn't we change the way we address them?" Li Wangyu was stunned. He did not understand what Ma Zhou meant. Ma Zhou continued to wink and said, "Teacher, it seems that I am the first one to take in a teacher. Shouldn't I be the eldest senior brother?" His words immediately made Yan Liben so angry that he almost fought with him. This guy was simply taking advantage of him. It was different from martial arts novels, where people were called the eldest senior brother or second senior brother according to the time they entered the school. When a scholar took in a teacher, his classmates were all peers. The title of the eldest senior brother was a respectful title for the older and more talented people. Generally speaking, the status of the eldest senior brother was second only to the teacher. Ma Zhou shamelessly said that he was the eldest senior brother. Wasn't that taking advantage of them by saying that he was older and more talented? Of course, Ma Zhou's words were purely a joke. He and Yan Liben had studied with Li Wangyu for nearly a year, and their relationship was quite close. Yan Liben did not show any weakness. He immediately pointed at Ma Zhou and said to Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue, "2 students, do you know that Ma Zhou is the best among all the disciples of the master? Do you know who he is?" Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue looked at each other. They did not know what was going on, so they could only shake their heads. Yan Liben laughed and said, "The thickness of this person's face is unparalleled in the world. It can be called the best." When Li Wangyu and the others heard this, they all laughed. Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue's faces were also twitching. They could not help laughing, but they cared about Ma Zhou's face. Today was the first time they met, so they did not dare to be presumptuous and laugh out loud. "Yan Liben, I swear that I can't exist under the same sky as you. Today's drinks will be on you." Ma Zhou jumped and scolded with a smile, causing everyone to burst into laughter again. Chapter 729. After they finished talking and laughing, Li Wangyu looked at the students who had failed the exam in the Imperial College and said with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, are you here to teach in the Imperial College of the Tang Dynasty?" Everyone hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes. We heard that you are recruiting doctors and teaching assistants, so we are here to apply." Li Wangyu nodded and said, "Good. I believe you have heard that I will recommend all the doctors and teaching assistants who want to teach in the Imperial College in the coming spring. In addition, the Imperial College will provide food and accommodation. I will also invite the great scholars in the Imperial Court to teach you in the Imperial College. Are you satisfied with this?" Hearing Li Wangyu's promise, the students who had been doubtful before no longer had any doubts and bowed again. "We understand. Thank you, sir." "Yes, we are very satisfied. Thank you for your kindness." Li Wangyu waited for the crowd to quiet down and said again, "However, the Imperial College will only recruit about 100 doctors and teaching assistants this year, so we need to do a small test to select the most suitable people. I have prepared a test paper for you. You can now follow the arrangement of the Imperial College and go to the school to answer the questions. The Imperial College will select the best according to your answers." "Yes, sir." All the students knew that they needed to take a test to enter the Imperial College. After the release of the results today, there were thousands of students who had failed the exam. There were 2,000 or 3,000 people who came to the Imperial College to try their luck. Since the Imperial College was only going to recruit about 100 people, they naturally needed to take a test. Everyone was mentally prepared for this, so they did not resist. After Li Wangyu gave the order, the servants of the Imperial College immediately came forward and led the students to their seats in the halls of the Imperial College. They also gave them paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. This made the students a little confused. Why didn't they ask what they were going to study? Except for the servants of the Imperial College, there was no one invigilating the exam in the halls. They were also not allowed to talk. Looking at the noisy hall in front of them, everyone was confused. Was this really an exam? Those who could pass the examinations of various provinces and counties and obtain the qualification to participate in the imperial examination in spring in Chang, and were naturally the top talents in the Tang Dynasty. All of them had studied hard for years or even decades and had participated in countless exams. However, it was their first time encountering such an exam. Someone hurriedly grabbed the servant of the Imperial College and asked, "Excuse me, I am an examinee from the Imperial College. Why am I taking the exam in the same college as the examinees from the Imperial College? Could there be a mistake?" Someone at the side immediately echoed, "That's right. Why didn't anyone ask us what we were tested for? Could it be that everyone took the same test paper?" The servant who had been stopped immediately smiled and said, "Gentlemen, do not panic. County Count Wuxia ordered us to do so, and we are just following orders. However, the test papers seem to be the same. The Count of Wuxia ordered people to send over only one set of test papers. There is no difference." The servant's reply caused an uproar in the classroom. All the students were in an uproar. How is this possible? I'm from the mathematics course. Am I supposed to take the same exam paper as the advancement course? Then is the test for mathematics or the Imperial College? That's right. I'm from the Imperial College. Am I not taking the exam for calligraphy? I'm from the Medical College. I don't know anything about mathematics, calligraphy, or the Imperial College. Someone was so angry that he put down his brush and prepared to leave. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Isn't the teacher playing with us like this? I don't want to take this exam. Someone at the side quickly pulled him back and advised, "Brother, don't be in such a rush. Let's take a look at the test papers first. The teacher is the county count who founded the country. How could he play such a joke on us?" That's right. Let's take a look at the test papers first. What kind of person is the immortal poet? How could she play around like this? There must be something we don't know about this. While the 2,000 to 3,000 students in the Imperial College were in an uproar, Kong Yingda and Su Jingzong were also shaking their heads in the Mingluan Hall of the Imperial College. No one knew what Li Wangyu was planning. There were so many students, and they were all sent to the Imperial College to take the exam. How could they take the exam? Ziyu, what is the content of your exam? Why aren't they divided into subjects? How are they going to pick the students? Kong Yingda couldn't help but ask. Su Jingzong, who was standing at the side, also nodded repeatedly. Clearly, he was also filled with questions. Even Li Wangyu's disciples, whether it was Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Shang Guanyi, or Lu Rengue, were confused. The students studied different subjects. In the Tang Dynasty, there were more than 50 subjects in the Spring Imperial College examination. How could they take the exam when so many students were mixed together? Li Wangyu laughed and asked Niu Wu to fetch a few test papers that he had prepared. He handed them to everyone. Kong Yingda, the test papers are here. You'll know when you take a look. Kong Yingda and the others took the test papers that were printed with engravings and looked up. When they saw the questions on them, everyone in the Mingluan Hall was dumbfounded. What kind of questions were these? How could these be called exam questions? The examinee's name, place of birth, address, and the subjects they studied were all normal procedures for the exam. However, the questions below had nothing to do with normal in the eyes of the crowd. Question 1. Do you remember when others are good to you or bad to you? Yes. No. The second question. Do you prefer solitude to crowds? Yes. No. The third question. If your lifespan could be calculated, would you want to know? Yes. No. The entire page of test papers was filled with questions, but they were all nonsensical in the eyes of the crowd. Not to mention how frivolous these questions were. Even these multiple-choice questions were never seen before. Even a great scholar like Kong Yingda did not know what multiple-choice questions were. Multiple-choice questions only appeared in the 1950s. Of course, Kong Yingda and the others did not know. However, looking at the meaning of the questions, everyone could roughly guess that they had to choose their answers according to the questions on the paper. But what was the point of these questions? Could they tell the examinee's level of knowledge? Could it be that the examinee's preference for solitude or crowds could also decide whether to teach in the academy? After reading the test paper, Kong Ingda was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He had kindly lent the Imperial College to Li Wangyu so that he could choose the professors and teaching assistants of the Tang Dynasty's Imperial College. However, who would have thought that Li Wangyu would be so mischievous and create such a test paper? Wasn't he just toying with him and those students? As the Chancellor of the Imperial College, Kong Ingda placed great importance on these scholars. When he saw that Li Wangyu was toying with them, he was instantly enraged. Count who? You. How could you toy with those students like this? They came because of your reputation as the immortal poet, Li Wangyu. Even if they are ignorant, you cannot toy with them like this. No, you are not allowed to take this bullshit test again today. This old man will not allow you to trample on the dignity of scholars like this. They're not entertainers. Kong Ingda's sudden outburst of anger left Su Jingzong gaping, but he did not know what to say. After all, his thoughts were basically the same as Kong Ingda's. However, because Li Wangyu was his boss, he did not dare to say anything. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and the others also had awkward expressions. Even though they had been studying under Li Wangyu for almost a year, and were used to Li Wangyu's messy thoughts, they still found it hard to understand what their teacher meant by giving them this test paper. Just as Kong Ingda was about to explode in anger, the door to Mingluan Hall was pushed open. Duke Kong, why are you so angry? Is Zio messing around again? Chapter 730. Master Kong, don't be angry. If Zio is messing around, I will definitely teach him a lesson. The one who entered was Pai Lupi in casual clothes. Behind him were Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others. When the people in the Mingluan Hall saw Li Er personally arrive, they hurriedly bowed. This subject greets your majesty. When Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui found out that the person who came was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, they were so excited that their bodies almost trembled. They followed the others and bowed. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand, indicating that everyone was excused. He then looked at Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui. Today, I heard that the Ministry of Rites announced that Zio's 2 new disciples were ranked 3rd and 3rd. I was curious, so I came with Master Feng and Master Du to join in the fun. I didn't expect Zio's foresight to be so unique. His words really came true. When Zio said that one of his disciples would be ranked 1st, I didn't believe it at all. Ha! Feng Xianling also nodded and smiled. Not only did your majesty not believe it, but when have we ever believed it? Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. Damn, not only did you not believe it, even I didn't believe it. When did I have the talent to jinx it? Pai Lupi then said to Zhang Sun Wuji, Assistant General, when Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui go to the Ministry of Appointments, you have to make arrangements for them. Zhang Sun Wuji twirled his beard and smiled. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Those who are ranked 1st in the imperial examinations should all become scholars in the Hongwen Hall. The Hongwen Hall's predecessor was the Literature Hall that Pai Lupi set up for the Emperor of Qin to recruit scholars from all over the world. Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, Yu Shernan, and Su Jingzong, these 18 scholars of the Emperor of Qin were famous people in the Literature Hall. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, he ordered to gather 200,000 books in the Hongwen Hall and set up the Hongwen Hall. It was the country's library and also the place where the emperor recruited scholars. Not only did the Hongwen School have to teach the children of the royal family, first-rank officials, prime ministers, and meritorious ministers, but it was also Pai Lupi's think tank. They often made plans for the nation's policies. It was naturally a good thing that Shangguan Yi was able to enter the Hongwen Library. Although her official rank was not high, there were many benefits. Li Wangyu originally wanted to pull Shangguan Yi and the others into the Royal Academy to help out, but after hearing Zhang Sun Wuji's words, he kept his mouth shut. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui looked at each other and bowed again. Your Majesty, if possible, I would like to work in the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty. Is that possible? Upon hearing this, Pai Lupi was slightly stunned. He looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and asked, Fuji, is the request of Ziyu's 2 disciples possible? Zhang Sun Wuji was the Minister of Personnel, so the appointment of officials naturally had to go through him. However, Zhang Sun Wuji hesitated. After pondering for a while, he asked with uncertainty, Your Majesty, is the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty part of the Imperial Court? Or is it the private property of your Majesty and County Count Huxian? The school that Li Wangyu came up with on a whim, and he also tricked Pai Lupi into becoming a shareholder. Originally, the academy was completely private property. However, this fellow was very tired. In order to slack off, he dragged Su Jingzong into the water. In order to make Su Jingzong work in the academy willingly, the vice dean of the academy was made an official position in the imperial court. Therefore, including Zhang Sun Wuji, all the officials and generals in the imperial court were confused. What the heck was this academy? You could say that it was the private property of His Majesty and County Count Huxian, but the vice dean of the academy was a lower third-rank official that received a salary from the imperial court. It could be said that the academy belonged to the imperial court, but the cost of building the academy was paid by His Majesty and County Count Huxian. In the future, the income of the academy would have nothing to do with the imperial court. This gave Zhang Sun Wuji, the big boss of the Ministry of Personnel, a headache. He did not know how to arrange the affairs of the academy. As for Zhang Sun Wuji's question, Pai Lupi was also a little hesitant. He did not know how to answer. The Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty was indeed his and Li Wangyu's private property. However, it was not appropriate for it to be managed by an official from the imperial court. Pai Lupi simply looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, what do you think about this? Li Wangyu scratched his head. This issue of status was indeed a little troublesome. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of the public-private partnership system that Wuxia had in the past. He felt that it was better to do the same. Li Wangyu said, "Uncle, why don't we turn this academy into a public-private partnership?" Pai Lupi and the other big bosses could not help but frown. What public-private partnership? They had never heard of it. Zio, what's a public-private partnership? Pai Lupi did not understand. Li Wangyu said, a public-private partnership is to add shares from the imperial court into the private property. Both parties will manage it together. His words were naturally new to everyone, but they also felt that it was a feasible idea. Li Wangyu continued, in the academy, the imperial court can have another share. Uncle will take 40% of the shares of the academy, I will take 30%, and the remaining 30% will belong to the imperial court. How about it? The cost of building the academy will be contributed according to this ratio. The future income will also be distributed according to this ratio. In this way, the imperial court will appoint officials to manage the academy. It will be justified. Pai Lupi pondered for a while. Although he was a little reluctant to give up 20% of the shares, he still nodded and agreed. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui and the other big bosses looked at each other and thought that this would not cause any loss to the imperial court. They also did not object. This matter was settled in a few words. After confirming that the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty also had a share in the imperial court, Zhang Sun Wuji then cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, since the two new Jinshi, Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue, are willing to work in the academy, I will not object. The ranks of the officials in the academy will follow the old rules of the Imperial College and the Hongwen School. The Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty can have 1 dean, 1 deputy dean, for Grand Secretaries, 8 Grand Secretaries, and 12 Grand Secretaries. Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue can both work in the academy as Grand Secretaries of the Imperial College. However, the academicians and teaching assistants that Huxian wants to recruit today cannot follow the old rules of the Imperial College. The academicians and teaching assistants of the Imperial College also had official ranks. The academicians were above the 7th rank, while the teaching assistants were above the 7th rank. Li Wangyu wanted to recruit more than 100 academicians and teaching assistants to teach children. If they all followed the rules of the Imperial College, it would be a mess. It would mean that the Imperial Court would have more than 100 officials. This was something that Zhang Sun Wuji could not agree to. Pai Lupi naturally did not have any objections to Zhang Sun Wuji's arrangement and nodded in agreement. Li Wangyu also nodded and replied, Zhang Sun Wuji is right. The academicians and teaching assistants of the academy naturally cannot be given official ranks. They will only receive the salary from the academy. Li Wangyu also did not want the teachers of the academy to become officials of the imperial court. If that was the case, wouldn't the academy become another imperial college? Now that the imperial court had a share, it was only a temporary measure. In Li Wangyu's heart, the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty was still different from the official schools of the imperial court. When Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengue heard that Zhang Sun Wuji had agreed to their request, They were naturally overjoyed. They quickly bowed and thanked him. Pai Lupi encouraged the two new Jianxia before looking at Kong Yingda and asking, Kong Yingda, did you and Zio have some misunderstanding just now? What did this kid do? Chapter 731. Kong Yingda, who had calmed down a little because of Pai Lupi's appearance, panted like a red-eyed bull when Pai Lupi mentioned the matter again. He angrily handed the test paper in his hand to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, you will know the whole story at a glance. County Count who is really messing around today. As the Chancellor of the Imperial College, I will not allow him to humiliate the scholars like this. Pai Lupi took the test paper. Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others curiously came over, wanting to see what question Li Wangyu had set to make Kong Yingda so angry. Everyone was speechless after reading the test paper. How could this be called a damn test paper? Pai Lupi frowned and looked at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. Zio, what's going on? You recruit those students who failed to pass the exam to teach at the academy and use this kind of test paper to select talents? Li Wangyu was not in a hurry. He nodded and smiled. Yes, that's right. Kong Yingda saw his attitude and became angrier. Your Majesty, look, this is the attitude of this boy. I will not allow him to mess around like this today. Pai Lupi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed to the test paper and asked, Zio, tell me, what's the meaning of this test paper? For example, if you could be a kind of animal, which kind would you like to be? Cat, horse, elephant, monkey, dog, tiger. You can choose any one of them. Can such a test help you choose the right person to teach at the academy? Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others also shook their heads. They felt that it was no wonder that Kong Yingda was so angry today. Even if they saw the so-called test paper, they were still a little uneasy and angry. Li Wangyu laughed and pointed to the test paper in Pai Lupi's hand. Uncle, this is carefully prepared by me. It's called a psychological test. Psychological test? What does that mean? Everyone, including Pai Lupi, was dumbfounded. What the hell was that? Why was it that he couldn't understand a single word, but when they were put together, he couldn't make sense of it at all? Li Wangyu explained, the psychological test is to use these questions to measure the intelligence level of the person being evaluated, as well as the differences in personality. To put it simply, I want to use this method to test the natural disposition of these examinees. In fact, the so-called test questions that Li Wangyu came up with were a set of psychological test questions from later generations. Moreover, it was a set of psychological test questions from the famous Rand Corporation in the United States. Many famous companies in the future also tried to use psychological tests to test the personality of their employees, and they achieved good results. Li Wangyu naturally didn't know anything about psychological tests, but his beautiful boss did. This set of Rand Corporation's psychological test questions was stored in the beautiful boss's phone. His beautiful superior gave Li Wangyu an idea to recruit students who failed to pass the exam to teach in the academy. She asked him to select teachers based on this set of psychological test questions. After all, the academy was now teaching students who were ignorant. Li Wangyu naturally wanted to choose those who were kind and patient. And this set of psychological test questions was the most convenient method in the Tang Dynasty today. Otherwise, with Li Wangyu's ability and the fact that he didn't work in the HR department in later generations, even if he interviewed the students one by one, he might not be able to tell who was suitable. His beautiful superior could do this. She was a department manager in a big company, and naturally had interviewed many employees. But there were thousands of students in Chang'an City who failed to pass the exam. It would be very tiring to rely on his beautiful superior to interview them alone. How could Li Wangyu, who cared about his woman, bear to do that? Therefore, this set of psychological test questions from Rand Corporation was the best choice. Although it might not be accurate, it was close. But no one had heard of this psychological test before. Even with Li Wangyu's explanation, they were still confused and didn't understand what he was talking about. Kong Yingda snorted discontentedly. Humph, this person is divided into 5 sections, each different. How can you tell the difference by answering some questions that don't make sense? Don't talk nonsense, County Count who? The 5 sections that Kong Yingda said were Wuxia's understanding of people's personalities since ancient times. People were divided into 5 types: seal type, comparison type, food type, wealth type, and official type. Each type had different life weights, hobbies, abilities, and specialties. At the same time, The ancients divided these 5 sections into 2 types: positive and negative, also known as the positive and negative 10 types. This was the understanding of people's personalities in ancient Wuxia. But of course, there was no psychological test in Wuxia at this time, and there was no way to test people's personalities. So in the eyes of everyone, Li Wangyu was purely fooling around. Li Wangyu shrugged. Duke Kong, why would I joke about the academy? I can get 30% of the academy's shares, which is worth tens of thousands of taels of gold, right? Does Duke Kong really think that I have too much gold in my house? Kong Yingda was stunned and felt that Li Wangyu's words made sense. It seemed that no one would take so much money just to joke with these scholars, right? Pai Lupi frowned. Zio, do you really think that you can find out a person's personality just by answering these strange questions? Li Wangyu nodded. Uncle, it's true. Although I can't say that it's completely correct, it's pretty close. I'm thinking that although these scholars didn't pass the spring imperial examination, they should be quite knowledgeable since they were able to pass the provincial exams. They should be more than qualified to teach those students at the academy. Therefore, I believe that we should choose those students who are kind and patient to teach in the academy, so that they won't mislead the students. Therefore, I racked my brains and worked hard to come up with a set of psychological test questions, just to see the nature of these students who failed to pass. He shamelessly said that he worked his heart out, but in reality, it was just his beautiful superior who handed him the phone and he copied the questions. But Pai Lupi and the others didn't know that. They really thought that Li Wangyu had put in a lot of thought into it. Although they had never heard of this psychological test before, since Li Wangyu said it so confidently, they could only give it a try. Pai Lupi said to Kong Yingda, Master Kong, don't be angry. Whether this psychological test succeeds or not, we'll let this kid try. If he doesn't succeed, I'll teach him a lesson on behalf of Master Kong. Although Kong Yingda still didn't believe Li Wangyu, he could only nod slightly in agreement with Pai Lupi's words. Outside Mingluan Hall, the servants of the Imperial College immediately ran to the school with piles of examination papers after receiving the order. The halls of the Imperial College were almost filled with students who had come to apply for the position. Previously, the crowd had been confused and made a fuss for a long time, but they couldn't get an explanation. They could only wait patiently for the examination papers to be handed out. But when the servants of the Imperial College handed out the examination papers one by one, the students once again went into an uproar when they saw the questions on the examination papers. What kind of question is this? If you had to live with an animal or insect that you hate, which one would you tolerate? Snake, pig, rat, fly? What kind of damned question is this? Tao ancestor above, is this really an examination paper for us to do? The students who had been clamoring to leave were so angry after seeing the examination papers that they slammed their palms on the tables in front of them. I don't want to take the examination anymore. County Count who is clearly toying with us. Although I'm not talented, I'm not a plaything for these nobles. Everyone, farewell. Just as the examination papers were handed out, there were people in every hall who angrily stood up, flung their robes, and left with a cold snort. In a short while, hundreds of people refused to take the examination and left with a flick of their sleeves. Chapter 732. Hundreds of students left in a huff. Naturally, this matter was immediately reported to Mingluan Hall. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Hundreds of students, just like Kong Yingda, actually left in a huff because of Li Wangyu's so-called psychological test scroll. It was really awkward. Ma Zhou and the other disciples looked at Li Wangyu with slight worry. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu fiercely. Zio, your examination has just begun and so many people have left in dissatisfaction. How can the academy recruit people? Li Wangyu was not anxious at all. Uncle, don't worry. I think it's a good thing that these people have left. Why do you say so? Li Wangyu explained. Obviously, these students who left have bad tempers and can't accept new things. They are not suitable candidates to be teachers of the academy. So what if they leave early? Hee, haven't only a few hundred people left? There are more than 1,000 students left. Uncle, you don't have to worry. Hearing this, Pai Lupi thought for a while and felt that it made sense. He did not say anything else. Kong Yingda, on the other hand, began to glare at Li Wangyu again. Zio, do you mean that I'm also a bad-tempered person who can't accept new things? Li Wangyu was speechless. Why did this old man take the initiative to accept the flying dagger? Hee hee, Master Kong, what are you talking about? Master Kong is only angry at me because you care about those scholars. In a moment of desperation, and you don't treat me as an outsider. Naturally, I only feel grateful to Master Kong. Why would I mean that? Li Wangyou's explanation made Kong Ingda nod slightly, reluctantly accepting his explanation. Kong Ingda said, Zio, don't blame me for being meddlesome. I'm also worried that your actions today will affect your hard-earned reputation in the scholarly world. You also know that the scholars in Chang, and now call you the little immortal poet and respectfully address you as teacher. Since this is the case, Zio, you should cherish these scholars and not make fun of them. Yes, Lord Kong is right. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed to Kong Ingda to express his gratitude. Although the old man had a big temper just now, the old man really didn't have any bad intentions towards him. Li Wangyu knew what was good for him. Ever since Li Wangyu had transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, he had met several great scholars. Whether it was Yu Shernan, Kong Ingda, Lu Quan, or Li Gang, all of their characters and knowledge were indisputable. They also cared for him a lot. Li Wangyu also respected these elders from the bottom of his heart. He would not hold a grudge against Kong Ingda just because he lost his temper with him. However, Kong Ingda did not let him off the hook. He continued, Zio, even if this exam paper is the psychological test you mentioned, how can you prove that it is effective? Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others all looked at Li Wangyu. Naturally, everyone was also curious. Could it be that this person's nature could really be predicted by these inexplicable questions? Zhang Sun Wuji joked. Then do we have to invite Yuan Tiangang here? Asking him to read the faces of those students and read their fortune? This will prove whether the psychological test is accurate or not. Everyone laughed when they heard this. Now, as Pai Lupi's think tank, Yuan Tiangong's reputation in the imperial court was getting more and more resounding. Many officials and nobles would beg Yuan Tiangang to read their faces. Li Wangyu also laughed with everyone. However, when Zhang Sun Wuji mentioned Yuan Tiangang, he suddenly thought of another person. That was the famous person in history, Li Chunfeng, who was said to have written the pushback chart with Yuan Tiangang. Li Chunfeng should be 27 or 28 years old now. He was still very young. Moreover, Li Chunfeng was intelligent and studious since childhood. He read a lot of books and was especially proficient in astronomy, calendar mathematics and so on. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment. It seemed that Li Chunfeng should be studying and researching astronomy at the Bureau of History. Should he ask Pai Lupi for him and send him to the academy? It seemed to be feasible. A Taoist like Li Chunfeng would be a scientist in the Tang Dynasty. It seemed too wasteful to spend his whole life studying astronomy and calendar at the Bureau of History. He was thinking absent-mindedly about this matter when his body was gently pushed by Ma Zhou. Teacher, His Majesty is asking you if you have a way to prove the results of the psychological test. Only then did Li Wangyu come back to his senses. He smiled at Li Erxiao and said, Uncle, this matter is simple. Just find a few students and verify it. How do we verify it? Li Wangyu thought for a moment and replied, After the students finish the psychological test, Uncle and the officials can take a few of them. Then, get someone to find the friends of these students. I can immediately find out the general nature of this person based on their answers. Uncle, if you ask the friends of these students, it will be clear whether it is accurate or not. Kong Ingda and Fang Xianling nodded. Ziyu, this is a good idea. Our friends know best about this person's nature. They will know after asking. Pai Lupi also nodded in agreement. Okay, we will follow Ziyu's idea. Mr. Kong, tell the students who came to the Imperial College to take the test today not to leave in a hurry. Once they're done, I want to see whether Zio's psychological test is real or if this kid is just messing around. Kong Ingda naturally had no objections and asked the servants of the Imperial College to pass the message. Li Wangyou's psychological test did not have many questions. There were only 20 to 30 multiple-choice questions. There was no need to think about the questions. The students could only answer these strange questions based on their intuition. After a quarter of an hour, the students in the Imperial College had finished the test. Immediately, servants came forward to collect the thousands of test papers and send them back to Mingluan Hall. Pai Lupi saw that the test papers were sent back and randomly picked 2 of them. He called Kong Ingda, Fang Xianling, and the others to each pick 2 test papers and give them to Li Wangyu. Then, He immediately asked someone to summon the 10 students and their friends to Mingluan Hall. Okay, Ziyu, these 10 people. Let's see if you can judge their nature based on their test papers. Pai Lupi's face was full of disbelief. Li Wangyu smiled and took the 10 test papers. He took out a piece of paper and called Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Shangguan Yi, and Lu Rengui to his side. Bin Wang, Liben, Yu Xiao, Xianxia, according to the standards on this paper, mark these 5 test papers. Shangguan Yi's name was Yu Xiao, and Lu Rengui's name was Xianxia. After the two of them were apprenticed, Li Wangyu immediately put this free labor to use. What he gave Ma Zhou and the others was the psychological test paper evaluation form. In the test paper, each answer to a different question would have a corresponding evaluation score. Finally, these evaluation scores would be summed up to obtain a numerical value. Based on this numerical value, an effective quantitative analysis could be carried out. Of course, Li Wangyu also knew that the psychological test only provided a certain reference. It could not completely accurately reflect a person's character and nature. It could only roughly analyze a person's interests, attitude, character, and temperament. However, this was enough for Li Wangyu to choose a teacher for the academy. Under the gaze of Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others, Ma Zhou and the others quickly finished marking the 10 test papers. Chapter 733. Li Wangyu stepped forward and took a test questionnaire. He looked at the values given by Ma Zhou and the others according to the evaluation form, and then took out another evaluation form from his body to compare them. Uncle, everyone, this student named Jiao Ziyang has a free and uninhibited personality, but he is stubborn. Sometimes he even has his own way. In my opinion, he is not suitable to be a teacher in the academy. Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling naturally did not believe him. He then asked someone to go out and call in Jiao Ziyang's classmates and friends for questioning. These students did not know why they had been summoned to the Mingluan Hall. They were uneasy. After they were led in by the servants of the Imperial College, they quickly bowed to the crowd. Other than Li Wangyu, these students naturally did not know Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling. However, looking at everyone's attire, the respectful attitude of the servants of the Imperial College, and the burly guards outside Mingluan Hall, they knew that they could not afford to offend the nobles in front of them. This student greets Mr. and all the esteemed guests. May I know why Mr. and all the esteemed guests have summoned us here? Someone asked cautiously. Kong Yingda stroked his beard and smiled. Don't panic. I am the Chancellor of the Imperial College. I have called you here to ask you a few questions. Hearing that the elder in front of them was the Chancellor of the Directorate, Kong Yingda, the group of students hurriedly bowed down once more. Greetings to Chancellor Kong. If Chancellor Kong has any questions, we will answer them to the best of our abilities. Let me ask you, is Jiao Ziyang a good friend of yours? The students were stunned and did not understand what he meant. They could only nod. Yes, Jiao Ziyang is familiar with us. We are all students from Hebei province. Kong Yingda nodded and continued to ask, according to your understanding, Jiao Ziyang has a free and uninhibited personality, but he is also stubborn. Sometimes he even has his own way? The students were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and did not know how to answer. They were even more surprised. Did Jiao Ziyang do something wrong? Why would Chancellor Kong ask such a question? You don't need to worry. This is just a small test. You just need to tell the truth. Kong Yingda saw that they were frightened and uneasy, so he tried to comfort them. The few students hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads and answering honestly. What Chancellor Kong said is right, Jiao Ziyang is indeed somewhat stubborn. This student doesn't dare to lie. Jiao Ziyang doesn't like to be persuaded. Although we are his classmates and friends, we can't persuade him. Once he has made up his mind, not even 10 cows can pull him back. Teacher, Chancellor Kong, Jiao Ziyang didn't do anything wrong, right? He's not a bad person. Just a little stubborn. The answers of these students immediately stunned Pai Lupi and the other big shots. What? Li Wangyu was actually right? Everyone looked at each other, trying to guess what was going on. Li Wangyu smiled and comforted the restless students. You don't have to think too much. Jiao Ziyang is fine. It's just a small test. You can go back now. Don't spread these words. Yes, this student understands. The few students still felt uneasy in their hearts, but they could only leave Mingluan Hall. After these students left, Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and the others had wonderful expressions on their faces. Could it be that Li Wangyou's psychological test paper was really so magical? A total stranger could answer some inexplicable questions and he could see through this person's nature? This Zio is right. It's not wrong at all, Feng Xianling said. Pai Lupi still didn't dare to believe it completely. Could it be that this kid was a blind cat that met a dead mouse? Zio, take another test paper and see what this person's nature is like. Li Wangyou shrugged his shoulders and signaled Ma Zhou to pass another psychological test paper. The Google psychological test paper stored in the beautiful boss's mobile phone is based on the MMPI Minnesota multiple personality tests. It is mainly used for personality tests to test psychological indicators such as emotions, needs, motives, interests, attitudes, character, temperament, and so on. This questionnaire is different from the kind of psychological test that people in later generations like to flood their circle of friends. It should be said that it is quite professional and accurate. But this psychological test questionnaire is too difficult to understand for Pai Lupi, Kong Ingda, and others. Answering some questions that seem inexplicable to everyone can measure the nature of a person. This is simply comparable to Yuan Tiangong's face-reading technique. It is very magical. 10 students were randomly selected by Pai Lupi, Feng Xianling, and others. After asking their classmates and friends one by one, everyone was surprised to find that the answers they got were basically the same as the results of Li Wangyou's questionnaire. A group of big shots, including Pai Lupi, were completely speechless at this time. Even if they didn't believe it before, now that the facts were in front of everyone, they had to believe it. Kong Ingda, the old man, felt even more embarrassed. It seems that he really wronged Li Wangyou when he was angry at him. However, the old man was also straightforward. After witnessing the authenticity of the psychological test questionnaire with his own eyes, he directly bowed to Li Wangyou. Zio, I have wronged you. I apologize to you. Zio, please don't blame me. Li Wangyou was shocked by Kong Ingda's move and quickly supported him. What are you talking about, Kong Ingda? I don't deserve such a big bow from you. Hee, if you really feel sorry for me, why don't you treat me to a meal in Ping Kong Fong today? Haha, good. Although I am not as good at making money as Zio, it is still no problem to invite you to Ping Kong Fong. Kong Ingda twisted his beard and laughed. When Pai Lupi heard the two of them say this, he actually also joked on the side. I have nothing to do today. Why don't you invite us to Ping Kong Fong together? Not only was Kong Ingda not annoyed, but he even clapped his hands and cheered. Haha, it is rare that your majesty is interested. This old subject will naturally treat you. When Li Wangyou heard this, a few black lines appeared on his forehead. Damn it, going to a brothel like Ping Kong Fong to look for young ladies actually required a group? And it was His Majesty the Emperor who was leading the group. Sure enough, there was some truth in the saying that the Tang Dynasty was dirty and stinky. The emperor and ministers of the Tang Dynasty were really quite open about matters between men and women. Now, no one doubted the authenticity of Li Wangyou's psychological test anymore. Pai Lupi suddenly asked, Zio, can you teach this method of yours to the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs? If you let the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs use this method to select officials, wouldn't it be able to remove those greedy people from the imperial court? When Zhang Sun Wuji heard this, he frowned, as if he didn't agree with Pai Lupi's words. However, he cleverly maintained his silence. Li Wangyou pondered for a while, then slowly shook his head and rejected Pai Lupi's suggestion. Uncle, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Since the imperial court selects officials based on the imperial examination, how can we reject people based on their personalities? If Uncle wants to deal with corruption, you should strengthen the supervision of the officials. Using psychological tests to determine the appointment and dismissal of officials is too much of a joke. When Li Wangyou said this, Zhang Sun Wuji secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze towards Li Wangyou became more and more pleasing to the eye. Pai Lupi pondered over Li Wangyou's words and could only nod helplessly, accepting his explanation. Everyone chatted for a while, then under Kong Ingda's lead, they left the Imperial College and walked towards Ping Kong Fong next door. Chapter 734. The largest imperial college in the Tang Dynasty and the largest red light district in the Tang Dynasty, or even the world's largest red light district, Ping Kong Fong, were only separated by a 100-meter wide street. Li Wangyou even maliciously wondered if the Imperial College had been set up in Ping Kong Fong to make it convenient for the teachers and students of the Imperial College to go to Ping Kong Fong to drink and have fun at any time. Just by looking at Kong Ingda's familiar appearance, Li Wangyu knew that this old man was definitely a regular customer. In fact, in the past year or so, Li Wangyu had followed Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys to Ping Kong Fong to drink and drink. However, it was the first time that he had led his 4 disciples to drink and drink with Pai Lupi, the emperor's concubine. He always felt that it was unreliable. Later generations said that there were 4 irons in life. They were carrying guns together, going through windows together, sharing dirty things together, and going to brothels together. What was going on with him leading his disciples to visit brothels with Uncle Tsong? However, since he was already here, Li Wangyu would not be pretentious. Anyway, even if he had been to the brothels in Ping Kong Fong so many times, he had never had any mishaps. At most, he had only hugged and taken advantage of them. It was not that Li Wangyu was a clean freak, but he was afraid of death. In the Tang Dynasty, there were no condoms or umbrellas. Whether it was the young ladies in the brothels or the huji in the Hu wine taverns, they were all a pair of jade-like arms that could be pillowed by thousands. What if he accidentally contracted a dirty disease? Although Sun Simiao had created penicillin, in Li Wangyu's opinion, the handmade penicillin should not be injected. It was really not reliable. It was not easy for him to transmigrate to the Tang Dynasty. Now, he had changed from a loser to a county official in the founding of the Tang Dynasty. His family had so much money that he did not know how to spend it. He did not want to lose his life because of a moment of impulse. Li Wangyu did not think that if he died, he would be able to transmigrate again. It was because of this thought, and the deterrence of his beautiful superior at home, that Li Wangyu did not dare to really have any thoughts in these brothels. Pai Lupi wanted to visit the brothels in person. Mi Tua, the provincial supervisor of internal servants, had already arranged everything. Although it was Kong Ingda, when they stepped into the brothels, Li Wangyu found that the brothels had already been emptied. The guards outside were all palace guards in casual clothes. Sister Bao of the painting house naturally did not know Li Er, but she knew Kong Ingda. Kong Ingda chose this brothels. Kong Fong was also a regular customer. The brothels, Fong Kong Fong brothel. Brothels. Speaking of which, the brothels in Peace Square were naturally not businesses that just any merchant could do. The owners behind them were actually all big shots in the imperial court. Sister Bao was naturally unwilling to clear the place. Although Kong Ingda was a secondary 3rd-rank chancellor of the imperial college, the master behind her painting tower had a high status. If it was only Kong Ingda who came here to drink, how could he have the qualifications to ask people to clear the place? Sister Bao was just about to stop them when she heard those strong men say that the guest that Chancellor Kong was going to invite was the Count of Wuxia, whose name had spread throughout Chang'an. Sister Bao's expression immediately changed. Not only was she not angry, but she was also smiling. She signaled the shop assistants in the building to cooperate with the strong men, and carefully persuaded the customers in the building to leave. Of course, there was a reason why Sister Bao of the painting house was so cooperative when she heard that Li Wangyu was coming. Firstly, although Li Wangyu was only a 4th-rank county count who had founded the country, everyone in Chang'an knew that he was a relative of the Li Tang clan. He was the uncle and nephew of the sage. Secondly, Li Wangyu was the teacher of the crown prince. In the future, when the crown prince ascended the throne, he would be the preceptor of the emperor. In the city of Chang'an, no one dared to despise the young county earl, except for a few prominent dukes and aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 looks. Of course, the most important thing was Li Wangyu's identity as the immortal poet. Ever since the Spring Lantern Festival, when Li Wangyu's 2 poems about the Spring Lantern Festival appeared, which of the young ladies in Ping Kong Lane did not yearn for him day and night? There was one infatuated lady who missed Li Wangyu so much that she was about to be possessed. Sister Bao was also a shrewd person. Naturally, she wanted to curry favor with Li Wangyu. If this little immortal of poetry in Chang, and had a good time in her brothel and left a few words of legendary works, then her brothel would become famous in the Peace House. There were tens of thousands of brothels in Peace Square. They were similar to the entertainment circle in the future. That was, they all needed to be famous. If the ladies in her painting house could get a few poems from the county count, then wouldn't her business be famous in the future? Sister Bao knew that before the county count was conferred a title, he had left a poem in a painting house in Peace Square, praising the beauty of the ladies in the painting house. As a result, as the reputation of the county count became more and more prominent, the business of the brothel became one of the best in Peace Square because of Li Wangyu's poem. How could people not be envious of it? The person who told the imperial guards to say so was Mi Tuo, the Minister of Internal Affairs. He knew that if he didn't reveal his identity, Kong Ingda, the Chancellor of the Imperial College, was not enough to make the painting house clear. It was not convenient for Mi Tuo to say that Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji were coming to visit the brothel. Therefore, he could only use Li Wangyu's name. If Li Wangyu knew that Mi Tuo, this bastard, used his name to clear the place, he would probably pull out his knife and fight with this castrated man. Everyone entered the painting house. Under the attentive service of Sister Bao, they entered the elegant room. Without needing Kong Ingda's instructions, more than 10 of the most beautiful ladies, singers, and dancers in the painting house rushed into the elegant room. The food and wine that had been prepared long ago was immediately served. Amidst the sounds of the pipa and guzheng, the dancers began to dance gracefully. Those fragrant young ladies' soft and delicate bodies were tightly pressed against everyone's bodies. The elegant room suddenly became boundless with spring. Li Wangyu looked up at his disciples and couldn't help but be amused. Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, and even Lu Rengue looked as if nothing had happened. Each of them was holding a young lady in their arms, eating and drinking as they pleased. They did not regard themselves as outsiders at all. It was Shangguan Yi who was nervous and uneasy. He didn't seem to know where to put his hands and feet. When the lady next to him hugged him, his body was as stiff as a puppet. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be amused. Shangguan Yi was 21 years old. Why did he still look like a virgin? One must know that Cheng Chumo and the other dandy young masters started to go to P Square and who wine houses when they were in their teens. To the Tang people, 21 years old was already considered a mature age. Men who married early probably had children who were old enough to buy soy sauce. And Shangguan Yi was also from an official's family. How could he not have seen these romantic places? But when Li Wangyu recalled Shangguan Yi's experience, it suddenly dawned on him. When Shangguan Yi was 10 years old, in order to avoid trouble, he shaved his head and became a monk. Li Wangyu rubbed his chin and couldn't help laughing in his heart. Shangguan Yi turned out to be a monk. No wonder he was so nervous after being hugged by the lady in the painting house. Ba, appearance is emptiness, emptiness is appearance. As for Kong Ingda, this old man, Li Wangyu's sharp eyes noticed that his hand had already reached into the dress of the lady next to him. Just by looking at the beautiful and shy lady's flushed face, Li Wangyu knew that this old man was up to no good. In the elegant room, everyone toasted each other. After a few cups of wine, the atmosphere became more lively. At this moment, there was a sudden clamor below the painting house.